Hello out there. Welcome back to TableTalk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95.
Joined by trusty partner in crime, SneakyAdolf. Here today to bring you the hottest takes in tabletop RPGs.
Mm-hmm. Boo is not here right now, but he will be joining us later, or at least that is what he has said. Um, we shall see if that comes to pass.
Dubious claims.
Mm-hmm. Um, but today we are going to be going over a video that Aiden found that seems to be something interesting that I'm excited to hear what it's about. Plus, it's from somebody we haven't covered before, which is always good. Well,
Yeah.
it's at least fresh. I'll give it that. But yes, we are going to be going over rules again, or at least specifically the usage of rules, I guess, because his video says rules heavy versus rules light, which is better for role playing games, and this is a part 1 of 2, and I have both links, so we shall see. This is by Roll Stats, and yeah, I mean, before we get into it, I suppose, rules as written, or I guess just rules in general, like having light rules slash heavy rules. I personally honestly think that it depends on the game that you're playing, right?
Mhm.
If it's also dependent on the situation, because for something like combat in D&D, I would say rules are pretty much essential. Like, you kind of need them for the combat
Mhm.
just to make sure that everybody is able to do what they want to do, like in a good way. Because I mean, and without them, right? It's just I hit the guy and he doesn't hit me, right?
Mhm.
But it's more just like the fact of being able to have the damage, have the HP, have it be a tense kind of thing when tense things happen, like, and if you employ the fudging aspect, which I know is something that a lot of people do, it helps with like figuring out, okay, if I roll this out and I see how much damage it does, or if I roll this and see, this is going to actually fuck everything up, like kill everyone, right? You can fudge it and be like, but it gives you that basis, at least, I think.
Mhm. Yeah, it helps provide, I guess, like a framework for interfacing with the world,
Exactly.
which is, of course, very handy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Personally, I would say in terms of when you choose to employ versus ignore rules is best suited to what makes sense in the moment.
Sure.
So, in general, I personally like to follow rules. Either what we've decided among ourselves makes
Mm-hmm.
sense, um, and sort of like a bit of homebrew
Mm-hmm.
uh, in that manner, or alternatively, going along with the rules as written for especially things like combat and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Um, Generally, I prefer rules to be more solid and set in stone
Yeah.
because when players know that, okay, these are the rules of how this work, and it gives that, it sort of almost lends tangibility to the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, and without it, you just kind of have chaos and like, well, can I do this? Can I do this? Can I do this? And it's like,
Yeah.
mm,
Like,
mm.
not to say that you can't still do that, right?
Oh
Like,
no, by all means,
right.
feel invested and ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
But when with how to put this, rules help guide thinking.
Absolutely.
in terms of like what can I do, what makes sense for me to do here.
Absolutely.
It's just, it's established, oh, I can do this with this move, so can I use the same move to accomplish this if I just do
Hmm.
this?
Hmm. Yeah, I'm just because of the fact that I remember way too many of them. I'm a big rules guy. Um,
Hmm.
so um, when I am in a game, I can't help but go, well, the rules, right? Um, and so it's an issue causer. I can imagine. And but it's good to have that clarification of like, at least I think to have that clarification of like these are what is set in stone,
Uh-huh.
and this is the thing that we have to go by. And if we want to change it, that's fine. It's just that we have these to go by, right?
Yeah, well, especially too as a dungeon master
Mm-hmm.
or a game master or keeper, what have you.
Whatever. Yeah.
Um, if you're running the game, it is your job to mediate between the rules that are in the book and sort of like the goals that the players have,
Mm-hmm.
and to come up with a sort of fair balance between those two.
Mm-hmm.
Um, as such, I think the only real answer for rules heavy or rules light is can only ever be what works best for your style and your table.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I honestly would say, like, if you debate whether or not you want to use rules like heavily or light, just do what feels right, like at the
Mhm.
time. Because it's never like if you flip flop every now and again, as long as you're consistent, I guess.
Yeah,
Like flip
yeah.
flopping isn't consistent, obviously, but as
Mhm.
long as you're consistent with general rulings, should be fine, right?
Like for like say for instance, sorry, I just took a drink of tea.
Yeah, you could.
Um, say for instance, the best example that comes to mind is the Call of Cthulhu game that Boo DM'd for us,
Right. Mm-hmm.
wherein we were surrounded by cultists in the woods, and I jammed a double barrel shotgun in one of the cultists' mouths, pulled both barrels, blew the guy's head off,
Mm-hmm.
and tried to intimidate and said, surrender now or wind up like him.
Mm-hmm.
In a situation like that, like I failed the intimidate check,
Yep.
but it would be weirder to fail the intimidation check than to pass.
Mm-hmm.
As such, that's one of the situations that I think Boo handled well, and not just because it wound up working in our favor, but I do think he handled it well, and that he was like, technically you shouldn't, but screw that. Like in the context of what's happening now, absolutely this will work.
Mm-hmm. I would say in that instance, like, I think anyone would agree that yes, you succeed in intimidation. It just depends on the like what how intimidating, like how much they can stand that, right?
Hmm.
Like absolutely they should be intimidated. It's more just I would have said it would be more of a uh an addition to what you've already done, like that intimidation roll, right?
Hmm.
If you had done it more, then it would have been like everything's like right. But I think we still fought a few more after that, right?
Yeah, like most of
Yeah,
them cut and ran.
yeah, exactly.
And there was like a few that remained because
Yeah,
they all got the chance to roll saves.
yeah, exactly. And so with that, I would say like, yeah, if you got a really successful intimidation roll, then it would just be like, yeah, everyone fucking runs. Like it doesn't matter. They don't get the saves anymore. They just fucking run.
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
especially in that situation, it made perfect sense for a lot of them to go,
yeah,
oh fuck.
yeah. Like varying degrees of success. Like success is not binary,
No.
especially in tabletop RPGs.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, you can have, for instance, in the most recent session I had in my campaign, um, my players got to the checkpoint I mentioned a couple of weeks ago,
Hmm. Yep.
and they were talking to Camlorn soldiers, and Camlorn is currently at war with Daggerfall, and they're on the northern border of Camlorn, and soldiers at a checkpoint asked them, "What is your business?" And despite knowing from 3 different ways that I told them that there was a war going on,
Mhm.
they just blindly went, "Oh yeah, no, we're selling supplies to Daggerfall. Yeah, we're with the Merchants Guild, and yeah, pretty big chunk of change." And the soldier's
Sure.
like, "What?" Um, but like through some slick salesmanship, the Spellblade was able to pretty much buy all that the soldiers were confiscating,
Yep.
with the exception of the food. But they now have a rolling bar on wheels, so food's not a problem with them.
Yep.
Now it's a business opportunity if everyone they're traveling with doesn't have food and they do.
Yeah.
Um,
Exactly.
and he had like all the merchants meet in his wagon that evening and was trying to sell the stuff back at them for like 5,000 gold,
Mhm. Mhm.
which is total what they would probably make if they sold it.
Mhm.
The goods are only worth about 3,000 total. And he rolled really high on like some persuasion checks. He got like a 32 or something. Because he rolled a 19 and his modifiers plus 13.
Mhm.
And I'm like there's some confusion at first with how much he was like trying to actually get them to sell. He was also trying to get them to buy cannonballs, and they're like, dude, we're fucking bankrupt now, fuck you.
Yeah.
um but I'm like, okay, you know what, you can get the 5,000 that you want for the materials, but just know the merchants are all gonna remember this,
Oh yeah.
and so is
Absolutely.
everyone in the Merchants Guild. And
Mhm.
people are gonna be a lot less willing to do business with you in the future.
Mhm.
And he wanted that 5,000 gold, and I'm like, okay, well, they only have about like 1,800 on them at the moment. I gave him like all the gold that they were carrying,
Mhm.
and I'm like, yeah, they'll have you basically wire you the rest through the Merchants Guild in the future.
Yep.
But yeah, you've made your decision.
Mhm. Mhm.
And he's like, yeah, I got money, and I'm like, okay. Like
Mhm.
he
Yeah.
he got
Damage
it.
reputation. Get money.
Yeah, he you know what he did was the equivalent of highway robbery
Mhm.
mixed with a little bit of wharf profiteering,
Yep. Yep.
which to other members of the same guild is gonna be like not strictly illegal, but
Nope.
like everyone's gonna hate and gossip about him now.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you can succeed and still fail long term, and you
Absolutely.
can fail short term and still succeed long term.
Mhm. Mhm.
Success is not binary.
Yeah. And so, moving right into the video, let's see what his points are, because I'm excited.
Yeah, it's maybe good.
Maybe.
Hey Stat Rollers, Bill with Roll
I
Stats.
hope it is.
Today we're going to
Mhm.
take a trip back into yesteryear and start at the very beginning of D&D, at least the beginning of my journey along the path that we know as D&D, and really what remains, in my opinion anyway, probably the best rendition of the game ever made. We're starting here with the pink box, the Moldvay Basic Dungeons & Dragons set. This
Okay.
product right here.
So, just quick point, nothing to do with D&D, but is it just made as this guy look like Vincent D'Onofrio?
A little bit. I can see it a little bit. Yeah. Um. Interesting though. Like the best thing is the first. I guess.
Eh,
I don't know.
I mean, you and I prefer 3.5. I'm sure
Yeah, this is personal
that.
opinion. It's true. It's true. It's true.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, personally, I'm not the hugest fan of first edition or like AD&D and D and stuff like that.
I'm more into AD&D than I am first. I think.
AD&D's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Um, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
preference.
exactly. Not too much to go off here.
Dungeons and Dragons set. This product right here, more than anything else, cemented my relationship with Dungeons and Dragons
That's
for
good.
the rest of my life. Most folks attribute this to Gygax, right? Like this is Gygaxian D&D. It is, but it's not. What I mean by that is, so AD&D actually came out before this, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. So first edition D&D, AD&D came out first, and that was truly Gygax. This is really more Dave Arneson, right? So like this basic set BX, and even Back Me, right? That's
Oh, this is D&D Basic. It's not even first edition. Sorry, hold on.
Okay.
Let me just double check that because I need to make sense. Because my fucking window is now over there. We played Basic, like, or at least I played with you guys with Basic for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we played.
That was the campaign I played Muscle Wizard, wasn't it? Or was that
No.
AD&D?
No, that you guys played that without me. I played a different Basic thing actually. Never mind. Now that I think about it. Let me see. Basic, D and D. Dungeons and Dragons basics set is a set of rulebooks. Is this the purple box? Okay, maybe I'll search for that. D&D purple box. Yeah, that's something I searched. Yeah, okay. Basic set. Classic pink box set. Can I get some information? Thank you, Wikipedia. Okay, it is D&D basic. Okay.
Okay.
So this is written by Eric Holmes, based on Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson's original work. It's the first edition was that, and then later editions were edited. Okay. Which edition is that one then? Interesting. There's apparently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different editions of this basic set. So yeah, that's something I didn't know. Interesting. So okay, let's see where this goes.
Yeah.
It's an Arneson rule set that's not necessarily a Gygaxian rule set, although they were certainly both involved in the development of the game. This was Arneson's baby, and AD&D, Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, so building out a new mechanical rule set around OD&D was Gygax, and then preserving that feeling of OD&D was Arneson. So this basic rule set is actually closer to OD&D or original D&D than AD&D ever was or will be. And that's important to understand. I think, and especially at the time, right, like during the 80s, there were people playing AD&D, and basic was looked at as less than, or sort of, oh, this is for beginners because it was called the basic set, that this was an easier game or less than AD&D. And I'm here to tell you that it's not. I guess what I'm saying is, if you think that AD&D or first edition is closer to OD&D, it absolutely is not.
Okay, but what does this have to do with the rules?
I'm sure he will hopefully get into it.
Yeah, I hope so, because I don't, I mean, okay, interesting so far, I guess, but I don't know.
This is OD&D, or at least the spirit of OD&D. And that is an important distinction. What I'll say is, this is not a lesser game. In my opinion, this is probably a better game. And I love first edition. I love AD&D. I've played them both. I played a lot of AD&D. To me, AD&D is rules heavier, and this is much more rules light. The rule book itself is 64 pages long, with monsters included, right? Whereas AD&D started sort of the whole core rule book thing, where you needed a separate player's handbook and a dungeon master's guide and a monster manual. With this, it was all included in one. That doesn't mean that this is an easier game. It doesn't mean that this is a lesser game. It means that it's less crunchy. It means that it's less mechanically heavy. To me, that's not a bad thing. And again, that's actually something that's important to note, because even way back in the late 70s...
Okay, so before we go too far, a smaller rulebook with more everything packed in is rules light, whereas rules heavy is the core books that are like a dungeon master's guide, a player's handbook, like all that kind of stuff is rules heavy?
Yeah, because think like, core rule book for 3.5.
Mhm.
If you were to take like all the rules out of player's handbook and dungeon master's guide and stuff like that,
Mhm.
would
Mhm.
almost definitely be longer than 60 pages. So there's just more
No,
content.
absolutely. Absolutely. There's more there. I guess my question then becomes, in something say like 5th edition, is that also rules heavy? Cuz that is much less, that feels like less rules, right? Um I don't know. I would have to look at the D&D basic handbook again, basically, like all those rules there, but I
Mhm.
don't know. It's interesting to think about, because with something that has quote unquote less, um, you have a lot more. I guess a lot more both freedom and also need to define what rules are, right? There's a lot more work that needs to be put in there for a lot of other things that might not be in the book. Um, which is neat, and it makes it so that it's, I guess, more your world in the sense, because like this is how things work in your world because you had to make the ruling, right? And that's how you have to do it. Whereas in the more rules heavy-ish kind of things, they have more rules to define everything. But I don't know. It doesn't. I
I
don't know.
I I I don't really see how to put this. I'm trying to understand how you're seeing this as, I guess, complicated. Like, I'm not trying to be dickish. Um, but how if there's more pages filled with rules, then
Mhm.
that's more rules heavy.
No, I know. Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just saying, like it's interesting to just like it, I guess what I'm not trying to put it as like a negative or anything. Like I'm not
Mhm.
saying like he's wrong or anything. Absolutely not. He's entirely correct. It's just one of those things where it's I'm now thinking about it more, and I guess I'm just musing more on like something that I should have thought of beforehand, I guess. Um
Okay.
of how like rules kind of dictate how you present your world.
Mhm. Um, I do like the idea of, as something is more rules light, then it allows you to come up with those rules on your own
Yeah.
and sort of dictate how your world and sort of, I guess, the lore of it affects daily life
Hmm.
for its
Hmm.
inhabitants.
And early 80s, people were already having that argument over rules light versus crunch. In other words, which game do you prefer? Do you prefer a mechanically cumbersome, heavy crunch game, or do you prefer a rules light version of the game, which in my opinion, allows for looser interpretation, more imagination, more DM control,
Okay.
more player control? I feel that the more rules you apply to the game, the less freedom you're giving DM and player. In other words,
Yeah. So,
Huh.
bias aside,
Yeah.
um, I'm not a huge fan of the description of, oh, if it's more rules heavy, then it is cumbersome.
Yeah.
Um, I
I
was almost half expecting him to say, like, do you prefer a more crunch, cumbersome game versus a light, fun jaunt or something like
Yeah,
that?
that would have made more sense.
Um,
I it, so rules restricting. I don't think that's necessarily true.
no.
Um I think it's more, how do you work with what you're given, right?
Yes. So, example, I think being grappling
Mm-hmm.
in 5e, where there's absolutely nothing.
Yep.
If someone's like, hey, can I grapple? And a DM's like, oh gee, I don't know. There's not too much here in the books about it.
Mhm.
I think if I'm going to follow the rules, then no. Versus if you're like in 3.5 where someone's like, "Hey, can I try grappling?"
Mhm.
And you're like, "All right, well, there is a whole sort of skeleton here
Exactly.
on how to grapple that we can then pick and choose from as we deem necessary, both for balancing fun
Mhm.
and what makes sense for the situation you're in."
It helps with players getting involved, I think, as well, right? Because then in that situation, basically um you're basically able to, for something like 5e, you'd have to then go, like, if you're looking at the rules of grappling, you go, "Hey, I'm grappling," right? Cool. You're grappling now. Nice. Um
You've done nothing.
right? Like you're preventing them from running. That's neat. Um that's
You know what
about
else?
it.
You know what else does that? Rope.
Yep. Like you don't do damage. There's nothing advantageous except for keeping them in a single spot, which you could be doing with um anything else. um
Dude, a bit of move earth and a solid shove will keep them from moving.
exactly, right? Like there are many other ways that don't need you to just grapple them and have no advantage whatsoever. Um whereas in 3.5 we can then go into the minutia of just like, "Hey, I'm gonna grapple him." Okay, we go through the grapple. We go through the grapple process. Now that you're grappling him, fucking, what are you doing, man? What are you, like? You gonna try to choke him out? You gonna try to, like, fucking just
Yeah.
keep bashing him? You gonna try to take his fucking weapon? Like, what are you doing, man? You have all these
Yeah.
options, right?
Um, I will say I can see that not being advantageous for like a certain type of player who doesn't want to bother being like having to memorize all these rules,
Mm-hmm.
and they want a more, I guess, casual D&D experience. Not
So,
casual, but like,
more streamlined, I guess.
yeah, there's someone in particular that I am sort of like casting my mind back on,
Okay.
a friend of mine from high school. She loved fantasy,
Mm.
unicorns in fucking particular. Oh my god. Um, and
Yeah, unicorns
I
are cool.
just don't. I see her being interested in like sort of fantasy like
Mm-hmm.
D&D or such Pathfinder in general.
Mm-hmm.
I do not see her doing well with memorizing anything from a book.
Yeah. So, this is one of those things where like we say to read the player's handbook all the time, which you should
Mhm.
do because it
Yes.
gives you useful information. And if you're not willing to do that, then at least read what your class can do in the little class section. Right?
Mhm.
We've said that before.
I was talking to a friend of mine. I stopped in at the local store the other day, and
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to a friend of mine who works there, and we were talking about actually a campaign that one of my players is running that he's a player in.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, "Oh yeah," and he was telling me about his character, and I'm like, "What race are you?" And he's like, "Uh,"
What?
he didn't know his race.
How?
I don't know.
That's part of character
And
creation.
and he's like, "It was the one that gave me the bonus to armor or something," and I'm like, "Dude,
What?
that doesn't mean
That's
anything."
not a
Like,
what?
it was apparently some human variant that got him heavy armor mastery.
Uh,
Apparently they worked something out,
yeah.
but
Okay, that sounds like a yeah. Okay.
um, I'm like, he's telling me about how his character like used to be a soldier and
Sure.
stuff like that. So I'm starting to think like human,
Mm-hmm.
and then he's like, but I'm like also uh like I'm not really mentally like all there, and I'm just kind of like non-verbal most of the time because I'm
Uh-huh.
not really like comfortable with role playing yet. And I'm like, oh yeah, and you sort of like want to see a lot of people do it and sort of learn by watching them. And he's like, yeah, and I'm like, well, like that's good that you want to learn
Yeah.
that way, but just so you know, the best way to learn to swim is to get wet.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, yeah, that's fair. And like we started talking, and I'm like, so like, what's your race? Like, if you're going for like heavy like armor and big weapons, are you like a Goliath
Mm-hmm.
or like an orc or
Mm-hmm.
maybe human? And he's like, I don't know. And when I got to my session, I'm like, Dave, like, what's Zach's race? Because like Zach was saying like, oh yeah, no, like I'm this, and
Uh-huh.
I'm
Uh-huh.
like, is what is he? And he's like, oh yeah, human variant. I'm like, cool. You should probably tell him that.
Yeah, it's a little strange your player doesn't even know what the fuck he is.
Yeah, I'm like, because I was just talking to him like 5 minutes ago about it, and he didn't know. So like, yeah, no, there
So,
are some people for whom memorization is not a strong suit.
sure, which is fine, which is what notes are for.
Yes.
And like, if you don't want to take notes, then okay, what are you doing? I guess. But for something that you want to do that's more rules light, something that even for the example of somebody who doesn't do well with memorization, let's go with that.
Mhm.
Then I don't know. D&D is a lot of that.
Yeah.
Right? Like
It
we kind of have this thing in our
well.
heads that's like a brain, and we kind of have to use it a lot in everyday life, and so we have to use it a lot in D&D.
It is indeed called theater of the mind, not theater of the notes.
Exactly. So like I was gonna put an example of using a system in which like it's not even that much of a system. It's just you take a d20 and you just roll things out. Like you just tell a story together and determine things via the d20, right? Like
Mhm.
you could do it like that, no problem. Just as a single d20, even a d6. Like doesn't
That sounds sort of like
GURPS
everyone is Jim,
or
or
everyone is John. Yeah, that too.
yeah.
Yeah. But I think GURPS uses a D6 system only. And it's
I'm gonna be honest, I have like next to no experience with GURPS.
me either, but I remember that being said, and I might be wrong. Somebody tell me about GURPS. Anyway, I'll look into it at some point, and we'll probably talk about it more at some point. But you could do something like that where it's like just a fun little get together where you just roll a die every now and again, I guess.
Mhm.
D&D is
Yeah.
so much more involved than that.
You could play what everyone thinks D&D is or what D&D is.
Exactly. And so like I don't know. It's again like if you prefer the more bare bones rules so that you can have that freedom, quote unquote, right? Then go for it. That's preference. Can't do anything with that. Whatever you prefer, right? You do what you want. If you prefer 5th edition over 3.5, or if you prefer 3.5 over 5th edition, right? There's nothing that anyone can do other than kind of explain how both things work,
Yes,
and then try to compare.
You can enjoy either of the 2 editions of D&D.
Yes, exactly. And then like again, now that, and of course AD&D, fucking basic, like again, same thing. You can enjoy both. Like I enjoy pretty much every system that I've played because they're all very similar, right? Like
Yeah.
there's nothing that's made me go I just don't want to play this system, right? I except for Fate of Cthulhu. That was the only time where I was like, I don't.
would play it.
I would still play it, yes, but I don't want to. So
I feel it could be a fantastic opportunity for it's like when we watched Hangar 10,
Yep.
and it was a trash garbage fire movie.
God, it was bad.
It was awful,
Uh-huh.
but like 3/4 of the joy in watching that movie was just in having it on and just ripping it apart.
Yes, that was
Much like
very fun.
Prometheus, for instance.
Right. Yeah.
I would be down to have that experience, except not with a movie, but with a tabletop RPG.
Right. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah. Again, it's more what we make of it than what it is.
Yeah.
Um.
Plus, with a good DM, even a bad system can be made tolerable.
Oh, sure, absolutely. We would gut things out of it anyway to make it an actual fucking game.
Dude, like 45 minutes in, we would just be playing a jury-rigged Call of Cthulhu.
Exactly. Like, why would we even need it?
Yeah, like Boo would be reading the module and go, "So you're supposed to fight a Shoggoth at this point,
Yeah.
but good luck with that. There's a Shoggoth in the room, and then there's a door behind you. What do you do?"
Yeah, exactly. Like, and at that point, I'd just be like, I just go out the door, I guess. Like, fucking get me out of here, man.
I'm going to leave half insane right now.
Yeah.
Can I do that, please?
But anyway, yeah. So, yeah. I just want to listen to what he said one more time, just as
more DM mechanically cumbersome, heavy crunch game, or do you prefer a rules light version of the game, which, in my opinion, allows for looser interpretation, more imagination, more DM control, more player control? I feel.
Okay, so
I will grant itself to more imagination.
sure, yeah.
Because if you're used to a certain like rule set that tells you, okay, I can take options A, B, C, and D, and
Mhm.
those from there branch into alpha, beta, gamma,
Mhm.
like and whatever. If you don't have that framework and you're just gonna start what's the term? Not it's like when you just take a bunch of ideas and you put them all on a board together.
Brainstorming.
Brainstorming, yes.
Mhm.
The term that was in my mind was power thinking. And while I love the idea of it, I know that's not the term.
Yep. Okay. All right. Go on.
What I'm gonna call it from now on.
Okay. Power thinking. Here we go.
Yeah, if you're gonna be more apt to brainstorm by not having a sort of a framework of rules,
Mhm.
it can allow you to be more likely to come up with creative, off-the-wall solutions to things.
Sure.
The only drawback to that is that, speaking as a DM, a lot of the players that a lot of the ideas that players come up with to solutions to very simple and mundane problems are totally stupid. Like there's a door in front of you. It may be trapped, and it's like, okay, I'll burn the door down.
That's what I was thinking.
Like, yeah, no. Oh no, I immediately
Yep.
thought of like my own stupid ideas I've suggested in the past.
Yeah.
And being in a whole group of players where you mention something as a joke and they're like, yeah, that seems cool, and you're like, oh, what if I started? Guys, I'm just saying we burned down the tavern. Show of hands?
I legit in one of my games was like, yeah, so all the bad guys are in there, right? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, we could just set the place on fire because it's kind of like their business and they make the most money from it, and like it would cripple them financially a little bit, and maybe one of them would be caught in the fire. I don't know. I was just like, seems fine to me.
And everyone goes, yeah.
People were going, yeah, we could burn that place down. I was like, sick. All right. I'm glad we're on board.
guess we're doing this.
No, we didn't, unfortunately. I wish we had. That would have been fucking
Uh.
interesting as shit. 'Cause it'd just be like, how good are we, I guess? It's very interesting. Chaotic good suggests. Anyway, but, for, so, he said, more liberal interpretations, I think, which is just, I don't think that's something you can really quantify. I think interpretations are going to be however they are for every individual person, however they are. Whether or not, and I recently have seen some things that have been interpreted in ways that I could not imagine, even though things seem plain as fucking day. And that can be a problem at times, but then again, you have a party usually of people who are like, that's not how, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Flashbacks. But
Are you talking about this is what the creators intended?
there's also that, yes. But no, I mean recently, like a few minutes ago, before we started, what I told you about, looking at things through some sort of crazy warped lens that I have no fucking idea.
Yeah. Okay.
So things like that exist, I guess. But I think what I'm saying is, like, it doesn't matter what you put for rules. People are going to interpret them however they interpret them. And then what you do is you go to the DM, who has final say on their interpretation, unfortunately for everyone involved. But
Depending.
But usually you can strike up a conversation and, be like, well, maybe I could do it like this because, I mean, this is what it says, and then they could start thinking about it and go like, maybe yes or maybe no, right? Being open to that kind of stuff is kind of a part of the job.
Yeah, so long as you don't have a fun sucker DM who is like, well, it's not a rules as written.
Right, exactly. We don't want to always.
I am the god of this world.
We don't want power tripping raw gods. So. Lots of barking. So the.
Oh, yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, apologies about that. Dog is barking in the background because somebody's outside or something. Or I'm gonna die today. Who knows? But
we could all, should we all be so lucky?
I know. But it's one of those things where the ruling, like, even with the very bare bones rules, people will go by that, and then they won't stray too far from it. I would imagine, because I mean, thinking out of the box is definitely fun, and I would like to see that more. But having been playing for a while and kind of being with different groups, like, I've seen many out of the box thinkers, but I've seen way more that do not think that way. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I will personally say I do better when I have more of a framework in place.
Yeah.
For instance, when we were looking at making a Fate game, one of the things where I was sort of like really having a hard time wrapping my mind around was, I was like, so what can I do?
Yeah.
What do I do with my character? Like, what sets him apart? Like, what is my skill set? What do I do?
What am I capable of?
Yeah, exactly. Whereas with say, for instance, in our Doubles and Dice campaign, with Boris, I'm usually always thinking of some weird way to combine shadow magic and physics into, like, this weird, stupid, off the wall, ad hoc kind of, yeah, no, I guess that'd work.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
That the more rules you apply to the game, the less freedom you're giving DM and player. In other words,
No.
This has a framework for covering just about anything that a dungeon master needs to address, a question that he needs to answer, or a player's action that he would like to take. But it
does it?
Okay, so hold on. Mind if we play that again?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was thinking of a point, and because of that, I wasn't listening.
More rules you apply to the game, the less freedom you're giving DM and player. In other words, this has a framework for covering just about anything that a dungeon master needs to address, a question that he needs to answer, or a player's action that he would like to take, but it allows for much more interpretation.
Does it?
Yeah, I have not read that, so I can't personally speak one way or the other on that.
Well, just from that statement, you could apply that to any rule set, I feel.
Yeah, no, like 5e does a good job of covering most things that a player could ask.
I wouldn't say
it's not perfect.
Yeah,
but
I was gonna say he says that this covers all of those things, and I'm over here going, does it really though?
if you're saying that they fit all that within 60 pages, I'm gonna be asking, do you have pictures and how small is the font?
Yeah, because I mean, I wish I had a version with me to actually compare. So this is obviously, unfortunately, mostly speculation, but I highly doubt that is the case. I would say, yes, there's a skeletal framework in there that you could work off to answer those questions with your own, like, spin and work put in there. But I don't think with just the base set you would have... And again, I could be wrong. Somebody could just say, hey, fucking no, it's got everything you would actually need that any player would ask about, or that any ruling that you would need. But, like... When I look at something like 5th edition, where they don't even address making magical items at all, like, there's nothing there, then I kind of have, like, they did before, yes, but is that also in the basic set? I would like to know, because we have these examples of they do and they don't.
I would also say that by having a more developed rule set, you are not limiting the DM or the players.
No.
The players, you could say, are limited by the rules, but they are only limited by the rules that the DM enforces. Secondly, the DM is absolutely not beholden to the rules of the game.
No.
To this, I would reference page 6 of the player's handbook, which says, ultimately, the dungeon master is the authority on the campaign and its setting, even if the setting is a published world. That includes rules.
Yes. Like, it's incredibly small-minded to say that rules will completely, like, limit when there are more of them. Like, yeah, that's the point, I suppose, is to kind of put that guideline in, or sorry, not guideline, that barrier in place so that you can't do something because of the rules. But
you know what this reminds me of?
Yeah.
Actually, like, hardcore.
Okay.
It reminds me of that sketch about a crooked cop's worst nightmare, wherein a player, like, say, goes to the DM and he's like, but why won't you allow me to do this? And the DM is like, it may seem to the casual observer that my hands are free and unfettered, but in reality, my hands are tied.
That's right. Yeah. No, but, like, legitimately, it's so strange to think that the DM is now just completely tied down to exactly what the book says, like, for rules. Like, I have never thought in any stretch of my time playing anything that the creator of the world has, like, no power against what's written in the book.
Yeah.
It's very strange. Very strange.
Like, if you have a world with a very specific magic system,
Yeah.
and you look to play D&D 5e in it, like, I guess you just now have the weave.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess.
Right, like I can't incorporate this. There's
Yeah.
just the weave
Oh,
there.
oh no, look at that. I'm playing an Elder Scrolls campaign and I have like a druid and oh boy, how do I describe oh boy, I have a warlock. Oh no.
Oh no.
Like,
Yeah, exactly. It's incredibly weird. I don't
what
know.
do you mean magic comes from the sun and stars? What do you mean there are no sun and stars? Then where is my magic coming from?
More imagination. When you begin to define things, really, really define things with obscure rules, you're placing many more restrictions on the DM and the player simultaneously. What you're saying is, when a rule is
Before we go into that, no, how are they obscure in the book when they are quite literally there for people to?
Because
I mean,
I have to move 60 whole pages to get to there.
right, like this is the thing that I have an issue with people that don't want to read the player's handbook or anything really. It's like how do you not want to learn more about what is like possible? Right? Like you can have more of an idea of what you can do when you look at how things interact via the rules. So
In fairness,
uh-huh.
I understand what he's saying.
Okay.
In that you could interpret like the rules lawyer nerd who sits at your table and goes,
Hello.
actually, according to page 89, chapter 3, subsection C,
It's true.
paragraph 12, grapple rules don't apply to remorazes because
Mm-hmm.
you
They
know,
have
like
so many
what have you.
langs.
Yeah, like you can't do a full Nelson on a remoraz.
Right.
Which, like, I would hope would be obvious, but
Yeah, but
um,
still.
I would say that um, if you are going to refer to a book that is able to be downloaded for free as a PDF or
Mm-hmm.
bought hardcover for 20 books
Mm-hmm.
from any games shop or book distributor,
Mm-hmm.
and it is in fact the simple process of reading the book as obscure,
Mm-hmm.
then yes, the rules are obscure in this case.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome,
But if you're
Boo.
willing,
Hello.
hello, Boo.
Ah.
But continuing my point,
Yes, go
but
on.
if you're willing to acknowledge the fact that the DM has put in a lot of work into creating the world and
Mhm.
creating a campaign, and that there are you and probably multiple other players who have taken time out of their probably busy weeks
Mm,
to meet at a certain particular time, the least you can do is do your homework.
yeah.
Hmm.
Read your player's handbook.
Please, God fucking damn it. It's not hard. Like it's definitely like it's a book, dude. You can look at it and read it, and guess what?
It's
You can
got
take
pictures.
your fucking time with it, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying read it by tomorrow night.
No, like unless that is up to you though. If you do not read it at all before the session, and then it's the day next, like the next day is the session, and you're like, fuck, and then you just jam through the book. You're like, what? That's a you thing, right?
I would still say it's preferable to not at all.
I would still say, even if you don't do that, read what your fucking character can do. Like, on the
yeah.
characters. Like,
It's 2 pages, half of which is a picture and charts.
exactly. Like, I will.
And those charts won't even be relevant to you for, like, another couple weeks.
I fucking beg. I fucking beg that you at least read what your character can do. Because if you don't, you're just going to be sitting there, and then when the DM comes to you and goes, all right, what do? You go, I don't even know how my character works. It's like, why are you even here?
Yeah.
I'm a rouge, right? That makes me a type of red.
Exactly. Like it's definitely
What?
it's
What are you talking
definitely well, sorry.
Rouge didn't have any color in red in her color scheme.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
And this isn't to say, like, if you're a new player and you have no fucking clue what you're doing, like, I guess you have somewhat of a pass when you get to the table at first, right? Because, like, you're learning. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Everyone gets a couple weeks.
Exactly. Like, you get a few days of just, like, people going, okay, so this is how this works and this is how this works. But, and I'm not saying you need to commit it to fucking memory, but you can at least try to, I don't know, write it down, try to put it on your sheet somewhere to give yourself some way that you know that you can remember how to do things. Right?
I mean, I'm one of the ones, I'm actually kind of the oddball out because every time we end a podcast, everybody's always like, oh, read your player's handbook and all that. And the thing is, with me, I get kind of like the important cliff notes. For me, what I do is if I'm playing a paladin, I look at the paladin, I look at the race that I'm playing, and then I look at weapons and gear.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
And then obviously the spells and stuff.
Spells that you can do, but yeah.
That's
So
fine.
if someone tells you to read your player's handbook, they're not asking you to read 300 pages of everything. They want you to read the stuff that concerns you.
Fine.
Yeah,
that's fine if you do, but you're going to be overloading yourself.
I don't know about
It depends on the person. Depends.
I'm not asking people to memorize that 1 pound of wheat costs 1 copper piece.
Oh, God,
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
Oh,
That
I mean,
1 pound
no.
of platinum is 500 gold.
Yeah, and
I'm not-
hell, that's something that we do even when we're playing. We're like, okay, we're stealing stuff. How much does this cost?
Oh,
you know,
sure.
how much is a bullet lantern or a bullet hole lantern, Morty?
Like you're not. No one is expecting you to fucking read the services like table that's like coaches, right? Like all that stuff, and go like, okay, commit this to memory. No, that's dumb. Like if
unless your character is a coach driver,
sure, like if
then
you
like,
read
it
what's
just depends.
You read what's important to you, and
Yeah.
the thing is, if you also want to have a little bit more. You go into the player's handbook and you read a little bit more about what you want to learn about, right? The things with like combat and stuff, I think that's a good section to just read on your own, just to have just as so you know everything that is possible in combat.
Know
right?
what a surprise round is.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like you like
Dear Jesus, I just turned to page 185 and I saw social interaction.
Yeah.
And for a second I thought I read social distancing. And I was like, no.
Mandela effect, dude. Immediately it's in there.
Yeah.
No,
Fucking.
but it's one of those things where so this is the other side of it is if you don't read about all this stuff and you have your DM there, you ask your DM questions, right? If you're a new player or even if you're experienced and you don't understand the system as well, right? Like or something, like you get the answers that you need, right? And if you come across a situation like I know I was talking to Brogan about this the other day. We were talking about combat casting in 3.5 and how if you do a spell next to a person in melee, it provokes an attack of opportunity unless you say that you're going to cast defensively, right? And he was saying it's a little hard to find in the book, and upon thinking about it more, it is in its own section as a full round action, I believe, in the combat like chapter. And so like there's a bit of digging you have to do in order to do this, right? And so it is harder for a newer player to find. Yes. And then if in a game your GM goes, "Hey, there's a guy next to you and if you cast a spell, you're going to provoke attack of opportunity." Right? And then they go, "What? Why?" And then they explain it and then they go, "But you can prevent that opportunity attack if you do this casting defensively, right? It's a whole big learning experience that you can do that you can then have as actual in-game experience so that you understand and then like have that example to draw back on, I guess.
And then what you
have
do
it
as
in
a player
practice.
who has used this as a learning opportunity, you write that in your notes.
You write it somewhere on your sheet, you write it in your notes, like, or you commit it to memory, or some, like, whatever you do in order to remember that that exists, you do it, right? And then even so, like, in game, most people are gonna go, like, okay, I'm gonna cast Fireball right now, and then they're like, there's a goblin next to you, though. You're gonna provoke attack of opportunity if you do that. Are you sure you want to do that right now? Right? A lot of DMs are gonna give you that little leniency unless they're huge dicks. or you're in a
you've
situation.
been or I was gonna say, or you've like known about this and been warned 10 times, and they can reasonably assume that you know.
Exactly. That is the other side of the coin of like, you have been told this session after session after session after session, and then they just go, no, you're taking the attack of opportunity. You just haven't remembered this. Like, you haven't written it down. You haven't done anything to show me that you are willing to learn this rule, so I'm going to punish you for it, unfortunately, because that's the only other option.
It may not even be punishment as a DM.
Right.
If I told someone about it like 10 times and like they seem to be getting it, then if they say like, oh yeah, I'll cast the spell, I'll say, okay, like, you do know that goblin's right next to you, right? And if they say, yeah, I know, and I'm gonna go, cool.
Okay, so
and then I'll roll that attack of opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. So it's either a punishment or it's a reinforcement, right? Because then if they go, wait, oh shit, right?
Oh, I didn't realize he was next to me, and you go, yeah, bud, and they go, all right, that changes things.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's many ways to handle it, and it just depends on how much, you're willing to show that you're gonna learn this shit.
It can also be a situation where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to tank that hit. This is what's best.
And yeah, it could be a whole thing like that. Like, I'm taking that because that's their reaction. That's their opportunity attack. They don't have one anymore, right? Like, this is tactically what my character is doing, right? To make it so that somebody else could just run by him or something, right? There could be something there for that. It depends on the situation. And I think that you should read your player's handbook. Anyway, this video hasn't been anything like here or there so far, Boo. We've just
I was actually just about to ask, so how does the video relate to what you guys have been talking about so far?
He's been going about, or we're starting to go into rules heavy versus rules light, which is in his example is the basic D&D basic box set versus like something like AD&D, which is the aforementioned is rules light, the latter is rules heavy.
Oh, don't worry, I know. I played it.
Yeah, exactly. And, which is totally, absolutely, that's fair.
Yeah.
He's also now going into the fact that he thinks that, or sorry, not fact, I don't know, well, he has the opinion that having more rules limits creativity, limits imagination, limits interpretation, all this kind of stuff, which is very strange to us, at least.
I can understand that, but I haven't really. I can understand the thought, but without a little bit of context, I couldn't really swing one way or the other.
Yeah, I can see where his logic is tracking from. I just don't agree with it.
Like,
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying I disagree.
Exactly. Like, it's one of those things where I think it depends upon the person.
Yes.
Because we've gone over, like, rules kind of, it gives, at least for us, it gives the framework of, like, this is how the world works, and then we go, how can I make the world work differently because of these rules, right? Like, how does it make the interactions between different things in the world, like, happen, basically?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's very interesting.
written. When a rule is defined, when an action is defined, what you're saying is there is a right way and there's a wrong way to address this situation. And
Yes.
Let him finish his sentence.
Okay.
certainly, that is up to DM discretion, and it's up to player discretion, and there are different ways to interpret those rules, but that's the whole point. There
Pull your
is
jets,
a
Alejo.
rule written, so there is a right way to do this, at least as defined by the game designer. With this rules light type of system, you're
Okay, so before we go into rules light type of system, then the way the game designer has put it, sure, that's how the game was designed, but you've already said that that's like, if the DM and the players are like, no, then that kind of overrules it, doesn't it?
Joe Don Baker.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't, I don't know if it makes it then a right or wrong way. Right? Because it's already like, so it does and it doesn't, I guess, is my thing. It does then give you this example of this is how things are, so do them that way. But then if everybody disagrees with it, then it is also not how that is done. And then you set a different rule that is that way. But then again, if somebody else looks at it and goes, I don't agree with that, then it doesn't as well. So it already then goes into the multiple interpretations thing of like, this is a more rules. If it's a rule in general, then in either case it's very open to interpretation. I guess. So I don't know.
I would say that things tend to become more rules heavy as time goes on, and more house rules are written and established by precedent.
Yes.
However, in a rules heavy scenario, you at least gain the advantage of there is a framework that is laid out before you.
Right.
And if you choose to ignore it and modify it, then the system has become no more rules heavy. It has only become modified.
Exactly.
not defining as many actions. You're giving a framework, you're giving an outline, you're allowing players to act and react based on what they can imagine, what they can come up with. How are you...
That's no different than rules heavy, though.
Because if I'm playing in a rules light game and I try to react in a creative way, I say, okay, I do this. And then the DM goes, okay. And then if I'm playing in a rules heavy thing, I react the way my character would react and say, okay, I do this. And the DM is like, and then, no. I say, I do this. And I say, can I do something like that? Like, according to the rules, can I do something like this?
Right.
And then I do what I can to work
not.
within the heavy rules,
Right.
but I'm still going to act the same way.
Yeah, it just might be a little bit more complex.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Like, you still get the framework in both. You still are able to do things creatively in both to the same degree, I would say.
Yeah.
Going to address this, don't look for it in a rule book. Go to your imagination. Imagine what exactly your character would do in this particular situation, and then you can work out the mechanics of that later. This is more about story and less about mechanics.
Why is he
in my
squinting
opinion.
so hard?
And
Don't know.
I think that's funny because, again,
Looks like the
even
sun
way
maybe in
back
his
in the
eyes.
beginning,
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Story-
some people are just kind of more like that. I mentioned Vincent D'Onofrio is kind of
True,
like that.
That's true.
Yeah.
and less about mechanics, in my opinion. And I think that's funny because, again, even way back in the beginning, right? So, like, back in the 80s when I started playing, and hell, I'm old as dirt, right? Like, so back in the 80s when I started playing, there was still that debate raging over rules light, rules heavy, crunchy, not crunchy. Is your game story driven or is your game mechanically driven? In other words, are you a strategic tactical player and are you trying to min?
In terms of crunchy or not, I prefer my peanut butter smooth.
Yeah, like that. Okay, so neither way is wrong.
Yeah.
Both ways can be very fun. The if you want more tactics heavy thing, I guess you can do both in both instances though, I feel.
Yeah.
Right? Like
who's to say you can't be creative and tactical?
Right, like
use creative tactics.
Yeah, like
huh?
I don't
Yeah, I was actually telling Alejo how when we were looking at making the fate system,
right.
one of the big things for me to wrap my head around was like, what do I do?
Yeah.
What can I do?
Yeah.
Versus in the Devils and Dice campaign, I'm like really happy with Boris and the weird, stupid like mixtures of physics and shadow magic that I'm able to come up with. And like use a blanket and teleport to it.
Right.
Yeah, and like fucking knocking people back by using your shadow bridge. I never expected you to do that.
Yeah,
but it makes perfect sense, and I love it.
I think there, like in something like that, you could do the same thing in both, right? Because, well, it just depends on what you are playing, right? Because in something like Fate, that is, I assume less rules heavy. I don't know too much about Fate.
Me neither. I just know the character sheet, basically.
Yeah, it's pretty bare bones.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that case, if you were to play the same character, you could do the same thing, right? It's just that in the situation, like what you've described, you had a harder time going, what can I do? Because there was nothing laid out for you to be able to like actually grasp on. Which is again,
there's nothing for me. There's nothing for me to like make assumptions and then from there leap to conclusions.
Right. And like there's nothing wrong with having a system that goes, whatever you can think, try it, do it, right? Just make a roll based on that. It's harder to conceptualize everything than it is to have that block that you have that goes, this is what you can do. But then again, it doesn't make it so that you can't just go, well, I'm going to do something out of left field because this is what I can do, but it didn't say anything about this.
No, my experiences with Fate versus 3.5 are not to say that, oh, this is how things should be done.
No, I'm not saying that either.
That in the way that I process things, having a more developed framework was beneficial to me.
Right, and I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying that to equate it to what he's saying, like, you can do both extremely similarly. And you can mix and match, like what he's saying with the tactics thing, or having a more mechanic kind of based thing. You can still have it be purely more mechanical, I suppose, in something that is rules light, because you still have that, as he's stated, framework for everything that you need, apparently. So,
yeah, if it is a rules light system that still somehow manages to touch on any bit of info that a DM could ever need, fantastic, sign me up.
Yeah.
But I'm dubious.
Skeptical.
Yeah.
Tactical player, and are you min-max your way to winning the game, or are you trying to tell a story?
Okay, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms.
Like, the min-max player you can have in both settings, first off. Second off, like, you're gonna be telling a story regardless. It doesn't matter if you've min-maxed or not. You tell the story, right?
Yeah.
I was running. We had the mercenary campaign that I was running, and fucking my players knew, like, okay, this is gonna be more combat heavy because it is. That's just the nature of what we're doing. We're mercenaries. We're going out. We're a mercenary company. We're going to be hired to do fucking combat jobs, right? Or whatever we're hired for. And I was like, cool. And one of my players was like, okay, I'm gonna make my character as min-max as possible. I was like, cool, do it, right?
Yeah.
And we still were telling a story of how this company is going around the world, and like the leader is like thinking about trying to find ways into the kingdom to try to figure out how it works and if he can try to like take it down from the inside slightly. Like that's still happening with the min-maxer in there, right? He's more of a blank slate because he kind of wanted to be so that we could go along this with the storyline. It's
and like if you min-max your character in a story-driven game, there's nothing wrong with that because God forbid the character that you spent however long making and however much backstory you gave him, God forbid they survive.
Yeah, like that.
You
that
know?
Plus, like, apparently, if you've min-maxed, you just don't care about story.
Yeah,
like
which is
it's
totally
very
not the
strange.
case.
Like, I'm not. That's just like what he's implying with it. It's you're in one camper and you're in the other. It's really weird.
You can't be in both. You can't have your cake and eat it.
No, apparently not. It's very strange.
In fairness, I do find a lot of people who are min-maxers to be problematic players in general because they're more concerned about what they can do than what they can do in the story.
Yeah.
However, you can absolutely make a meta character, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And still like 100% contribute to a story.
And
yeah, you can totally roleplay.
Asshole players are asshole players.
Right.
Yeah.
And like my example, the player that I had who min-maxed, he's great. He was a great fucking player. They did the whole fucking stealing the giant's baby thing.
Yeah.
Like that was a thing that they did, and it contributed to the story because fucking everybody was like, what the fuck? And that was a whole thing. Right? Like that, like
I'm sure the giant was too.
The giant was dead at that point. But
well,
yes,
then I'm sure the giant's baby was too.
Yeah, it was a whole thing, and it's just it's so weird. So this is such a strange thing. Such a strange thing.
I was never drawn to min-maxing power gaming,
I'm glad for
winning
you.
and losing. There's no winning and losing in Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay.
You lose if you die.
Yeah, you lose if you die.
Like there is a
because
lose.
that means that the story that you've created for that character has ended and not
like,
in the way that you intended.
D&D,
unless you intended to die.
Yeah, D&D is a game.
Well, in fairness though, Boo, most people's stories don't usually end the way they intend them to.
I know, but
well, there's still a general like arc, right, that they'll still go through.
Yeah.
And like intention or not, they're still going to be working towards whatever goals they've set for themselves, right? Whether or not they accomplish those goals, that depends on if the campaign goes that way, or if they survive, or if they continue on with that character in another campaign, right?
So, quick question. Based on you guys' definition of winning or losing at D&D, would you say that a retired character is losing?
No.
How so? Because you're unable to get to the ending for that character.
That is the ending of that character.
You chose that ending.
Yeah.
You can choose to lose at a video game. You can jump down the first hole you see in Mario.
But jumping down a hole in Mario and going through the first level and then stopping and building an inn and living out the rest of your life are totally different.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
because one is infinitely more satisfying for the character.
I was gonna say the other thing is like if you jump into the hole, you don't lose immediately. You have to go through all your lives.
the pause thing
or
the double death.
But it's one of those things where it's like it is still a game overall. Like, you're still playing a game. There is still a definite failure condition for each character. Depends on the character for what that failure condition is, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm personally just not a big fan of using the terms win or lose at D&D.
I don't think they should be used, but you can use them.
Yeah. I think for me, just because those terms have sort of been soured on people who know nothing about D&D, and they're like, so how do you
Yes,
win? And I'm like,
absolutely.
well, you don't. Well, then how do you lose? Well, not
You
that
die.
simple.
Right.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
it's definitely it definitely, if you are using those terms, I don't think you should be. Absolutely. Like,
Yeah.
it's definitely not going to tell anyone what the fuck the experience is going to be, because it is so much more than winning or losing. Just like life. Haha.
The coolest thing about Dungeons and Dragons is there is no winning and losing. You're telling a story and you're evolving. And to be honest with you, suboptimal play. So in other words, making decisions that are not mechanically sound but would fit your character have always led to better outcomes than just being a number cruncher. If you want to be a number cruncher, go play a video game.
No,
Okay.
you can play D&D all you want. If you want to be a number cruncher, fuck you. Like, that's so reductive.
I would counter then with Matt Mercer's that shit is a gift
Mm-hmm.
for if you are going to make a character that is fucked up.
Yeah.
Um, I will personally say I prefer characters that aren't min maxed.
Like,
Personally,
I was like, it's fine to do both.
Yeah.
This whole stigma of, if you just want to min-max, go fucking play something else. Like, how are they ever going to learn that playing the game a different way is something that is also enjoyable if they just keep playing something else? Right? They'll never see the experience that other people are having in the party. They're just gonna go and play a video game or a fucking an actual just war game, and just never see that if you just deny them.
The option I typically choose to take is that of, hey dude, this character is pretty like, with what it sounds like you're planning for your character, it sounds like you're really trying to like min max, and like you don't have to do that if you don't want to, dude. Like
Exactly.
I as the DM will be, you're not gonna have to worry about, oh, is my character less than optimal, because I as the DM will balance encounters based on the party strength in general. If you want to make a character that has a hunchback, totally fine, go for it, and I will keep things in account.
Yeah.
Like, don't feel the need to take the approach of, if I'm not as strong as possible, I'm letting the party down.
Exactly.
Because I assure you, there's probably at least 2 or 3 other people in the party who also are doing stuff like this. Or not, who are, how to put this? Who are absolutely intending on playing based off their character's flaws.
Exactly. Like, and I now realize what you're referring to with that shit as a gift. Absolutely. Like, the having a non min-max character does completely change how you're going to experience the game. Because you then have a flaw that you now have to deal with in every situation, right? And the as you put it, the way to completely try to get people out of that mindset is, again, to go, you don't have to do that. There's nothing that you need to be min-maxing, because everyone has the same exact chance to die whether or not you min-max, my man. Right? In a sense.
Death finds a way.
Exactly. So, like, and there's no achievement for, unless like you are recognized by someone in the world, there's no achievement for being the strongest, being the fastest, being like all this stuff, because you are going to be in a party of exceptional people, and all of you are going to be making up for each other's flaws, and you as the party are probably going to be what's looked at as this is how these people are. And yes, individually even, in that party, they go, this one's the strong one, this one's the brainy one. Like, you have your characteristics that are complementary. And that's the whole point of having the party.
Yeah. Diversity is strength.
Yeah. So I just don't like it whenever somebody's just like, fuck you, min-maxer, get the fuck out. So dumb.
If you want to be a power gamer, go play a video game. Play a game that allows you to tactically win. All of your actions shouldn't be driven by getting the best possible result from your die rolls or from the options that are allowed on your character sheet or within the rule set. Your actions as a character should be taken because it makes sense for your character, because it fits the storyline, because it fits.
So trying to survive
Yeah,
enemies as quickly as I possibly can, and trying not to die.
exactly. Like, I agree that you should be making choices based on your character, but those choices come in the moment. When you're in a combat, you also just want to live.
Like, don't get me wrong, I agree with you, Vincent. And I'm calling you Vincent because I've forgotten your name, and you're my friend.
It's Joe Don Baker,
right? Yeah.
And okay, so I agree with you that for someone who wants to be a hardcore min-maxer, a video game or something like XCOM or whatever may be a better fit.
Sure.
It does not mean that we should just reject them from the TTRPG community as a whole and say, no, your fun is wrong.
It's so fucking retarded.
Unless you are being a problem player and skewing things for everyone else.
Yeah.
Like, where to the point where the DM has to base encounters around you, and all the other characters are like flagging, trying to keep up. Maybe, but that sounds more indicative of you being a problematic person as a whole, and the DM not keeping track of power creep.
Exactly.
Is
a problem if you don't keep track.
Keep players under a leash, man.
Mm.
It is much easier to keep them on a tight leash and then give them little bits and bobs than give them a whole lot of bits and bobs and then try to rein them in.
And we're talking specifically about power, not about any railroading stuff or anything like that.
Yeah.
I just want to make that entirely clear.
Yeah. And as like cruel as an analogy as it seems, like that is how you keep your game from going off the rails on a crazy train. Because we railroad here. No.
We are a railroading house. I work in the mines every day. Get that coal cart.
But
sorry.
But yeah, no, like it's a lot easier to do things like balance encounters and stuff like that when you have a very sort of tight definition on, okay, this is what the party can do with so and so has this item, which could, I don't know, have this interaction with this person's item. And when there's less variables to keep into account, it's easier to design encounters and plan for sessions. As such, like, it feels a lot better as a player than if you are low power and then get given something like a necklace that gives you burning hands as a spell once per day, versus a character who has a necklace that allows him to do burning hands 5 times per day and then has that necklace taken away from him.
Yeah. Like, even in that example, if you have somebody who has min-maxed themselves, like, then you just take that into account. you know what they as a party can do, and you know that one is going to probably be doing a lot. So you make those encounters harder because of that, right? Like,
I've, for instance, in my campaign, the players seem to have gotten obsessed with AC, and oh, hold on, they're currently level 6,
Okay.
and if I go through to the stat page for all of them, their ACs are: the rogue has 15, the barbarian has 20, the paladin has 21, the child has 14, the spell sword has 20, and the dog has 15.
Okay.
Because they all wanted, well, with the exception of the barbarian, they all wanted heavy armor. They wanted like mithril or elven plate.
Sure.
And they're like, if I don't get hit, that is good thing. And like, I need good armor because the centipedes have plus 13 to hit.
Sure.
But like, joke's on them. If they didn't have that plate mail, the centipedes would have plus 5 to hit. And now what I'm instead doing is I'm giving them a few encounters wherein they're like, oh man, like, we haven't even been touched in a couple sessions. Good work, guys. And they high five, and like, little do they know I'm planning like some mages that know fireball, and like, I don't give a fuck
Saving
about your
throws.
AC.
Exactly, dude. Saving throws counter AC.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, it's this I don't like that. I don't like this point that he has brought up.
Because it fits the story.
This is the first one I've like hard disagreed on.
Yeah.
Storyline, because it fits the narrative. And if your character is going to act suboptimally because they have some sort of character flaw, or because they have some sort of background that leads them to act in a specific way, then do that, because that's the fun of the game. Like, I don't
for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can do that. Yes,
for me too.
I was gonna say, yeah, I agree. That sounds like fun, but some people don't think that way, and they don't want to do that.
Even make characters that have and something he could bring up, make characters that have flaws but don't necessarily have those be reflected in stats.
Yeah,
you can make a character who's mechanically really good but still has flaws of his own.
Vanity, fucking.
Well, I would say case in point being Machiavelli, Demetrius D'Artagnan, OSP D'Angelo the Fourth. Incredibly annoying to everyone around him. But like, in terms of AC and combat ability, pretty good. He was pretty solid.
He was fucking great. It
was an Angie turtle.
Yeah, it's just.
I really don't understand player tacticians. I really don't understand players who min-max. I don't understand power gamers. I don't, like, to me, I don't see how that's fun. But that's me. And I'm not saying that there's a right or a wrong way to...
And you don't understand it?
Yeah, that's so strange, right? Like, he's going to go into this
never
whole...
thought to, like, ask.
He's definitely now going to be saying, I don't think your fun is wrong.
He just did. No, he just did.
Yeah.
I have literally 12.5% of your experience.
Yeah.
And I can... Yeah.
Like
maybe,
he's just...
Maybe it's because I have big brain, or maybe it's because I know how to think outside of my position.
You're right, exactly. Like, legitimately, he... Like, I understand that now he's going to cover his ass and go, your fun is not wrong, because he needs to now. But he has gone and said, no, your fun is wrong many times here because of his example. So, all right. I just want to hear him say it. Though.
The game, like, I really don't understand player tacticians. I really don't understand players who min-max. I don't understand power gamers. I don't, like, to me, I don't see how that's fun. But that's me. And I'm not saying that there's a right or a wrong way to play. That's kind of my whole point, right? What I'm saying is there are probably tactical players out there who have a great deal of fun and they sort of like to beat the system or to, I don't know, win every combat encounter that they, come across, or maybe.
I don't know if you know this, but not everyone is like that, and if you're in a party of people, you're probably going to have maybe one person who is like that, but the other people are not going to be, potentially, and that could, I don't know, make them lose the encounter more so every time, right? Like,
I will say, speaking as someone who is somewhat of a tactician himself, nothing gives me more joy than seeing a plan come together,
yeah,
and nothing gives me more like excitement than when I've come up with a good ass plan that I know is a good ass plan and we're about ready to execute it. It's like a high.
yeah, it's super cool.
And then here's my question. He was just saying like, oh, they want to win, they want to do this. And then he said, oh, they want to win like every combat encounter. Do you routinely lose combat encounters, and is that a good thing? Because that's kind of usually unequivocally a bad thing.
Quite literally, usually it's life or death.
Yeah, and like if it's life or death unless the DM needs you alive, in which case it's life or imprisonment.
It could be that too, right? But
and so like what? Huh?
His implication here is that you don't win every combat, which
You're
I don't think
kind of supposed to.
I
usually.
don't think that is necessarily what he's trying to say.
He needs to pick his words better.
It's just strange to.
Yeah.
It's just strange to imply that the people that always want to win the combats is bad.
Yeah, God forbid I don't want to die getting eaten by an owlbear.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know about you guys, but if, like, we were in a dungeon, I would want some real serious power thinkers who can really quickly figure out, okay, this is a room, it's stocked with this many people, here's how we're going to do this. And hopefully everyone will get out alive.
Yeah, that's the whole point of combat encounters, is to live through them.
Yeah.
My motivation for being a tactician is I don't want to die and I don't want to see my friends die.
Exactly, right?
Because I fear death.
You fear low tactics.
Yes, I fear tactical disadvantage.
So, it's the difference between the Chad tactician and the I don't even know what the other one would be.
The virgin beastman, I guess.
No, I don't even know. I don't know, dude. It's big wrinkly brain versus small smooth brain. I don't know.
Yeah, my brain is too smooth to comprehend his tactics of not having tactics.
Yeah. No, you know what it is?
Tactics bad, dude.
Oh my god. If you don't have any tactics,
okay,
and you have no rhyme or reason,
right,
your enemy can't predict you.
Oh my god.
I saw a comedy bit about that the other day, actually.
It's
every encounter that they have is a combat. That's a valid style of play. If you're having fun, then go for it, right? I'm just saying that we talk about that almost like it's a relatively new thing. It's important to note that those debates have been raging since the beginning, right? There's always been a rules light version of the game. And to be honest with you, there's always been a mechanically crunchy version of the game. I don't know if you guys have...
You can make both out of any set.
Yeah, like what? I can shove more rules into Call of Cthulhu if you want.
Right, the Call of Cthulhu, I would say, right, is very rules heavy, right? But what I would say as well is that you don't need all of them. You can just play the game with a D100 and the barest of bones. So you can make it very rules light.
Yeah.
Like, this, like I understand that he's bringing up that this has been a debate forever, which I guess I'll take your word on it, I suppose, because you have been alive longer than I have. So I guess I will go for your experience, but I don't know. I would like sources. I would like things to look at to confirm these. But regardless of that, I've heard it from 2 people now that we've covered, I think, about debates that have been going on past our like way before we were things.
Wars.
Yes, the RPG wars. That was the RPG pundit was the only other one who brought up this kind of thing. So I'm like, yeah. Well, I mean, again, that I can't disagree with him on because I don't. Yeah, it was because he was talking about it.
Dudes.
No, he was talking about it because he was talking about the whole story versus.
God, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that. Dude, I fucking remember that, and it's in my brain forever for some reason.
It wasn't in my brain forever.
I'm
Why
so
did
sorry.
you do this?
Well, I must put it back.
Damn it.
Who is the guy that's like his head is always shiny?
The fucking DM layer.
DM layer?
DM layer. I thought, didn't he also mention it?
He might have. I don't remember if he did or not.
May have been in another video.
It might be in another video.
But we're not watching one of his shit.
Not today, no. This is a part 1 and part 2 thing, so I'm excited.
Not that bad.
He's not that bad, no.
He's not that good, but he's not that bad.
I don't like him. I don't like him.
So, okay. Legitimately, I have nothing to reference other than a few people having said this, potentially. So, I guess...
That's inadmissible evidence.
It is circumstantial hearsay. At best. So, I would say, great, good. I'm glad. But at the current moment, I would say this debate is silly if this is the debate because you can make both out of both things. Yeah. You can add more rules.
You don't have to choose.
You can add more rules. You can take rules out that you don't want. Like, you can make it as bare bones as you need to, or as inflated. Not inflated. That implies it being bad.
It can be as bare bones and as clothed bones.
Yes, thank you. As bare bones or as clothed bones as you want it to be.
One might almost say fleshed out.
Thank you. Bare bones, fleshed out. Thank you.
No, I want clothed bones.
Well, to be fair, we have power thinking and clothed bones to now. Power thinking, by the way.
I was trying to think of what brainstorming was earlier, and I couldn't think of it until Alejo mentioned it for me, and I was like, "Oh yeah, no, I was thinking power thinking."
Hell yeah!
So really, it's whatever. English is fucking already out there, you know. Let's just add more stating.
Dude, I swear to God, with every episode that comes out, I sound more like a stroke victim.
Dude, that's me. It's okay. Anyway.
People are going to play through all of these podcasts and they're going to see my descent into madness.
Oh yeah. Oh, all of ours. Yeah.
And we haven't even played Call of Cthulhu yet.
Yeah, I know.
Looked at the AD&D books, right? Like the first edition books, but these books are crunchy as hell. This is not a new thing. To be honest with you, I don't know that anyone knows how to figure out initiative in first edition, or at least to do it correctly by the handbook. It's a crunchy system. It's crunchy as hell. It doesn't mean that it's not fun, and it doesn't mean that it's not.
No one implied that it wasn't.
Game. But by the same token, this is not an invalid version of the game because it's rules light.
I don't know who you're talking to.
Nobody never said it wasn't.
Who thinks now? I guess I will entertain because probably there are people who swear by AD&D and condemn basic. That is absolutely possible.
So, have you guys ever heard about I forget what the name of the guy was. He was a Japanese general at the end of World War II.
Weeaboo Jones? General Weeaboo Jones.
And he had been told to hold an island that for Japan had some strategic value
it's
as
ringing,
a point
it's
for
ringing so many bells, but I don't remember
Midway?
And unfortunately, dude, I have no idea what this guy's name was. You could tell his name to me, and I'd be like, sure.
The island. My bad.
And
I don't think it was mid.
he never found out that the war was over.
That's right. Yep.
And they went on to his island like 20 years after the war, and there he was,
Yep.
still holding the island.
Yep.
And he's like, "Oh yeah, surely we've won by now, right?" And they're like, "No."
Right. And so I assume you're feeling this energy.
Yes, I feel it would, I suppose, be possible for some veterans of the RPG wars to be lurking around some forums and message boards who haven't heard that like your fun is okay.
The war's
and,
over.
and they still think the war is happening, and maybe he's thinking that those people are watching his videos.
Right? Like,
That's a great way to put it.
I am very pleased with that. That is great.
What should we call them?
Oh my god. I honestly I don't know. I don't know. At the moment, they're
Aiden,
wrong.
you're our name, man.
I'll start workshopping
Yeah,
things.
you think on that. No, but I like he himself is even like, your fun isn't wrong. It's like
The
Yeah.
crunchy men.
the crunchy man. No, see, apparently both sides exist.
Crunchy rollers.
Oh God,
I hate it.
I hate it too.
I hate it. It's
Yeah,
good.
I hate
it's
it
perfect.
too, but I figured
Let's
I
do
would
it.
create its knowledge as well.
We've got the
Thank you.
crunchy and the smooth rollers. Amazing. Wow.
Smooth brains and crunchy brains.
I just
I'll keep working.
Yeah.
I just like
Crunchy
it-
brains. No, that's the Alzheimer's.
yeah.
Hey, you know what? Some of them may have been diagnosed by now. These
Yeah.
wars have been going on for a while.
Yeah. This so
RPG PTSD.
yes.
Wait, RPG. Wait,
RPG
Damn it.
PTSD.
RPTSD.
Yeah,
RPTSD.
RPG.
Role playing tabletop.
Stupidity thing. I don't know.
Hold on. I'll
I'm
work
taking.
on.
Yeah.
You figured out. I'm taking the note.
keeping RPTSD, but I'll
Yes.
work on it.
Oh, absolutely. RPTSD is fantastic. I love it.
Yes.
Anyway, so yeah, man, it's like the other example is like the fucking console wars, fucking people that still exist. Like, who cares? No one cares, right? Like, I don't care
Yeah.
how you play your video games, what you think is better. Games are games, and either they're good or they're bad. Like,
Doesn't matter what fuck console they're on.
yeah, like
The most hilarious part about them to me is with every generation, the specs for the two get like more identical.
yeah, exactly, and like.
it's just like, okay, so now this is going to devolve into do you like your PCs with the motherboard high or low?
Exactly, right? Like it's legitimately it's become I do not like Sony, I do not like Xbox. Microsoft, both. Like they're just like company like me. It's very strange. So
Silence brand.
it's everything goes to PC eventually. Like I don't
right?
care.
And I would go even further to argue that it's probably better to start with a rules light version than it ever is to start with this book. Although I love this book. I love this book and I love this version of the game. This is not an easy version of Dungeons & Dragons to start with. Specifically this book, because it is not organized well. And it is not...
I agree. I agree
Okay, so
that
wait a
AD&D is not well organized.
Yeah, but that
Oh,
doesn't have anything
yeah.
to do with the rules.
Yeah, well, it does to the extent because he's saying that because the rules in a basic are so much less, and because they are that framework, it's much easier to learn that and to play that. And you know what? I'll give him that. I will give him that. I agree that basic is much easier to learn than AD&D. I fully agree. Great.
It's almost like one is basic and one is advanced.
Exactly.
It's almost like one would be easier to have newcomers come in, and one is
It's
a
like-
bit like got a bit more depth to it.
It's almost as if it was made specifically for that purpose. It's excuse
almost
me.
like 5e versus 3.5.
Exactly. So let me read to you something from the Wikipedia I've just found. The 1977 version says in the second line of its second paragraph, technically it's a paragraph, or first paragraph technically actually, because one is a sentence. Anyway, the rulebook covers characters of levels 1 through 3. Rules for adventuring in dungeons, and introduces the concepts of the game. It explains the game's concepts and methods of play in terms that make them accessible to new players, ages 12 and above, who might not be familiar with tabletop miniatures wargaming. Oh, it was made for this. It's not fully compatible with AD&D apparently as well. But they were expected to continue
so
play
it is meant
beyond.
to be Babby's first RPG.
They were expected to continue to play beyond 3rd level by moving to AD&D.
Oh, okay.
Like that's the point. So what you have said, I agree with wholeheartedly. Because that's the fucking point.
You can, guys, when you read a book, you need to start with page 1.
Oh!
You have to start with chapter 1.
See, I started around like page 50, and if there's not that many, I start around like page 3. You know?
Yeah, see, no, that's a problem.
Is that my problem? Okay, all right, I'm there.
Yeah, go back to page 1.
And then it's always so, what was it, cryptic or...
Right, obscured.
Obscured, yes. When, you know, your girlfriend who hasn't been watching half of the movie all of a sudden turns to you and goes, "Who's that character?" And you're like...
Where were you?
Maybe you should have read the player's fucking handbook, bitch.
Right, like,
Hold on, if you're gonna be on your phone during the movie, at least let me open up the wiki.
Yeah, right.
This is so straight. Let's keep going. I'm excited for your next point.
Yeah.
Not easy to find things, and it's not easy to just pick up. In fact, I would venture to guess, and this is a guess, right? Like, I don't have stats or figures or anything to back this up, but I would be willing to guess that the folks that started here probably loved the game and got the game much quicker than the folks who tried to start here, right? I think the folks who try to start here, if they try with a group that's already been playing, in other words, if they joined a pre-existing group and then they tried this rule set, they probably did okay because you have someone to walk, hold your hand and walk you through it. Whereas I think even if you didn't have a...
Guys, did you know that if you join a freshman level course, you'll probably follow it a lot quicker than you would a graduate level course?
Right, exactly.
What?
It astounds me.
Guys, did you know that preschoolers respond better to learning what red and yellow are than quantum mechanics?
Wow!
Well, you say
no
that,
idea.
but kids' brains are like sponges.
It's true, you can squish them very easily. Like, this is bizarre. I understand.
This has evolved into just stupidity.
Everything he said is correct.
But not for the reason it should be.
It's correct in the wrongest way.
Exactly. Like, oh my god.
Through it. Whereas I think even if you didn't have a pre-existing group, which I did not have a pre-existing group when I first tried this product.
Okay.
I mean, I read this book
That's good for you.
5 times through in the first 2 nights that I owned it because it's only 64 pages and I loved this game from the beginning. And to be honest with you, I knew how to run this game at 12 years old. I knew how to run this game within 2 days.
There are children now who are running 5e games, who are running, like, whatever. Great, good. Yeah. I don't care.
No one gives a shit.
I don't care about that. That's fine. It's intended.
I give a shit, actually.
It's intended. Okay.
I give a shit and I say good for them.
So, yes, that's the thing. I don't care in the sense of it doesn't matter to me in the sense of, like, great, I'm glad. I really hope that they're having fun, and I hope they're doing it. Great. But for this, it's like, I literally just read that 12 and up are supposed to understand this. Great. Good. That's the point. Like,
you fell within the target audience.
Amazing. There are kids today who are younger than you who would also understand it. Like, that doesn't matter to me, because this whole point is like, you're just stating obvious things.
I ran my game because this rule set allowed me that luxury, whereas this rule set seemed much more set in stone. I've played this.
So you also have the perspective of learning this box before you learned AD&D, as far as I'm aware. Is that true? Did I miss something? I don't
I think that's correct.
Yeah, it seems to be that he learned this first. Great. And so learning the second one was a little harder.
I am happy that the product served its purpose to introduce you to role-playing games.
Exactly. Yeah. Right? Like, good job consuming the product correctly, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Now it's your job as a consumer to become excited for next product, with advanced Dungeons and Dragons.
Exactly. It's a quality thing, and like okay. All right.
This game a lot with people throughout the years, a lot, and what I'll tell you is, I've never met any two dungeon masters that run this game the same, because there is so much open for interpretation within this rule set that depending on who's...
It's the same fucking game!
No,
they're not technically compatible.
It is true, they're not technically compatible.
Really? Oh,
yes,
okay.
I read that. Yeah, it's apparently not technically fully compatible with AD&D. But regardless...
But I thought it was like the first one is the first 3 levels, and then advanced is just
it's supposed to be the gateway into advanced. That's the
gotcha.
But
yeah,
regardless,
run a 1 or 2 shot with it.
Right.
Gotcha. So it's the demo version versus the complete edition.
Yeah.
Right. Regardless of that, like, everyone plays D&D differently. No two dungeon masters are going to be exactly the same. It doesn't matter the edition. It doesn't matter what rules. It doesn't matter the game.
Dude, 2 DMs can run a like Curse of Strahd or something.
Yeah.
And not have it be the same.
Exactly. Like, people fucking, if you have a joint DM campaign, they both probably run it incredibly differently. They have the same notes, they have the same beats that they have to go through, but I imagine that both people are running it very differently.
I would be more surprised to find 2 DMs who are the same.
Exactly.
Like, that would be much more surprising to me.
What is...
Because clones don't exist yet.
What is this argument? Not even an argument.
It's not really an argument. It's just kind of spouting.
It's
stuff.
Not even like this point. I guess more so than anything is just I don't. What is this? What are you trying to tell me other than what is intended for these? Like,
table you sat down at, that was going to be the game that you played that night. Hell, everyone ran Keep on the Borderlands, right? B2, the Keep on the Borderlands, which was included in this box set. Everyone ran it, and no two people ever ran it the same. It was a different game every time you went through it, every
Jesus
time you
Christ.
ran.
Taking that, I'll compare it to 5e because it doesn't matter if I would think that he considers 5e rules heavy. I honestly would, because it has more books and it's not just a single box. I don't know if that's true, and honestly, if he were to tell me that is not true, I will retract this. But in this instance, right now, Lost Minds of Fandelver or whatever, Fandelver, I think. Thank you. I have heard of it being run. I personally ran through it as a party of 3 controlled by me, goblinoids, instead of adventurers, and changed, like, it was run by Brogan, and he changed, like, it's not a gnome you save, there's a goblin in there that you save, like, there's, like, it's different, and it implies different shit. right? Because of that. I heard of a friend of mine who was going to run it like it was a Wild West thing.
Woo!
Right? Like, doesn't matter the system. It doesn't matter what you start with. That is literally the starter box for 5e. That is a direct comparison. Amazing. Doesn't matter. It's just, it's different.
Through it, this game allowed you to play the Dungeons and Dragons that you wanted. The fantasy setting that
Because all the other box sets don't let you play the Dungeons and Dragons that you want.
It's not what you
If
wanted,
there's too many
dude.
rules, you can't play the game that you want.
Right. The Dungeons and Dragons that I want is Dungeons and Dragons. I don't care. Like, however you tell me the rules are is how I'm gonna follow them, right? Like, it's not what you wanted. If it's the other thing, no, this is what you wanted. Amazing. Wow. I can't, that's such a weird implication to make.
This is so weird.
Oh my god. I gotta pee soon. Oh my god.
you wanted was what you were able to play here. This was not set in any world. There was no campaign setting here. Yeah, later on in Beckme, there certainly was the known world. It was the Hollow World. It was Mystara, right? But you gotta understand that when this came out, that Mystara had not been created yet. The first that you ever saw of Mystara, of the known world, was actually...
Okay, I need to know which box this is, because
I
there are
need
several
to know
different
how
versions.
this is relevant.
Yeah, first off, I need to know what this box, like this specific box art. This is not the original box art. The original box art, and I'll pull it up for you guys to see as well. The original box art is that. So I don't even know what box art this version belongs to.
May have been a special edition.
I don't know. That's the
He
thing.
seems passionate enough about this edition to have a special ed.
Yeah. Well, when I search images for D&D.
Oh wait, no, sorry.
Yeah.
That was meant to be short for special edition.
Yeah.
Until I heard the titter, did not realize.
No, it's good. It's good. I understand. I understand. This is the basic set with introductory module. This is okay. So I'm looking at the Google Images. Registered trademark. Doesn't tell me because they didn't take this picture very well. Okay, here we go. Maybe doesn't have a year of trademark on the box front. That's unfortunate. I don't know. I can't find it. Oh, that's fun. Well, maybe it's on the wiki itself. Let me see, because plus the supplement one, basic sets, 48-page standalone rulebook. That's it. Not 64. Okay, interesting. If there's a 64-page later on, maybe 64-page player's manual. Okay, 1983 revision, as far as I can tell, and a 48-page Dungeon Master's rulebook. Okay, so this can't be that because he only 1981 revision, larger 64-page rulebook with red border and color covered by this guy. The module Keep on the Borderlands. Is that what he said? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so 1981. When was Mystara created? I just want to know. 1981 to 1996. So I'd have to go into months, but it was in the same year apparently. Okay. Great. I've done research. What is this for? What did I do the research for?
You're talking about how you can run it any way you want, I guess?
I don't know anymore. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Don't
in
apologize.
the expert set. There's no mention of it at all in the basic set. You got to understand that. There's no...
You were doing that to find out where or when Mystara came from.
Right. And it's the same year, so I don't know. I guess the revision. Okay, so if it's a revision, then it's based on the first one. So then, I guess in that case, they just took the stuff and put it there again, so that they were like, "Hey, Mystara still doesn't exist yet because it's just a revision."
Yeah.
So then I guess that makes sense. I don't know. Brain.
Campaign setting at all. You know what it is? It's the difference between playing with minis in a battle mat, playing super tactically, and wanting to see things as they roll out. Being much more tactical, being much more strategic, seeing where the pieces are on the board and moving them around, and theater of the mind. This
really are you saying that that's better? God fucking forbid your characters and players be able to make a fucking informed decision about what the hell's going on.
Like, clarification is a thing that I ask for all the time in Theater of the Mind because it's a little harder for me to then represent three-dimensional space in my own brain.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Not to mention, when a combat is going on, you have the initiative line, and you have who knows how many combatants in there, and it's like, okay, they move there, they move there, they move there, they move there, and then my mind starts to boil over at that point. I need to be able to see something.
Yeah, I would say it even helps with Dungeon Masters just to keep track of where everything is, because I know I fucking forget sometimes, like, how far some things are.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's not the case for everyone, and I'll fully admit that. Like, there is a difference, I suppose, because some people are better at keeping track of that kind of stuff. But, like, is that bad? I guess I stopped him too early. I hope he just...
as they roll out. Being much more tactical, being much more strategic, seeing where the pieces are on the board and moving them around, and theater of the mind. This is theater of the mind. This is truly theater of the mind. This was a bit more minis and battle mat. Again, both valid ways to play.
Okay,
the
good.
reason that this was so great, and the reason I think that this is great to start with, right, if you're just being introduced to Dungeons and Dragons, is because this is whatever you want it to be. So in your mind, if you're playing in Middle Earth, then that's what you imagined here. In your mind, if you were playing in Hyperborea, you...
Okay, I gotta go find my copy of the AD&D manual just to, like, yes, it gives you the stuff in relation to Faerun, I think, but that doesn't mean you can't do this, like, at all. Player's Handbook Revised.
If it is not in the book, I cannot do it because I cannot think for myself. Me and smooth brain.
Exactly. Like, I don't understand what this narrative you're trying to spin is. Coming from the D&D game, maybe that'll tell me that I can't play this any other way. Right? Because coming from the if you're switching to the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons game from the Dungeons and Dragons game, you have some special adaptations to make. You know everything you need to know about role-playing, but you will need to adjust to doing certain things different ways. Much of the jargon of the two games is very similar. Don't let this mislead you into thinking they are the same game. There are many subtle differences, along with some obvious ones, and you'll need to read the rules in this book carefully to catch them all. It even tells you to read the book. Pay special attention.
Whoa. You're telling me the book tells you to read the book?
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
How would they fucking figure that out? If they don't read the book, how are they supposed to know to read the book? And if they can't read the book, then the book can't tell them to read the book that they can't read.
Oh, fuck.
Fucking terrible design.
It's true.
Jesus.
Dude, it's just like the Bible is true because the Bible says God wrote it.
It's true. It's true. That's right. Pay special attention to the chapters on PC races. Oh god, we've opened a can of worms there. On PC races and classes, alignment, weapons, and armors, and spell descriptions. The terminology of both games is quite similar. So I guess what I haven't. Is there a running the game in this? Like, this is the player's handbook. Maybe if I look in the, I don't have the DMG for this. I never wanted to run this.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, like fuck it.
you were Conan, then that's what you imagined here. If it was medieval Europe, then that's what you imagined here. There was no defined setting. There was no
Tell me about the setting
what
in
this
AD&D.
fantasy setting
Do it.
is. I mean, like, and again, I love 5th edition, right? But all of these are Forgotten Realms books. All of those have a predefined campaign setting. That
You know,
The modules are predetermined. Oh no! Guess what? Guess what? Guess what I did with fucking Expedition to Castle Ravenloft way the fuck back. I took that and I was like, hey, guess what? I have this world. I had no name for it yet, but it was a precursor to Agris, and I was like, hey, I want to run this, and guess what? It's a part of my world now, so guess what? Yeah. You're going to start out at the Drowsy Bear Inn, because that's my favorite name for an inn that I've ever come up with.
Oh,
and
man, I love it!
It's really good.
Dude.
My sister made some artwork for it, actually. I should show you guys. It's pretty cool.
Nice, yeah.
All right, now finish your point.
And then guess what? And then I was like, hey, there's like mist and shit. And hey, if you look out and you see that there's a like a
I'm looking out. What do I see?
There's like a you can see out from the tavern down the road. There's a bunch of mist, and guess what?
Oh shit! What's in the mist?
Oh my god! If you were paying attention as you traveled, then there was like road that went that way, and it was shrouded by mist, and you saw a figure that was walking along the road, and it's crazy. Wow.
Who was it? I want to go out and see him.
Oh, well, you can try, absolutely. And guess what? When you do, you get spit back out, and you're right where you started. That's weird.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Bad
that's
game.
strange. Oh,
Bad
yeah,
DM.
it's real bad. And so, and then guess what? Oh, no. Somebody runs out from the mist. And somebody runs to the Drowsy Bear Inn and calls for adventurers. Oh, my God. And guess what?
I want to make a charisma check to like see if he'll hire me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he fucking hires you. Yeah, absolutely.
Hang on, I haven't rolled.
I'm so sorry. What did you get?
Hang on.
Okay.
Hell yeah, 18.
Oh yeah, he hires you for even more gold than he was going to propose before. And guess what?
Yeah.
He's telling you, hey, you can come over to Barovia and there's some zombies and shit, and you gotta help with that shit.
I want to kill the zombies. I'm gonna go attack the zombies.
Oh well, they're not there yet. You're not in.
6.
You're not in Barovia yet.
Okay, so then I missed.
Oh yeah, it's true.
I tried to attack the zombies that are like hundreds of miles away.
It's like a fantastic bit, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't need an established setting.
You really don't.
Even if you have an established setting, if you want, throw it out.
Yeah. It just.
Also, side note. On Sunday, I came up with my favorite name for a bar that I've ever made.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's the Wheat Retreat.
Nice.
It's
pretty
and
good.
hell, like if you have an established setting, change it. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Or don't.
Or
don't. Like I used fucking hell from Dungeons and Dragons, not specifically from Faerun, because Dungeons and Dragons has always had the 9 hells.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's across the multiverse. So.
Yeah. But I changed one thing. This is Anime Town.
Yeah, it's true.
That's it.
Very anime-esque.
Yeah.
It's
and is hellish as it should be.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not like I made it fucking Rainbow Lollipop Land.
No, but you could have.
I could have, and it would have been hilarious.
Yeah, like it's. I hate this.
I hate it too.
It's stupid. It's stupid.
Just tells you there's a right and a wrong way to look at your world. This doesn't define the right and wrong way to look at your fantasy setting. Whatever it is that you imagined, it is.
All right, so he said that 5th edition makes you see things in a right or wrong way as because it's Faerun and you have to see everything as right or like as Faerun. And yes. I need to go get my player's handbook. I need to.
Okay, well, I just came up with a thing that I need to write down.
And I'm working on our initialism.
Initialism?
Yes.
What was that? Oh!
The RPTSD?
Yes.
Also getting my DMG, because fucking... I think that specifically is like, hey, guess what? Oh no, that's not my DMG, that's Xanathar's. Okay, so I guess I didn't get that. Let me look at a couple of... Oh! There we go. Worlds of Adventure. Let's go with that. The introduction on page 5 of your Player's Handbook of 5th edition. The many worlds of the Dungeons and Dragons game are places of magic and monsters, of brave warriors and spectacular adventures. They begin with a foundation of medieval fantasy, and then add the creatures, places, and magic to make these worlds unique. The worlds of the Dungeons and Dragons game exists within a vast cosmos called the multiverse, connected to in strange and mysterious ways to one another and to other planes of existence, such as the elemental plane of fire and the infinite depths of the abyss. Within, continuing to page 6, this multiverse are an endless variety of worlds. Many of them have been published as official settings for the D&D game. The legends of the Forgotten Realms, Dragonlance, Greyhawk, Dark Sun, Mystara, and Eberron settings are woven together in the fabric of the multiverse. Alongside these worlds are hundreds of thousands more created by generations of D&D players for their own games. And amid all the richness of the multiverse, you might create a world of your own.
You might, but the book tells you not to, so don't.
Your DM might set the campaign, this is at the very end of this section, your DM might set the campaign on one of these worlds or on one that he or she created. Because there is so much diversity among the worlds of D&D, you should check with your DM about any house rules that will affect your play of the game. Ultimately, the Dungeon Master is the authority on the campaign and its setting, even if the setting is a published world. Even in the player's handbook, it's like, hey, so guess what? You can do whatever.
So yeah, just no.
Yeah, no, apparently
you can't.
It's strange.
Yeah. What it is. I think that's what made this so great. Because if you are envisioning Eberron as your world, then, playing in the Eberron setting is fantastic. You think that's the greatest game in the world because it fits your paradigm. It fits how you're seeing this fantasy world. But if you're not, then the game doesn't feel right for you, right? Like it feels off. This is not the world that I'm envisioning. This is not where I want to play. This is not my fantasy world.
So fix the game.
Why are you playing in that game if it's not something you want to play in?
So I mentioned earlier having the spell sword in my campaign.
Yeah.
And the fact that magic in the Elder Scrolls is drawn from the rips in reality that Magnus and the other essentially gods of creation made when they decided to exit stage left of the universe. And magic from that realm kind of pours in as raw magicka, and that gets absorbed by living beings.
Yeah.
And I mentioned the fact that the weave doesn't exist as a bit of a joke, a bit of a funny on how being unable to comprehend adapting a magic system to fit with the lore of the world. I didn't figure that was what he was actually doing.
I know. It didn't start as an argument, but I'm making an argument against this because
yet it's sort of predefined, right? Whereas if it's not predefined, if you're just
it's better put than his arguments.
He's not making an argument. He's trying to. Well, he is. That's the thing, right? He's trying to tell me that if I look at 5th edition, it's much more limiting than his box. And I was drawing comparison to it before because I thought that it wasn't. But no, I've got confirmation now that he thinks that those are more rules heavy, right? And so it becomes this whole thing of, no, I don't think that's the case. In fact, I have in the book itself evidence to say that this is not telling me that I can't play the game just like your box did. Or did not. I don't know. Your box didn't tell you how to play the game, I guess. My book said I can play the game however it's gonna be played. It became me now defending that. And that is an argument against, so...
given a framework, if you're given the freedom to imagine whatever it is that you want, then that's going to be the greatest world ever, right? To me, that's what this was. And again, I understand that this is not mechanically crunchy. I get that, right? Like, and I'm not saying that it's not a valid way to play, but you could theoretically make this as crunchy as you want. You could develop all sorts of rules that make it super crunchy. But the point is, it's not really predefined, it's not forced upon you. The only limitation here is your imagination and the imagination of your DM, right? Like, that was the only limitation here. I just feel that...
How is that? How am I not able to, one, create a world that I think is the best world that I can make for a system like 5th edition? How is that not something that I can do, and then also just have the imagination to make weird-ass creatures that don't exist in 5th edition and then stat them out like they were something from there? How is that not something I can do? How can I not change the entirety of the system into something that, or not the entirety, but have things in the system work differently than the system says for my world? How is that something that I can't do? How is that something... Yeah, go on.
Going back to our earlier point with the initialism that you tasked me to make, I have 3 options for you.
Oh, fantastic. Please get me out of this hell for a second.
So, well, they're not great. So if you're dead set on RPTSD, then I have the role players talking shit dispute.
Okay, all right.
If you want to maybe go a bit looser and do RPG PTSD, I have role-playing gamers playing tabletops simultaneously, differently.
Okay.
And I also have RPG AGPR.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, RPG GRP.
Oh, okay.
Ranting power gamers and grumbling role players.
I like that one the most. That one. The last one. Yes.
RPG.
Yeah, give me a copy of that too, because I just want to say that.
Oh fuck no, because it's not symmetrical. Ah.
Oh, okay. Well, you better fix that.
It needs to be GPR.
Okay. Well, you think on that. I'm liking what you're doing, kid. Yeah. Yeah, you give me that. You give me that by Monday morning. Put it on my desk, and maybe we'll see what happens. You know. Anyway.
Hey, boss.
Hey, boss.
Hey. Yeah, he is a slimy movie producer. You're right.
In rules-heavy systems, the limitation is the rule set. The limitation is the mechanics. If you're defining rules for everything, then by definition, there is a right and a wrong way to do it. There is a way to accomplish things within the rules, and then there's a way to accomplish things outside of the rules. This never really did that.
Okay, so I need to ask you then, how do you justify adding a rule in that somebody asks about that you don't have? Right? Like, how do you then go about going, hey, in your game, does it have, like, as an example, because I don't know, in your game box there, does it have anything about creating magical items? If it does, great. If it doesn't, then can we talk about how we're going to do that and make some sort of system for that? And, you made a rule. Oh no!
And now, if you don't do that, then you're not playing by the rules, and
I don't understand this.
Yeah,
I don't get
this
it.
is really stupid.
That's why I love this system so much. I would much rather start here than start here. And that's the truth. And I love 5e. I do. I love 5e.
You said
to me, if it's a brand new player coming into the game, I think this is probably a better place to start.
It's definitely not.
So for the current generation, if they're going to be going into AD&D, I would say yes, start with basic. The basic box, because it's intended for that, and apparently it does a good job. But for right now, the player's handbook is so easy to get.
Yeah.
I like, children. I have seen people talk about how their children run games in 5e.
Oh yeah, no, I've talked to people and they're like, "Oh, you play Dungeons and Dragons, I hear." And I'm like, "Yes, how did you hear?" And they're like, "Oh, one of your players is my cousin." And I'm like, "Oh, that's cool." And they're like, "Yeah, no, my son's in high school and he plays." And then they sort of like arch an eyebrow at like, "Well, you're in your fucking mid-20s. Why are you playing?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, no, I've been playing D&D for a while. It's super cool that he's getting into it."
Yeah, and like I've heard
Um,
about literal, like tiny 7-year-old children that do
Yeah.
it, right? For them and their family, right? They get into it because and like I'll even pull a Critical Role example. Like fucking Sam Riegel has kids and he
Yeah.
tells his kids all about every session that they do. Because it's a story for them, and he's getting them so interested. And fucking Liam O'Brien has kids, and they have been DMing
Yeah.
for
Mhm.
their family and other friends.
I absolutely guarantee you that Laura Bailey and Travis Willingham's kid is going to grow up to play D&D.
Exactly, and they're
Yeah.
probably gonna understand it very just not even just because the fact that they have parents that understand it. They can read the book. When they learn how to read and understand concepts like that, they can read the books or even the basic box set that is the starter set that D&D has pushed out there for anyone to learn from. And yes, it has age limits, but that doesn't mean you can't just make a story when you're a fucking 7-year-old. And you
Yeah,
can just do it.
So plus two, given the fact that when a child like is in their formative years, if they're being exposed to like heavy story creation
Yeah.
and like role play elements, that will reflect in their development as
Absolutely.
like uh a predisposition to fantasy.
Exactly.
Side
Also,
note,
multiple personality disorder. Yes.
I've also decided to fix and submit what I hope is my last draft.
All right.
RPG and RPG. Role players grumbling and ranting power gamers.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm into it. Okay. Yeah. So, oh my god, I love it. Anyway, yeah, let's finish this part out because there's a part 2, and I'm excited for what he says in the second part.
Oh yeah.
Yes, and that's not to say this doesn't have warts, it certainly does, but it is a much better place to start. So again, what I would say is if you're a brand new player coming into the game, if you're asking my recommendation, I'm saying you start here.
Well, wait, what is that?
Yeah. What the hell is that?
Wait, is that the book that's in? That's the 3rd edition of this. Okay.
Oh my god.
So wait,
okay. It's the 3rd revision. Okay.
wait. So yeah. So do we start with the box or do we start with that?
Yeah.
Are you able to buy that?
Yeah. Good luck finding these first edition books.
They seem to be. I mean,
like
basic,
affordably.
They might be basic D&D. Basic. No, that's basic rules for 5e. That's what they advertise. I thought I saw. Okay, wait. D&D Basic Edition. Because I thought I saw it on Amazon actually, and I'm excited to see how much a box set costs.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
A lot. $200.
Ooh. Let me. Oh, it's out of print for this. Hold on. Let me find the edition that he has there. Ooh.
Do you mean to tell me that a 40-year-old edition of a game that has released multiple editions since is a bit hard to locate?
Oh, and hey,
right?
guess what? The pink box set that he literally has, $150.
Yeah, you could buy 3 players' handbooks for that.
You could buy the whole core set for less than that, for $100 at maximum. You could find deals for that for way less. Like
I was gonna say, I bought my player's handbook for $20.
I spent $100 on the core 3 because I forgot that like Amazon exists. But I supported the Bull Moose that I used to go to all the time.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, dude, it's a cool place. But like fucking, okay. All right, let's close this out.
What I would say is, if you're a brand new player coming into the game, if you're asking my recommendation, I'm saying you start here
Say that's ridiculous.
instead of here.
That's
Start here and just
Financially
see if you like role playing. Don't worry
No.
about the mechanics right
No.
off of the bat.
No,
Don't worry
absolutely not. Absolutely.
Sorry, I must have missed
do
it.
not do that.
What
Yeah.
happened? Sorry, I missed it.
He was saying to start with the third revision of
Right.
first edition
Yeah,
instead
no.
of fifth.
Yeah, no.
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 If you are going to start playing RPGs and you want to know if it is for you or not, take a fairly cheap toe dip, and then from there
Yeah.
decide if you want to go more in depth with rules, more loosey goosey, and then from there decide whether you want to go to like Pathfinder 2E or
Yeah.
3.5 or
anything.
maybe AD&D.
Yeah,
right?
you could
If
even
that,
go way back. Like,
yeah,
these things
like-
all exist. And you can probably
Oh.
find copies of them wherever, and I won't, not condoning or supporting for you to do anything, out of the... But you can find these things to figure out if you are into them or not. And, like, hell, you might even start with something that is more akin to something that you are more into, like, Star Wars. Star Wars has its RPG. You might be like, I really like the Star Wars universe. I want to play the Star Wars RPG. Do something that sounds like it'll get you in there, right? Like,
Yeah.
and if someone were considering eating beef, I would not send them to a Ruth's Chris.
To what?
Ruth's Chris. It's a steakhouse.
Oh,
Very expensive.
I thought you were gonna say if they like eating steak, I wouldn't try to sell them a Japanese Wagyu.
Oh no, if they absolutely if they already love steak, I'm gonna be like, hey bud,
Yeah, go there.
Yeah.
you tried the good
Yeah, 'cause
shit.
it's fucking expensive and good.
Two questions here.
You know,
Where's the
You know
salt?
what, actually-
Where's the S&P, bud?
S&P,
Where's the
S&P
S&P
for me.
S&P, the choice for me. So good. Anyway,
I miss that shit.
I saw that video I think like a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Oh, nice.
And
Before you knew what Letterkenny
and I
was?
did not know what Letterkenny was, and then
Yep.
when my friend sent me that video of Letterkenny, I was like, this seems vaguely familiar, and I
Yeah.
realized I had seen one of the videos 2 weeks back about them bickering,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh, and like I watched it, and then I saw like that video in my history like
Yeah.
way before I saw the first one, and I'm like, oh shit, and I watched that, and then like the steak one happened to come up, and I'm like,
Yep.
oh my god, I've seen 2 videos of Letterkenny.
Yeah. I had never seen them before, and I'm so glad I have. By the way, hey, look into Letterkenny if you want some
Yeah,
really
funny...
fucking
Letterkenny's
Funny
real
stuff.
good.
Ants on
Um,
Sea-Doos.
fucking-
Watch
fucking
that
good.
one.
Yeah, Ants on CDs is fucking great. Anyway.
So my recommendation for you, Vincent, would be every time that you know someone who is looking into getting into RPGs, buy them that book.
Yeah, buy them the fucking
Yeah,
thing.
you buy it for
like,
them.
fuck, yep, that's, like, oh my god, fucking ridiculous to, like,
Yeah, no.
I
Spend $150 for a toe dip in RPGs.
Yeah,
do you
I do not
like
understand.
cars? Here you go. Try this Ferrari.
Yeah.
No, it's
you
it's one from
do
the
you-
70s specifically.
I have 6 Ferraris. I work at Target. Do you know how much of an asshole I look like driving to my minimum wage job?
It's-
Your
You have
name
bankrupt-
is Dylan's friend. Or Dylan's friend.
Yeah. Do you know how much you have bankrupted me, Dylan?
What's
I
your
s-
name?
This man is an enigma, and I'm excited for part 2. I really am,
I'm-
but I want to finish this out.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Getting the math right and optimizing your character or making optimal decisions. Just lose yourself.
Don't
in
worry
the
about
character
making
and
rent
play
this
the
month.
damn game. To me, that's the D&D experience, and I think that's the D&D experience that I fell in love with. And I think the reason that I'm sitting here, literally, the reason that I'm sitting here talking to you today, 35 years later, right, is because of this.
I'm glad
I
for
think
you.
I
if
doubt
I
that.
wouldn't have started
All right.
here. I don't know that I would have fallen in love with the game if I would have started here. That's the truth. the truth as
You
I
don't
see it,
know that.
Yeah, you really don't.
Again, your opinion is just as valid as mine. And
Oh, thank
I'd love
you.
to hear your comments below. Leave me a comment below and let me know what you think. Some people
Oh,
really
you'll hear
like to
'em.
do the math. Some people really like to get into the mechanics, and they like to optimize their characters. Some people just like to create characters. They create characters they've never even played. They just like to create characters. I get that. I'm saying for me,
I have 20 on
it's
standby.
always been more about storytelling and less about mechanics. But again, that's me. Take it or leave it. Leave me your comments below and tell me.
Okay, yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
All right,
So-
you know what, just because you bought a book for a nickel back in 1930 does not mean that is what people should be buying today.
Oh my god.
I love it.
It's like I
That was a good one. Shit.
like okay, hold on. Let me look at the lost the starter box set for 5e. Because that is the most hell, they have a free fucking PDF of the fucking
they have a
core
quick start.
rules. Yeah, the quick start. What?
No, it's literally free to download a PDF of 5e.
Like, don't start with 5e though. Start with 1.
Yeah, no, like
Start with the one that was made
Don't
40
even-
fucking years
do
ago.
not even start with first edition. Start with basic. Basic is not even first edition. It's the like it is a separate thing. But
I
it's
always thought they were
somewhat
just
similar.
different names for the same thing.
No, it's not.
No.
No. Basic itself is its own thing. So like, great, good.
Lordy.
I'm like, like,
Yeah, no.
that's so financially fucking stupid. I can't. I don't understand you, sir.
And yet we're gonna watch another one of his videos.
Well, it's part 2 because this is part 1. I don't know. I hope.
But haven't we got enough information from this?
I hope he's addressing stuff in part 2 that happens because of this. I really do.
Is this rules heavy versus rules light basic, and as such is the better video than advanced?
Right? I don't know. All I know is that I gotta piss so bad. So let's take our intermission.
Piss out the evil. Piss out the anger.
I gotta do it. I gotta get it all out there. So we'll be right. We'll be right back. So welcome back. Welcome back to the podcast. Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back to Unending Sadness.
My name is ItsSneakyAdolf, and you're listening to TableTalk.
And my name is the host, the ghost host with the most, who loves the boast.
That's right.
That's just my thing now.
It is. It's a good thing, honestly.
To that, I'll drink a toast.
All right. So I'm less excited now.
Yeah.
I really, really wanted to like this video.
I did too. I really did.
And I started out for like the first 20 seconds liking it.
Yeah. No, I really hope that this second part is more about criticisms that he's gotten. Because I don't know. I will.
Unfortunately, I looked in the comments, and basically everybody's like, "Oh man, yeah, I agree with it, 110%."
Of course.
That's the case for every fucking video like
Dude,
these.
you can't rely on the comments. Look at RPG Pundit.
It's true.
It's true, yeah. But at least with people like Guy, you know, fucking people are like, at least some of them are like, no, this is pretty stupid.
I honestly, I don't even know anymore, man.
By the way, I'm very uncomfortable because I was arranging my rat ogre parts, and I arranged the rat ogre arms into a swastika. I was very uncomfortable.
Oh.
You might.
Bad. Don't do that.
That's a bad thing.
That's okay.
All right.
They're just arms.
No, it's actually expressly not.
Yeah, it's a very bad thing. But to be fair,
they are supposed to be abominations. So.
It is one supposed to be an abomination, and two, not the intention of where the arms are supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
like they're just fucking arms.
Exactly.
Just arrange them like as I'm a tool.
Yeah, it was mindless. It's just a thing that you did at some point, and guess what? There's no proof of it other than what you said.
Yes.
and people have been canceled for less. So,
Yes. But we're still here.
for now.
For now.
So,
Oh no, they'll cancel me
I know,
and
right?
stop me from making the zero money I make on this podcast.
Yeah, it'll be great. Anyway.
Side note, you should subscribe to our Patreon.
Give us money.
So
I'll spend it on Warhammer minis.
it's true, he will.
Just know that every dollar you donate goes to furthering the patriarchy.
Yes, and if you guys donate enough money to me, me and Alejo will have a fucking Warhammer death match.
It's true. We would at some point.
Like
yeah.
actually.
Yeah, no, like actually we
The more
will
money
at some
you
point.
donate to me would go towards a better mic.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, you can fucking afford that without donation.
I can.
Buy
I could.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Yeah.
One day he'll get it. One day. That'll never be
Yep.
soon enough. But
One day when any of you guys listen to my recommendations to do anything. Remember Warframe? Oh, the Sonic Core is really good. And then like 3 years later, hey, the Sonic Core is really good. I'm like, yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, but fuck Warframe now.
No.
Anyway, let's get into
Anything to not get into
right
this.
into the controversy.
no. Let's get into the fucking thing.
I'll be honest with you, this never felt like it wasn't enough. This never felt like I didn't have enough options, or
Okay.
there wasn't enough information here for me to play the game that I wanted to play, or to be able to create the character that I wanted to play, or to be able to run the world that I wanted to play.
To counter, neither did any system that I have played.
Yep.
Amazing. Good. Moving on.
Because if it wasn't in here, if it wasn't in this book, then we felt empowered to house rule it, to come up with a way to make it happen. I'm still
So do we.
saying that the lack of defined rules does not inhibit gameplay. I actually think that the existence of defined rules can sometimes inhibit gameplay.
Why?
He's going to say, I just need a second. I just need to brace myself.
Because there's a feeling or a need to fit your character, or to fit your world, or to make a decision based on this predefined narrow set of options. If the options don't exist and there's just a framework, then you feel much more empowered to wing it. And
I never felt any less empowered to make my fucking world.
You feel more empowered, Vincent.
Exactly. Like, I personally started my world in 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I was there.
And then yeah. And then I moved it up to 5th edition. And guess what? It's fine.
But here's the question. Did you feel like it was worse because of 5th edition?
No.
Why not?
Because I had
Clearly
just
5th edition is worse.
I had just as many options. I had the entire universe at my fingertips to sound like fucking anything that's, you know, it's legitimately like you quite literally make it, right?
But
when you make a world.
But I counter that with
all right.
The modules are set in one place.
Oh, okay. Well,
how could you get around that?
Oh, okay. Let me tell you. I didn't use a goddamn module.
Yes. But let's say that for the sake of argument, let's say that you did.
Okay, for the sake of argument.
If you had a module that was set in Faerun, and you had your world,
okay,
how would you run that module in your world?
I would say that
Could you possibly do it?
I would say that it's in my world.
But
the book says it's in Faerun.
Oh, yeah, the book. The book.
You can't go against the book. The written word.
Book.
You can't do that.
Book.
It's against the rules. It's written in the book. The book says the
appreciate the bit. I really do. It's very good. Both sides were very fun. It's just astounding. Like
I also would have accepted if the book says it's Faerun, I simply fucking replace the words Faerun
right with
my
whatever
world's
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 called.
name.
Oh, absolutely.
I also would have accepted that.
Absolutely. Like legitimately, it's not hard to go, hey, I will change the names of all of the towns into towns that are here. Right? Like this is now my setting.
I will change mechanics as necessary.
And guess what? I can tell you that every time that we were like, how is this gonna work? I felt empowered to then create a rule that goes, this is how this works.
Yep.
Amazing. Guess what? My imagination, it ran fucking wild. As much as my imagination can, because I'm bad at it sometimes, right? But still, I made a whole race of peoples that were like, because of magic, and guess what? They're animals. Wow, because everybody wanted to play an animal person. And I was like,
For
cool.
some fucking reason.
It was great.
Just
I don't
copied
know.
My ass.
Yeah, it's just a thing that happened, and I was like, yeah, okay, let's do it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I never felt helpless at all. I don't understand this whole point of this makes me more empowered. I'm glad it does for you, but you cannot look at me and say, you are more empowered now, and me go, okay. 'Cause, let me tell you, people have done that in the past to other people, and sometimes that does not actually mean that, and they don't care.
All I could think of was he seems the type of person to go to like a feminist march and walk up to a random woman and go, "You are empowered now. I empower you," and they'd be like,
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And then they spit their acid blood in their second inner jaw.
What are they? Space Marines?
They're aliens.
Alien. Yeah. It's
From
an alien.
aliens.
Yeah.
They're aliens.
Well, Space Marines can spit acid.
That is true, they can. I forgot about that.
Oh,
You're right.
no, I meant aliens from
Yeah,
just
yeah.
Alien. The Xenomorph, I should say.
There you go, yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons, RPGs, they're about winging it. They're about doing things that aren't predefined and taking actions that are surprising and doing things that are out of the ordinary.
Hey, Boo. Question for you. How do you feel about him saying that this is what RPGs are about? Do you think, does he know what the creators intended?
Yeah, I think he does. Because he's at least twice as old as them.
No, he's half, honestly. Because they're dead.
They are dead.
Like,
they died eons ago.
More like Gary Gygax.
Nice.
Fuck
Jesus
me.
Christ.
Oh, hold on. I need to roll a d20 and see if I'm now just cursed to only roll ones from now
Yeah,
on.
exactly, right?
I award you a point. I love that.
That's-
Fuck me.
I think he's won today. I think
you won
today.
this podcast.
Yeah.
Damn it. You broke the fucking one rule.
It's true. Oh no.
So good.
Okay, I rolled a 17. I'm good.
Hey, you're
Nice.
good. So like legitimately, when he's saying this, I'm going like, no, it can be about that.
Mm-hmm.
It can be this. It can be that. It can be whatever it needs
It can
to be.
be anything.
Yeah, it can be whatever it is at the time. Like, it doesn't have to be the way that you say so. Like, I agree that this is cool and fun to do. You know, you do everything. Like, actually, no, sorry. I don't agree with the whole winging it thing because sometimes I don't feel like winging it is a great idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like having the plan there. I like having predetermined things at points because sometimes I need that stability so that I can then... Well, no, because, like, legitimately... I'm talking about the way that I DM and stuff, right? Because Broken can fucking wing it off the bat like all the
Yeah,
time.
Broken's really good at
Yeah,
Yeah, no, he's
he's
good.
he's great at it.
Yeah.
And like I'm not as good as it, I don't think. So again, I don't know. I made my world because I had sleepless nights and I just could not do anything but write for a while, and I didn't have internet, you know. So I was just like, fuck it, fill a notebook halfway, you know. And so that's what I did, and that's what I go by. But let's continue, I suppose.
And doing things that are out of the ordinary, or being creative and coming up with something that perhaps nobody's ever done before. Because if you're playing a game within a closed environment where all options are defined, then you're playing a video game. You're not playing an RPG. If you think about it.
I would love to show this guy Cyberpunk 2077. Actually, wait, no, your options are predefined. You
They are. I will agree that D&D is the most it's not predetermined whatsoever.
No.
Except it kind of can be. Right? Yeah. Like it depends on the setting. Like you can do whatever you want in D&D. There is literally, if you go, hey, I want to go kick that horse, and the DM goes, what? And you go, I want to go kick that horse. They go, okay, and then you get fucking kicked back.
Roll an attack roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like really weird examples, like I don't know, I want to take a bucket. I want to shove that bucket in the well, and then I want to dive in headfirst into the bucket. You can do that. Fuck it. They will advise against it, because that's a well that might not have water in it. Who knows? You didn't check. I don't know. Fuck it. You do so. And maybe you just fall down and you go into the water, and then you kind of crick your neck a little bit because you put your head in a bucket. I don't know. Fuck it. Whatever you want to do. Great. Good. Video games, less so. Sure. Great. But you can still play an RPG, and I will even go so far as to say modules are those. They are RPGs that are predefined. I'm still not playing a goddamn video game. I can still, instead of, I don't know, say something like Skyrim, right? Skyrim's the most beloved in examples of a comparison. What I'm saying, I guess what I'll say is the most popular comparison.
There you go.
That's what I'll say. So it's the most popular comparison to D&D. Whereas I would say Divinity is way more so a comparison. Yes. But regardless, or Baldur's Gate. Well, Baldur's Gate is 1-to-1. Basically,
I've actually been getting back into Divinity. Yeah, I'm starting up. I'm looking for a fucking shovel. I cannot. There is no shovels on goddamn Fort Joy. I swear to God, the NPCs mock me because they're digging graves and they have shovels in their inventory, and I'm like, I need it. I found 2 treasure spots.
That's why I'm a wizard.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? I'll even then say in Divinity, which I would equate is way closer to a D&D type thing. Even in Divinity, you have these restrictions of there is no shovel, I cannot dig, right? Mm-hmm. So, but in a module, there is no shovel, I can use my hands. I can use my sword, I can use my bucket that I found, I can use whatever.
I did try using a cauldron.
I'm so glad. Good. So it's not the same. It's not the same at all.
When you describe Dungeons & Dragons to your friends for the first time, when you try to get them to play, when you're like, hey man, there's this really cool game, Dungeons & Dragons, it's awesome. Well, why is it awesome? Because you can do anything that you want. Because literally, your options are not closed-ended. You can do anything that you want.
Yes.
The issue is, I think that works really well with a rules light system, because you know that there's no rule in there for that, right? Like there's basic rules, ways that the world can work, but everything else is sort of free form and it's on you. The more you try to define options and rulings and things that characters can or cannot do, the more you try to define that sort of thing, the more you're restricting play. For example, in basic Dungeons and Dragons, you had a fighter, right? Like you didn't define that fighter. That fighter wasn't a barbarian, although he could be, right? Like you could have a barbarian. It's just that it wasn't defined. Your actions as a player made that character a barbarian. It wasn't about gaining a tactical advantage, right? Like
wait, did basic didn't have classes, right?
Basic does have classes.
Pretty sure it fucking did.
Classes, Basic has classes, and those classes are defined. So what he's saying though is because you can then say my fighter is a barbarian, it's not equivocal to. Or sorry, he's saying that because you can say your fighter is a barbarian, that gives you no advantage, whereas in 5th edition, you can go, I am barbarian, the class. Where the class itself is you being a barbarian. And let me tell you, you can play a barbarian in different ways. Like, they don't have to be the big, burly barbarian thing.
Sorry.
You're fine. Blessings.
They don't have to be illiterate.
Exactly. Yeah. Like they took away so many things that like in 5th edition, or sorry, in 3.5, you could not read if you were a barbarian. They took that out in 5th edition because they were like, fuck it. Maybe some of them read. I don't know. Yeah. Who cares? Right? God
forbid you play an orc barbarian. Woo!
Like, God forbid. And like, like, but what I'm trying to say is, even in 3.5, you could go, fuck it, my barbarian knows how to read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's in the book, though! No, you can say, hey, DM, can my barbarian know how to read? And your DM goes...
it's in the book!
Right, your DM either goes, no, it's in the book, you can't read. Or they go, well, how's your barbarian learn how to read? And then you go, well, that's a good question. Let me think about that. Or, I don't know, maybe some traveling nomads were part of, they crossed paths with our barbarian at some point and taught my barbarian how to read.
Yeah.
Why not?
Be traded with some dudes. And the dudes knew how to talk.
Yeah.
Read.
Both, I hope. So it's...
Ooga booga.
I just... I hate this whole thing of because there are more rules, you can do less. Like, it's not true.
Not to mention, if you're going to play a game that has rules that are so vaguely defined and barely any rulings made on anything, what exactly is there to stop me from saying, oh, my fighter? Yeah, I cast Fireball. I cast Wish.
That's the thing, right? Like, I assume...
You're setting a very dangerous precedent by not having, like, by saying that, we're playing with, like, basically no rules.
And again, I assume he understands the fact that the classes are predetermined and that's kind of necessary.
Yeah.
Right? And their progression and how that works and if they get magic or not and all that stuff. I assume that he is fully aware of how that is, and that is fine with him.
I am choosing to interpret this as, like, you know how in 3.5 you have class requirements for multi-classing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or like in Pathfinder 2e you do.
Yes.
I don't think you do in 5th.
There are very, very, very easy to meet requirements of, like, basic stats that you need.
All right, yeah, I've never multi-classed in 5th
me
edition.
either. Yeah.
I'm hoping that the way he's instead doing this as like, oh, you want to be a fighter and like take a couple levels in barbarian? Well, if you can, like, let's look at the way that your character acts. Yeah, they're more prone to like violence and rage and like bloodlust. And you know what? Despite the fact that you are like you don't quite have like this requirement right here, we'll like just waive that because it makes sense for your character to do this.
That would actually be pretty cool.
I'm hoping that this is what this is.
I honestly, I hope so too. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and I'll say that it probably is. I hope.
Sure hope so.
Right? Like, cause I don't know. It's not.
Yeah.
Like, I also don't. He's speaking as though that's the only way that you take a level in Barbarian, though, in the sense of like,
you can only get it through role play, basically.
Well, so no, what I'm saying is that he thinks that you would take the Barbarian because it's more for the stats and what you get, and not because of maybe it makes sense with your character. I think that's what he's saying, and
which is patently false.
I would say no, but again, I don't know.
Yeah.
So it's anyway.
It was more my character's a barbarian because he acts this way, right? Like, it wasn't about gaining a tactical advantage. It was about
so yeah, that is what he's saying. He's saying it's more because of how you role play it out, which is good, I would say. Personally, I like the idea of gaining another class because I've done this through actions, where when I was DMing for the evil campaign, the Drow cleric who went into Glow and started to literally learn with the mages in the college because she wanted to, and she wanted to learn necromancy and stuff and see how it was different from her stuff that she knew, if they knew anything really to gather intelligence as well. But I was like, okay, if you want to at some point take a level in wizard, go for it. That makes sense to me, right? Like, that stuff is fun for me to think of, like, what they're doing here. Yeah, absolutely. You want to take a level in fighter because you've been training with weapons with a weapon master for a few weeks and really trying to hone this shit, and you're just like a basic level fighter. Absolutely, you want to become a fighter. Go for it. Right? Like, that's cool. Cool little character things that you do make total sense for me to then go, okay, you can take a level in this class. You want to summon a demon and sign a pact with it and become a warlock? Go for it. Absolutely.
Now you can do ink summons. Oh.
Right? Exactly. Now you can ink summon. But that's cool.
You wanna make a pact with a demon and cram him in your shadow? Now you can make shadow clones.
Right, exactly. Like, anything that you want to do like that, absolutely go for it if it works in game. And that's my stipulation for it if you're not going to do it from the beginning, right? If you tell me in your backstory that you had some training in this and you didn't really think of taking it up before, and now you do later on in life, and you kind of want to relearn those ways, and kind of like, then I'd be like, yeah, sure, you can multi-class, absolutely, that's fine. You know, you're not stuck to it just because of things that you do in your world. If you want some reason in the background that you have to do it, absolutely, we can work that out later because that's your plan for that character, absolutely. But to say that because some people will take it for tactical reasons only, and that's bad, like, I don't know, man. Sure, it's a little less realistic, I suppose, but it depends on the game you're running, and I one way or the other, like, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. That's the most important thing, is that it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter taking a different class thing if you want the stats for it. Like, we can either come up with a reason or we can just do it.
Yeah.
And honestly, you can come up with a reason for whatever you want. Like, again, you have
though.
Yeah, you have so much control, though. You can just say,
but
okay,
you know the books tell you.
You know,
you cannot defy the books.
Book.
Exactly.
This is who my character is, right? You don't have to be a necromancer or a sorcerer or a wizard. You're just a magic user. Like you're just a magic user. And then how you play your character is what defines that. You're not getting any sort of tactical advantage. You're not getting any sort of strategic advantage. You're not trying to win an unwinnable game. There's no winning. There's no winning and losing. It's about how you play your character. That's what defines you, right? Like, I'm a wizard because this is how I dress and act and look, and this is how I interact with other characters, right? Right? I mean, like, isn't that better? Or
I would love. All right, this is a new character concept I have.
Absolutely.
Oh boy,
Let's go for it.
All right, so he's a rogue.
Yeah.
All right. Dresses like a wizard.
Okay.
Has a big book.
Okay.
Yep.
Talks like a wizard.
Yep.
Treats other people like a wizard.
Yep.
Knows 0 spells.
Oh, absolutely. Has a high deception.
Yep.
There's
Hell,
a fucking
make him a bard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Make him a bard.
there's
He's
a
a wizard.
fucking D&D green text that I saw a long time ago
Uh-huh.
that this guy made a rogue
Uh-huh.
and he had expertise and he had max deception.
Yeah.
And
Is it
all
Barrington?
this shit.
No.
No,
I know
it
what he's
was.
talking about. I think.
Damn it.
Oh wait, was it Barrington?
Yeah, it was
Oh
Barrington.
yeah,
Damn it.
Barrington's a classic. There's also
Yeah.
the one that was the rogue who intimidated everyone into not seeing him.
Yep.
He was.
I remember telling you guys about
Yep.
that one.
Yep.
Yeah,
You
no, it was-
don't see me.
And they were like, I don't see him. Okay.
where the fuck did you go?
I don't want to die. I don't
Yeah.
see him.
Yeah, but fucking Barrington.
Yeah, no, they like legitimately like I understand what you're saying. You want it to be just a part of the character, but guess what? It can still be that way. Regardless of everything you're saying here. Just the fact that I can also have a benefit from something that my character has decided or I have decided for my character to have is just kind of fruit on, like, a little icing on the cake. Fruit on the cake. I don't know. Fucking cake. I don't like cake. Pie. Pie is cool.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
A little bit of cinnamon on the apple.
There you go.
Take it
A
or
little bit peanut butter on the banana.
Mm-hmm,
A little bit mustard on the pretzel.
Mm-hmm.
and a little bit of chocolate on the marshmallow.
I'd rather have
Ooh.
cheese on the pretzel, I'll be honest.
A little
Yeah,
bit
cheese on the pretzel,
a
absolutely.
little bit of
Little bit of
lasers and
A little bit of queso on the chip.
Mm-hmm.
a little bit of lasers and mech shit on King Ghidorah.
A little bit of mashed potatoes on the steak.
Oh.
A little bit Skaven on the bodies of the Empire.
Ah.
Yes.
Little bit of cheese on the macaroni.
Chef's kiss.
A little bit okay, no,
Yeah.
And again, I could be wrong. You tell me in the comments.
Oh, you
below.
could be.
Do you think that gaining tactical advantage or gaining special abilities or gaining some sort of numerical advantage to picking a particular class is better, or should you just be role playing that?
Oh my god, it doesn't matter if it's better or worse. That is up to the individual.
Yeah, this was never about that.
No, it is apparently. No, it's not. I don't know. What is
right.
rules light versus
like-
rules heavy? He's now made it into an argument about whether or not getting something.
Like why
or,
you choose your
sorry,
class,
mechanics,
why you multi-class.
mechanics versus role playing. This is the argument now of like what is better, mechanics or role playing, and they go hand in hand, my man. Like. You can't have one without the other. I would fucking posit. Fucking the whole game is mechanics. But guess what? The human element brings that whole role-playing thing into it. Because the mechanics also dictate if you role-play things, hey, guess what? You can roll for them because of the mechanical aspect. Like,
They can't.
oh, I forgot. We're not
That's not
playing
possible.
role-playing games, apparently.
Yeah.
Do you like characters that are numerically superior? Like, in other words, is it fun for you? And I'm asking, I'm not judging.
No, you are judging though, because the way that you have put this, you don't like it, and so you don't understand it. You've already made your judgment that you don't think it's as fun. And I good for you. That's a personal opinion.
But don't try to act like you have some sort of fucking high ground above people who choose that.
It's not like I can argue my point to you all day and all night, but if you just feel this way and it doesn't change, great. Fine. We can understand each other. But I have come to the understanding that this is where you're at and this is what you like, and I would hope that you would come to the understanding that this is what I like, and we can move on from there. It's the point. We're supposed to understand each other. But when you go, I don't fucking get it, and then I have to keep explaining to you, and apparently it's been years, and I fucking assume that people have explained this to you for years, that at that point, you're still just like, I don't get it. Why do you think that's fun? I don't think that's fun.
It's fine if you think it's fun.
It's fine that you think it's fun, but like, why though?
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's ridiculous.
You know, I actually, here's an idea. If you don't understand it, why don't you try it? You can always try it.
It wouldn't be fun.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I wouldn't like it. Okay, good. Then we've perfectly established that you don't like it and you don't think it's fun. Great. I do.
I mean, then you can play in a game where it could be.
Right.
Where, like, that's the point of the campaign. You play like a dungeon crawler.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with a dungeon crawler.
There's nothing wrong with just doing a dungeon crawl.
As long as people know what they're getting into, and like you don't bring like this character that's built for heavy RP to a dungeon crawl.
It's a session zero, man.
Yeah, fucking have fun.
Like
go kick in some goblin skulls.
Like there are many ways for people to have fun, and I hope that they do. I just like there are some things where this whole like this is not binary. It's not like murder, okay? It's not like I can still understand to a degree why somebody will kill someone because there's a motive involved, right? But I will say objectively murder bad. Right?
Well,
hot take.
Hot take. Murder bad.
What about Hitler, though?
Oh, it's true, right? Well, he killed himself. It was a suicide. Suicide.
No. What I'm
also
saying
bad.
is, like, if you were to murder Hitler.
Oh, if I was to murder Hitler, well, for the greater good, but still murder bad.
Watch out, Aiden.
I am Adolf. I am not Hitler.
It's true.
This has been established.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're just one of his descendants.
No.
last name is not present. Remember, he's got Adolf, which is his first name.
I had the most beautiful conversation, and I don't know if I've told this story to you guys before or not, but I had the most beautiful conversation when I was playing League with a friend of mine, and someone gets salty in chat and says that they're going to report my name for hate speech.
Okay.
Which is idiotic, but
Yeah,
okay.
that's
A
stupid.
lot of people have threatened it before, and I've never once seen Riot do anything.
Yeah.
And I say, "Hey, bud, don't do that. That's my name." And they're like, "Bullshit, that's not your name." And my friend speaks up and he says, "Hey, I actually know this guy. I'm his roommate. It's actually his name."
Yep.
And the person said, "What kind of person names their son Adolf?" And at this point in time, the match was like ending.
Yeah.
So I just go in chat and I say Nazis.
Nice. Yeah, it's definitely like this is a whole other thing of like names and shit, but I don't care. Anyway, yeah, exactly. It's whatever. It's a name. You can change its meaning if okay. So if you're not Rey from the sequel trilogy, you can which apparently you can't keep the Palpatine name. You have to take somebody else's name so that you can't change the way that it's viewed. Whatever.
Names are malleable.
Yeah, apparently. But no, anyway. Fucking so This fucking guy.
Asking
Unfucking believable.
Yeah.
you as players, is it fun for you to just, win every encounter that you come across?
This again. This.
Okay, first, yes. Second, sorry, complete side note, there's a new Yu-Gi-Oh! Called Cockathorium.
Oh.
I'm
Pretty
dead
good.
serious.
That's pretty good.
Anyway, sorry.
No, you're good.
What the fuck? You want to win every combat encounter? You're a power gamer.
He said that he doesn't like the whole win-lose thing. How would you define
What the fuck kind of campaign are you running then?
How do you define when the party completes an encounter successfully?
Yeah. Not to mention,
what did
you've
they do?
already gone on and been like, there's no winning or losing, and yet you're describing winning the what? You have a problem with this now too?
Because if you like, if you win an encounter, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
And I assume he's meaning a combat encounter because you don't really have social encounters one way or the other. You just have a social encounter and you, quote unquote, win or lose, right? You get what you want.
He specifically said win combat.
No, I know. Okay,
time.
okay. He said combat. Okay, good. So,
yeah,
combat encounters. If you lose, as we've said, more likely than not, you die.
Newsflash: players don't like to die.
What?
People die when they're killed.
Exactly.
People get killed when they die.
Like, what do you expect? What do you want from... If I have an RP character or something... Like, if I have a regular fucking character that I didn't min-max whatsoever, I just rolled his shit and I made him. And then we started playing. And we beat the encounter. What do you say? Did we win? Did I win?
Well, here's the thing. It's not so much that you rolled, you didn't min-max, and then you won. It's that you min-maxed. It's that you didn't min-max and you tried to win. You can't try. You can't want it. You gotta be like a cat.
Yeah, no, I just, like, does he mean that... Okay.
Didn't want to win or anything, Babaka.
Yeah, right?
Does he mean, right, that if you are power gaming, you are trying to get the most kills and beat the encounter yourself? Is that winning? I need to know what he determines as winning the encounter in this scenario. Because if that's the case, oh no.
God forbid you have a character who wants to do that.
We have a character who does a majority of the damage, and the other characters are there to also do a lot of damage. That sometimes happens in regular fucking parties.
Yeah. And also, something I posit, you want to know a very famous Dungeons & Dragons party.
Sure.
And they had two very, very famous power gamers who were always trying to do more damage than one another.
Okay.
They were always trying to get more kills than the other. And in fact, they would actually count how many kills they got in the middle of combat.
Oh.
I think you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Yeah. It's fucking Legolas and Gimli.
So it's one of those things where like, they competed because it was a camaraderie thing and all that shit, and it was neat, and they did a lot. The other people did great. They did fucking as best as they could. But let me remind everybody, Legolas is fucking thousands of years old. He's a goddamn elf. Yep. Like, he's at peak fucking physical prowess and martial ability, and guess what? He fucking shows that shit. You can see it. And a dwarf, Gimli himself specifically, is also pretty fucking good at it, right?
Yeah.
They are naturally...
And he was like a couple hundred, wasn't he? Or
something. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he was old.
He's definitely had his share of experience, and he is definitely trained as being a warrior. And guess what?
They're both about half as old as Brian here.
Right, right, exactly. Their experience is nothing compared to his.
Yes.
And, like, fucking... Okay, so, and then Aragorn, he himself was like 80, I think, or something.
Yeah.
I think so.
And so he had more experience than a regular man, I would say. He's definitely better than a regular man. In fact, I would say he's exceptional.
Whoa.
And the hobbits were hobbits. They had no fucking idea. And Boromir himself was very good for being a man, but he didn't really fare too well with many arrows in him.
He did fine.
He did great. He did fucking great.
Yeah.
He's great. He's a great character. I love him. Anyway, I'm not trying to knock him. I really am not. But in comparison, like, these guys are the, like, exceptional to the exceptional, right?
Yeah.
Like, they've had that training and experience for fucking ages. And so they deserve to be, or not deserve, they definitely are going to show that off in taking the most kills and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
And they keep the party safe. And God forbid if you're a person who min-maxes to be a support.
Yeah, right?
You want to be the best at healing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
The thing that sucks about healing is that you can't even be like, oh man, I healed. Fuck, I can't talk about hit points. You know? Because like, at least if you're killing things, you're like, yeah, I killed 20 goblins. You can't be like, I healed 20 cuts, I guess.
I got you better.
You still had.
Is it fun for you to gain specific feats and advantages? And like, I mean, is that really fun, or is the fun of playing Dungeons and Dragons role-playing a character? Why do you?
Is it fun to have fun in a way I don't understand?
Is it fun to work toward a goal and then accomplish that goal?
Exactly. I was gonna say.
Is it fun to become stronger?
Yeah,
and overcome challenges?
When you level up and you gain feats and all that stuff, you are bettering your character. Is that not fun?
Is it fun for you to feel yourself becoming stronger?
Is it fun to then see your own accomplishments become a reality on your character sheet?
Is personal and character growth rewarding for you?
Is growing stronger and in the future, knowing that you are getting one step closer to that sweet, sweet revenge?
Or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
you need to define that your character is a barbarian, or why do you need to define that your character is a paladin? Like,
so then in the same instance, why the fuck would I need to define that my fighter is a barbarian in roleplay? Why the fuck would I need to define that my character is a paladin in roleplay? Why not just do it and never even say anything? Why even have the classes? Why not just tell each other a story and say
how about you
good
just tell
we
me
are?
a story and I just listen?
Like this, this guy I'm sure would absolutely love the fate system in GURPS.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think that's probably something he really enjoys.
No rules, no classes,
no nothing.
And like it has its appeal. I definitely can say that would be fun to try and do for a while.
But the thing is, the reason why GURPS doesn't have, I don't actually know about Fate. I don't know if it's bare bones for a specific reason. But GURPS was meant to be a system that you can adapt to anything. That's the entire point of GURPS. Is so that you can run anything you want with it.
It quite literally is just, this is the system. The purpose is bare bones so that you can just say, whatever setting we are, GURPS.
Generic, universal role-playing system.
Yeah, it's in the title.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that this guy has fun with this stuff. I really am. But, like, you can't just look at us and go, or look at somebody else and go, why? You can't just go, like, that doesn't seem like fun. Why are you having fun?
Why are you
in a way that just doesn't sound like you condone it. Right?
Yeah.
It's just so weird.
Can't you just roleplay that? And
oh my
I'm
God.
being serious. I'm totally being serious. I'm not being facetious here. To me, the further you define the rules and you add mechanics to things that could just be roleplayed, I think the further away from fun you get.
Oh my God.
No. All right. You know what? No. I've made my fair share of shots
Yep.
I made me some funny comments,
Yep,
or
and then
comments that I hope were funny.
Yep.
and you defended him at times.
And I've
done your devil's
defended him.
advocate. Yep.
I've tried to see both sides of the coin.
Nope.
Man, I have done my due diligence.
Yep.
But if you come into my house telling me that your fighter is a paladin, and because of that, you just spontaneously gain the ability to heal people, and that, okay. If you
Yep.
just come up to me and say, you know what, I have never once in my character's life done anything but hit them with a sword.
Yeah.
But today it is convenient for me to be able to cure wounds
Yeah.
on this person. You know what? I have a god on my character sheet. I want to cure his wounds. What? Have you devoted yourself to them? No. Have you taken time to study these spells in prayer? No. Then you can't cast the fucking spell.
No, I know.
And apparently, the further you get away from role playing, the further you get away from fun.
It's so it's
Yeah,
it's so
I gave a coin to a blind man, and I hit a person with a sword. Guess who can bring people back from the dead, bitch?
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Jesus
I
Christ.
just that like
That line disgusts me.
it's just I don't fun is so subjective, my man. You cannot that sucks that you think this way. It sucks. Like I pity you for that, dude. I really do. The fact that you can't have fun except for this way, that sucks. I'm so sorry. You can't even entertain that.
Maybe that's me. Even
Thankfully,
as a player,
it's just
I'm
you.
not talking about me as a DM. I'm not talking about me as a DM hating on power gamers or hating on min-maxers. I'm not talking about that. I'm literally talking about me as a player right now. Me as a player growing up, playing this at 12 years old.
If you enjoy role playing, good for you.
Yeah, no, that's great. I'm glad for you. Why did you make this video?
I absolutely love the fact that you were trying to incorporate your class into how your character acts.
Yeah.
And like start thinking to yourself, you know what? I would like to take a level in barbarian. I should play up how I am Angie boy.
Yeah.
Cool. If you're thinking about, you know what, I would like to start speccing into paladin. I should start donating to orphanages and pick a temple and devote myself and pay penance for the sins I have made up to this point, and spend like a month sequestered in an abbey. And then when I emerge from that downtime and meet back up with my party, I now have a level in paladin and am different because people leveled up. Totally cool.
Yeah.
And as a DM, if my player chose how to spend a month of downtime in that way, like, bud, you best bet I would reward them for that.
Oh, absolutely.
But to claim, it seems like you're saying that, like, oh wow, so and so just got gored by a Goristro, and we killed the Goristro, but now he's lying on the ground with his guts hanging out. Okay, I hit people with a sword, but I will channel this spell because I am paladin and me am like good. And
that's
just stupid.
It just does not make any fucking sense. It
Yeah.
does not.
And you know what? Maybe that's the difference. I grew up. I started playing here. I've never understood power gaming. I've never understood min-maxing. I've never understood trying to gain a technical advantage to break the game.
He's using understood in the sense of he would not do it because he does not like it. He's not using
relate to it.
Yeah, he's not using it in the sense that he actually does not understand it.
Yeah.
So, like,
given that up to this point he has used the terms min-maxing and
Yeah.
power gaming with 100% like correctness,
Accuracy, yeah.
he clearly knows what the two are.
Yeah.
It's just simply meant to show that he does not understand the motivations behind it, and that to
Which-
me is baffling.
Yes, that exactly. That's what I'm trying to point out.
I-
It's just it does
I
not.
don't understand how you could not comprehend people's innate desire to do very well or be the best at something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's kind
Um,
of part of human nature.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, I don't get me wrong. I've never been a min-maxer or a power gamer.
Yeah.
I instead like using tools that happen to be at my disposal to
Yeah.
their fullest extent.
Yes.
Which is why I think of myself more as a tactician than a power gamer.
Yes.
But I can, even as someone who's never done it, and I never intend on doing it.
Right.
Who
Yeah. Me
knows
either.
what I can't see the future. Who knows what the years will bring? A couple years from now, I might go, let's make a min-max to shit character.
Sure.
Couple years from now, let's have another plague.
Yikes.
But like, I can still understand why people do it.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
not.
And,
It's not hard.
And because I understand why, that's why I try to dissuade them, because I'll say, hey, dude, I know why you're trying to do this, but you don't have to worry about that. Trust the DM.
Exactly. It's.
I want to see you succeed.
Mm-hmm.
Even if your character is flawed, I want to see you succeed.
Hell, if your character is flawed, I want to see you succeed even more.
Yeah,
I want to see it
dude.
grow. Absolutely.
Like, the stronger you are, the more adversity I'm going to throw at you.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah,
but
I
if
have
you're
a bit of
weaker,
an.
it's just going to be a bit different.
Yeah, I have a bit of an issue with not power gaming, but I don't even know if it's really min-maxing, but basically what I do is when I make a character, sometimes I put a lot of work into the character story, and I'm like, man, I really don't want this person to die like immediately.
Oh,
I
sure.
want the story to get off the ground.
Oh, sure.
And I like re-roll stats a lot so that I at least feel like I to get like straight 18s, but I at least want to get like a 16 in something decent like Constitution.
Yeah, you want to defend your baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
because
fine.
yeah.
That's fine. That's totally.
Yeah.
You're not min-maxing. You're just trying to get something that's going to at least be alive for a little while.
Like, I just want to fucking survive.
Yeah. It's
There,
I love my characters too much.
there's also too, like, you can absolutely try to align your stats and your perks and stuff so that the good things complement each other.
Oh yeah.
If you're playing a ranger, you are 100% allowed to put your highest stat in dex
Yeah.
Oh,
without
absolutely.
someone calling you a min-maxer.
Right.
Yeah.
In fact, if I see a ranger who has like a 9 in their dexterity and they're not Kalungo, I will probably make a note on that and say, oh, interesting. So you're like going to try to be a bit like subpar or something? Like, tell me about your character.
Well, he's gonna be a melee ranger because sometimes melee rangers are a thing. They do wield
What?
shit, you know?
What? That's a really weird way to pronounce worse fighter.
But I want to be able to, do the thing sometimes.
But I want to have favored terrain.
But I also want to have a favorite enemy, and also maybe I want to have a animal.
Then, well, in that case, I would recommend make a fighter, have him buy a pet bear, and have him be racist.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you're not fucking wrong. Damn it.
He hates goblins.
So much that you get a D6 against them.
Right, or whatever it is. I don't
What
remember.
are we playing, Call of Cthulhu now?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Oh, shit.
Yeah, right.
The gobos.
Yeah.
Because you can't win the game. There's no winning and losing in the goddamn game.
Oh,
Language?
Wow. Whoa. Yeah.
What
Whoa.
What the
Whoa.
fuck? You fucking fuck. How fucking dare you? Jesus Christ.
Wow, it's just like I didn't expect this at a part 2, man. It went into PG-13 territory.
Jesus,
Shit.
you suckered me in with the
Oh.
PG-rated first one.
No, it's G.
And then I gotta see the sequel.
I totally missed the swear because I was like too busy with my head in my hands.
Yeah,
What
that's
did he say?
He said goddamn.
He said goddamn.
I'll play it again. I'll play it
Ooh.
again. It's great. It's actually kind of funny.
Understood power gaming. I've never understood min-maxing. I've never understood trying to gain a technical advantage to break the game because you can't win the game. There's no winning and losing in the goddamn game. Dungeons
It's just whoa. That's a little whoa. It took me
Looks
on
like
a
he cares about
ride.
something after all.
I literally did not hear him swear.
He said goddamn.
Yeah, he said goddamn.
No, he said that there is no way you can win or lose the game because there is no winning or losing.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
There's
Oh,
no
are you
winning
not
or
synced up?
losing in the goddamn game. That's what he said.
What are you on right now for time?
546.
Oh yeah, no, he says.
Yeah,
it
no,
right
he
before
says.
this. Hold on.
Hold on.
I started playing here. I've never understood power gaming. I've never understood min-maxing. I've never understood trying to gain a technical advantage to break the game because you can't win the game. There's no winning and losing in the goddamn game.
Right
Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah.
Took him 3, but he got there.
That's okay.
He
Third
got
time's the
there in
charm.
the end. Yeah.
Gee, dang it, Joe.
Yeah. Not
My-
GD.
My virgin ears. I hate that.
They've
by the
been
way.
raped.
Yeah. Oh.
Someone get a
Alright.
rape whistle
Mm.
and whistle on it.
Winning and losing. It's not you versus the DM. It's not you versus the other members of your party.
No one's
Correct.
It's about you playing
Correct.
a character. Like
It's
right?
about-
and that character, just like people in real life, isn't gonna be perfect. And I actually think that some of the best role-playing movements actually come from suboptimal play as opposed to optimal play.
They can.
Yeah, they can, but then you can also have incredibly satisfying moments where
Did
you
you-
have a
okay.
smart player and a smart piece, like a smart character, do a smart thing, and then the strong guy do the strong thing, and the magic
Well,
guy do the
Not
magic
even
thing.
that.
What is
It's
wrong
just,
with that?
It's just whatever. Whenever a min-max character does anything, they can do whatever. Anyone can do anything. Like legit.
So, okay. One of the recent highlights in my campaign
Sure.
has been the fact that I threw a cannon encounter at the players.
Right.
Yeah.
There's 3 cannons set on the crest of a hill that were about like 600, 700 feet away. It was actually 600. And the spell sword used a spell that we're using sort of a homebrew class, and one of the things he can do is he can imbue elements, and what he got for his level 6 ability was the ability to make his imbuement into a cloak around himself.
Ooh.
Sort of an elemental cloak that, based on what element he has active, gives him different bonuses.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
And the lightning one is he gains 15 feet of speed.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, makes
Um,
sense.
And what he did was he cast lightning cloak, and he used haste,
Mm-hmm,
and he double dashed,
Mhm.
and used his like double movement speed to move 270 feet per round.
Yes.
He had already made it about like 50 or 60 feet like towards the cannon when he got there in 2 rounds.
Yep.
From and then what he does as his finisher with the cloak is he gets the lightning spell.
Mhm.
No, not called lightning. It's the beam basically.
Just lightning.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
like
Which is a spell he already has.
Yep.
Oh.
So I'm like, okay, you know what? That's a spell, I see no reason why you can't essentially take your cloak off, shed it, and then throw it forward as the spell.
Mhm.
What he then did was he ran up perpendicular to those 3 cannons, and he took his spell and he fired down the line and detonated all of the gunpowder barrels.
Ooh.
This killed all 24 people manning the cannons,
Mm-hmm.
as well as some people close by,
Mm-hmm.
and pretty much set the top of the hill on fire.
Mm-hmm.
And there was the caravan that they were defending saw this, and when they got back, they were like, "What the hell was that?" We saw a lightning bolt go up the hill, and then we saw the hill explode. And now you're back with a pirate that has a southern accent.
And then the player puts on the fucking sunglasses, and he said, "I had a blast."
Hey.
Yeah. Sorry.
And you know what?
Mm.
I was totally fine with him doing it because it did not break any rules.
Yep.
It made he asked me beforehand. He is like, "Will the movement speed from my cloak and haste stack?" And I thought about it for 3 seconds, and I said, "I see literally no reason why it wouldn't."
Yeah, exactly.
And he said, "Cool, so my movement speed is this," and he showed me the math, and I went, "Badass." And he's like, "I'm going to move up to here," and we were using like inches on a ruler to determine like distance
Right.
because the map was so zoomed out.
Right.
Yeah.
And when I saw him move half that distance in one round, I went, "Hoo, I'm in danger."
Yeah. And hell,
Had a
we just
wig
had a
moment.
thing like that. We just had a thing like that in our campaign where the fucking shadow demon got in your shadow. And
Yeah.
the whole time I was like, you
Oh,
can't
yeah.
really get rid of a shadow because if there's light, there's shadow. And then you start fucking, you caught him in a fucking bottle, and I'm like, fuck. I did not see that coming. But I'm like,
so
it makes sense, and like, fuck.
as much as I also am like for these examples, are neither of these are examples of min-maxing though. That's the thing, right? Because
but I guess we're just having fun talking.
No,
something that
absolutely,
isn't
and
the
I
video.
appreciate. I know it's a good thing to
Well,
have the levity, but
the spell sword is more of a min-maxy type person.
okay, there you go.
And he was the person that when he was initially going into my campaign, I was like, "Dude, don't worry, trust the DM. All right, I'm not going to screw you over."
Right, exactly. There you go.
And he went, "Okay," and like he still kept some min-maxy aspects that he
Right.
still holds to this day. But in the past 4 sessions we've held, he has been like, I don't know what it's been, but he's like been like at pretty much table MVP,
Like a
with the
model
exception
player.
with the exception of being an absolute dick to the merchants.
Right, yeah.
But like that was his like he bought the party an enchanted cart and like helped them move in and like set up their rooms and stuff.
Yeah.
Like came up with the name of the flagon wagon because it's a ball on wheels.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, no,
But-
it's so tell me, would you suspect, and do you have confirmation that he has been having fun?
I have no direct confirmation, but I would say, given from the expressions on his face when
You can
the
make the
hill
assumption.
blew up, I would assume that he's having a decent time. And when I said, like, I basically handed out my players like a Word document that had like 9 questions on it, he said that he was pretty happy with the campaign so far.
There you go. Okay, so you have that. And before, throughout your whole time playing with him, would you also assume that this has been the case?
I would say more or less.
Okay.
I can never peer into someone's brain,
Right,
but
of course.
I've not gotten complaints.
Right. Okay.
Just-
Let me
just-
tell you.
I would also say when someone has done well for the party, and like I have absolutely no problem handing them an absolute win.
Sure. Let me now tell you that that's wrong, and he shouldn't be having as much fun as he is.
Yes.
Because it needs to be more roleplay and less min-maxy. I've
But
learned
my
this now.
campaign is already very roleplay.
Oh, What?
Well, then I guess you just need to kick him out.
Oh yeah,
because
no,
he's too min-maxing in your roleplay campaign.
Yeah,
He's ruining the campaign.
He has a +13 to persuasion, and is
too
currently
good.
in the process of having a blast with setting up multiple businesses.
Yeah, no, too good. Can't have.
Yeah, no,
it.
he's too.
Can't have.
But he uses that +13 persuasion in roleplay.
Well,
no,
he min-maxed to get it.
No. Min-max bad. Book. Yeah,
They had some rich nobles that owed them a favor, and he asked them about a book that would help him get better at persuading people.
The absolute absurdity that because min-max less fun. Like I just can't.
Good.
What I mean is, if you're playing up to your character's faults, it's always much more fun than just sort of numerically gaining an advantage and beating a die roll.
I'm sorry. Beating a die roll is bad now?
Okay, so I'm getting the distinct impression that his characters and players probably die a lot.
I don't know about
that. I think I'm actually a little bit behind you guys, and that's why I didn't hear the goddamn.
Oh, okay. You drag it back. You drag it back to a little bit before, and then
because he was in the middle of saying the word gaining.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah, you draw it back. It'll probably sync up more to where you are.
And I think that may have been why I didn't hear the goddamn was because you paused as soon as he said goddamn, and the third time he had said God.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Sorry.
Gaining an advantage and beating a die roll. That's ridiculous.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand why getting an advantage and beating something that is meant to be a challenge for you to overcome is bad.
Yeah.
I have a question for you guys. Do you want to be do you want me to be on for you duty? Like whenever he says fun, I'll just say for you.
Right. Sure, if you want to.
If you want, you don't have to.
Yeah, it's quite literally like this is so obvious that this is just this is my thing and I'm trying to push it upon you. This is all his thing, and like I'm glad for him. I really am.
I have played Dungeons and Dragons for the past 200 years. I am Dungeons and Dragons.
Exactly, right? Like I've seen all iterations. I play
with Dungeons and Dragons.
I play all.
They called me a madman.
It's quite literally like this is fucking.
I want to see him in purple face play as Thanos.
That would be great. Like legitimately, this is I am an authority on the matter because I have played so much, but I don't care. I don't care.
Guys, I played D&D Basic for 40 years. Listen to me.
Exactly.
Guys, why are you laughing?
It's that whole
guys.
It's that whole like trying to use authority as your crux of your argument. It's like just because
an appeal to authority.
Thank you. Yes, appeal to authority. That's it.
And it is a common logical flaw.
Exactly. And like I don't care about your experience. I don't care about this. This is not the way it is for everyone, and it doesn't have to be.
But it should be.
Right? Like that's what he's saying, and I don't care.
Hey guys, quick question.
Yeah.
Should my rat ogre have a flamethrower and a regular hand, or a flamethrower and a spike hand, or a flamethrower and a double hand?
Double hand.
Double hand.
Okay. Double hand, got it.
I have a fucking headache, by the way. It hurts a lot. Let's continue.
That's ridiculous to me. Why? Like, I couldn't imagine playing the game that way.
Seeing your character succeed whereas they failed before holds no value.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
I can't imagine winning. I can't imagine being good.
Imagine. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, I thought your system was much more for imagination, my man. Like, how can you not imagine yourself playing as somebody that's a little bit better than everyone else? I don't know.
He doesn't know either, because he can't even imagine it.
You can't imagine it, dude. My head hurts.
playing the game that way. And again, this is not judgment. I'm not saying that if you play the game that way that you're playing it wrong. I'm saying, to me, and not as a DM, as a player, that would not be fun. If there is no sense of danger, if there's no sense of impending death, if you're just sort of coasting through every die roll because you have 32 different feats,
then your dungeon master sucks.
Yeah.
And they haven't been challenging you. I don't understand.
The most relieving part of this video for me is the fact that he is saying this all as a player and not a DM.
Yeah.
Because what it means is he's not inflicting like 4 or 5 or 6 others with this mindset.
Exactly. I fucking hope not.
Although he's afflicting it on us.
This, and people who watch his shit. Like, legitimately.
He has been cursed by blessed by the blighted truth.
This podcast is not good for my blood pressure, my man.
Nope.
Oh, I love it. I love this podcast so much. I do.
That's weird. I'm drained.
Now,
dude,
do me a favor and rewind this a tad bit because he said something that I had a response to, but I've lost it.
Yeah, go for it.
And
yourself.
not too far, just like 10 seconds.
Yeah, you can do it.
I can do it. Okay.
Yeah. Anyone can.
Okay.
Oh, it's just because I have a headache that this is like making me upset.
Okay, let's see.
If there's no sense of impending death, if you're just sort of coasting through every die roll because you have 32 different feats.
Yeah, so if you are min-maxing and your dungeon master hasn't compensated for that, that's not your fault.
Yeah, what is supposed to be happening here? Like,
there's not really supposed to be that kind of a scenario unless that scenario is what makes sense. If you have a rogue who is really, really good at picking locks or something, and your rogue goes into a fucking inn and buttfuck USA or something, and there's a chest there.
Get that in.
Yeah.
Me too.
There's a chest there.
There's a chest there. And you pick the lock, and guess what? In that shitty little inn, the shitty inn in buttfuck USA,
why do you have to have a DC of America? Why do you have to be so America-centric in all your analogies, Boo?
Okay. Buttfuck
Russia.
No. Buttfuck Sweden.
Okay.
We good?
Let's go there. Okay, I'm in
buttfuck Sweden.
Okay.
I've always wanted to go to Sweden.
It's nice here. It's nice.
It's the home of metal.
And all their women are super hot. Anyway.
Actually, they're cold, but...
okay. Anyway, so you pick the lock in that chest. It is a DC of, 1. Because that makes sense.
Sure.
But if you go into, the super castle with, magical shit and tons of gold... And their chest is going to have a really high DC because that's what makes sense. Sometimes you will have easy moments. You will have easy combats.
Yeah, that's why you have an entire room have the same DC.
No. Dude, would they get along? Oh my god.
Would. Oh my god, they would.
They're might,
both around the same age.
Oh my god.
So I 100% agree with you, Boo.
Yeah.
There are areas where things are going to be easier and things are going to be tougher.
Yeah.
Breaking into a safe is absolutely going to be tougher than cracking into a lock in buttfuck Sweden. I would say that even the DC for a very bad lock should be 15.
I know. I'm just giving an
10.
example.
I know. Yeah. I'm just nitpicking for the purpose of
the mind goblins.
Yeah.
I'm there with you.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Mine are in pain right now. So.
They lead a wah inside my head.
And hey, they just recently got reworked. Good. Good for you. But yeah, hell. There was an encounter like that in the campaign where the fucking quasits. Here's the thing. When you guys were fighting them, Just guess how much health and AC they had. Just guess.
12 AC
I was gonna say 11.
and 20 health?
Nope.
11 and like 12.
They had 12 AC and 8 health each.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
That's it.
That makes sense. Yeah, no,
It's
that-
okay for things to be easy. It's okay to let your players feel like they're badasses.
Yeah,
But there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. However, once they start getting over confident, that's when you knock them back down a peg. There's nothing wrong with having that fluctuating power balance. There's also nothing wrong with your characters purposefully seeking out weak enemies. If they feel like they're getting their asses handed to them lately, they're like, man, these orcs are really tough. These orc boys. These orc boar boys, they're bad. Yeah, the biggins. We need to go back to the gobos and like train up a little bit. We need to learn their battle tactics a little bit better.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So
there's actually, that reminds me of a thing I made, or I remember I said it somewhere, or I heard it in a video, and then from there it's sort of been a mentality of mine of, if someone has worked towards something, don't like absolutely neuter all the work that they have made towards that win.
Right.
yeah.
And say, for instance, in Boo's campaign, if he decided that, I don't know, for the rest of the campaign there's smoke everywhere, and that my plus 13 to or plus 12 to spot like doesn't matter anymore, and like you can't see crap, I'd be pissed as all hell.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
I'm like,
because that would be bullshit.
Yeah.
Because I would be obviously picking on you.
Yeah, it would be an obviously targeted choice.
Yes.
And I'd be like, yo, like, why? Can I at least respec or something?
Right.
Exactly. Now, if you have something like that every now and then, like maybe you're going, not even every now and then, like for a one-off thing, like you have to go into like a burning building and like, there's smoke everywhere and you can't see
it has
shit.
to make sense contextually.
It has to make sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, there are absolutely going to be areas where like it's really dark and I can't see well with dark vision, but
yeah, you can see with dark vision, but like where things are obscure.
There'll be magical darkness, or there'll be a lot of like shrubbery in the way or something, and that totally makes sense. That's totally fine. But if someone has put in a lot of work towards becoming strong, and they want to kill the absolute crap out of some random knight who has majorly underestimated this party, that's totally fine. Let them do that. There are there are such things as overconfident NPCs. There are such things as goblins that decided to raid the caravan at night and then didn't expect to roll a nat 1 on their stealth check and then get pinned to a tree by an arrow the size of an umbrella.
I remember that story. Yep.
There are such things as people who roll to arm wrestle with an orc, and they're like, I can win this. I'm fairly strong, and they are not as strong as him. Like, there are times when someone, like, just as an overconfident party can walk into a really bad situation, overconfident NPCs can do the same.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with letting your players feel strong sometimes.
And like,
because that's I won't say it is the core. It's near the core of D&D. It's escapism.
Yeah, it's
meant
absolutely.
to be fun.
Fantasy.
Yeah.
Yes. It's
fun.
That's
fun.
any role-playing game. They're meant to be fun.
Fun. Yeah.
It doesn't matter how you play them. It doesn't matter if you have a lot of story. It doesn't matter if every single person in your world is mute and deaf.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if there's no dialogue, no story. If they're having fun, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter how.
Like, if
everyone's having fun, you have won D&D if you're having fun.
As long as it's not at the expense of anybody.
Yeah, no, I meant if everybody is having fun.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah. Then I agree.
Well, it can be at the expense of a player at the table. If the player at the table does something really stupid,
Yeah,
they're
sure. Obviously, there are exceptions, of course, but
like if my druid fucks a sheep, he deserves to be ridiculed for it.
absolutely, yeah, and stuff like that where it's
Well,
like,
was the sheep hot though?
I'm not Welsh.
As
I don't
far
know.
as sheep were concerned, it was an 8 out of 10.
Oh.
Somewhat understandable.
But you know what? At that point in time, it is not my role as the DM to say, no, you cannot fuck that sheep. Just the same way as it's not my role
Right.
to say, no, you cannot kick a horse.
Right, exactly.
However, if the players decide to ridicule the druid for it, well, you know, like, he kind of had it coming to him.
Yeah, it's like
Choice and consequence are like married to D&D.
yes, absolutely. Fucking like this.
Well, then that would just make the name a little too long. D and D and M and C.
Like I
D and D and D and D law firm.
Yeah.
I like if I want to, I could run up to the local guard and give him a strong right hook across the jaw. It might not go in my favor, but hey,
you could.
And bringing it back around to the min-maxing kind of issue that this guy seems to have, it's just like it does not invalidate the fact that you can have a balanced encounter for a min-maxed character. They have done that in order to survive and be as damaging as possible. And guess what? They can still do that and still roleplay and still have fun. And it's just another way, dude. And just because you don't understand it does not mean that it's any less. It's not better or worse. It's just another way to have fun.
Dude, if like, oh no, this min-maxed character in my party has double the hit points of anyone else in the party. Look at that. Looks like there's a night hag that has taken a disliking to him and is giving him max HP reduction every night, as well as levels of exhaustion. How about that? Oh, look at that. My player has a super high AC and is untouchable in combat. Well, that fireball trap doesn't care that his AC is 23 and everyone else's is 13.
Exactly.
Oh man, this player's got this guy does a ton of damage. Oh man, the dragon looks at you and he sees that you're the strongest looking guy.
You are the target, my man.
Oh no, the barbarian does too much damage with his broadsword. Too bad the banshee doesn't seem to care.
Yeah. It's so easy to just make it so that it's still a challenge for everyone to work together to face and still overcome.
Absolutely let that barbarian cleave through 3 people at once.
Yeah.
Like hand them an encounter like that every now and then.
Sure.
But if you expect me to believe that there is no chance on God's green, luscious, flat earth that I am not going to throw a banshee at them, you are wrong.
Yeah, right? I'll walk to the edge of the earth and fucking fall off before I let that shit happen.
Exactly, dude.
Dude, like, that was really good.
Yeah, no, that was pretty good. Again, proving that he's won today.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Let's continue on and see what other fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Maybe like play for me though? Okay.
Oh, hang on.
All right.
There we go.
No, it's not playing for me. Hang on. Happens to me every podcast.
Okay.
Woo! Hang on. Okay. Oh.
That your special abilities give you and your class has a way to break the game, then why are you playing the game? Why is it fun? Like what? Like,
I don't
tell
even
me
wanna...
in the comments below. Tell me if I'm
it's
wrong.
Low hanging fruit at this point.
I am. I'm sure. I'm playing the game incorrectly. But
no,
you know what? We agree.
Oh my god!
I'm sure you're wrong too.
Like I know you're wrong. Yes, but he says, did you hear what he said after that?
I was not listening. No,
He said,
and I
he
frankly
said,
don't
I'm
care
sure.
to.
He said, I'm sure I'm playing the game incorrectly. Like this is the binary thing of I'm either playing it roleplay or I'm playing it min-maxy. Again, this is not what we're saying.
Okay, you know what? In fairness, I think you may be misinterpreting that.
No,
Because whether you are correct or incorrect is itself binary. There are no shades of incorrect.
No,
or sorry, there are shades.
we are less wrong
that's true.
usually.
There are
That's
shades of incorrect. There are no shades of correct.
So,
And I would say that you could extrapolate his stance of min-max is wrong and roleplay is right, unless if you're min-maxing roleplay. And you could extrapolate that as his way of playing the game,
mhm.
and then his stance of I enjoy roleplay, I don't enjoy min-max is not
Mhm.
wrong. That's
No,
how
it's
he has
not.
fun.
Yeah,
His stance of this is how you are supposed to do it is wrong.
that is wrong.
And as such, if his way of playing the game is his stance of min-max is wrong, then yes, his way of playing the game is wrong.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is if he means that min-maxing is if he means that the way that you need to play is roleplay more so than min-max, then I would say that he is incorrect. Right? Like you can play however you feel like, and I'm not trying to say that you are playing things wrong. No one is saying that you are playing things wrong.
If he enjoys role playing his characters, fucking go for it.
That's why I'm saying when he says that I'm sure I'm playing things incorrectly. That's what like when he says that I'm like, and I'll drag it back to see if that's. I'll just hold on.
Tell me in the comments below. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm sure I am. I'm sure I'm playing the game incorrectly. But
that's what I'm saying. When he says I'm playing the game incorrectly, no one's saying that. No one's saying you're playing the game incorrectly. That is not what anyone is trying to say. We're trying to say that you should have a little bit more of an open mind on how to play the game, because everyone has their own set of fun. And it doesn't matter what you think is fun or not, somebody else might think it is. Like, that's what we're saying. It's not anything to do with how you play it personally. I don't give a shit how you play it personally. I hope you have fucking fun all the time, my guy.
I'd be perfectly fine with him being in my campaign and
Exactly.
saying like, oh hey, like him playing a fighter, and then that fighter is like really devout.
Yeah.
And then the next level he takes paladin.
Yeah,
Totally fine. Go for
absolutely.
it. But if he begins to harass my warlock for like, why are you taking another level up in persuasion? Your persuasion is high enough already. What's wrong with you? That's when we'd have a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm saying, I don't give a fuck how you play your game, as long as it's fine. Like, as long as you're having fun, great. But if you're starting to impede on other people's play and you're trying to enforce your fun on them, no, fuck off.
Yeah, no, that's when I'm asking you to leave my table.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I don't give a shit what you're doing. Just go have fun somewhere else. Like,
we'll have fun over here. You go have your fun over there.
Like, I want you to have fun. I want you fucking have fun.
If it were a thing like, oh, you're bringing it to plus 15. Oh my god!
Exactly.
Like,
context matters. Absolutely.
You can still be incredulous and be like, dude, I would never do that. But hey, more power to you.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Kosher.
That's fine. There's, again, the intent behind it. It matters the context. It just... No one's saying
the context matters.
No one's saying that you're playing it wrong. Just fucking play the goddamn game and don't make fucking videos like this.
Just have fun and shut up.
Yeah, just shut up and fucking have fun, you piece of...
Isn't the game about character development?
No.
And about sort of having fun with the other players in your party, and sort of developing relationships with them, both as players and as characters, and working your way through stuff, or is it really just like?
Oh my god!
All right, so this is textbook like false dichotomy,
I know.
Yeah,
wherein
I know.
he says if you are trying to make your character as mechanically strong as possible, then surely your character has absolutely no development or like
Yeah,
character of
exactly.
their own.
Exactly.
If you are trying to maximize your character's numbers, then your character obviously has nothing interesting to say or do.
Yeah.
This is it's fucking retarded. It's actually retarded.
I wouldn't use that term. I would say incorrect, but
it completely.
But he's mad though.
No, it completely impedes the way that you would play the game. It completely takes it to such a degree that you do not even have the idea that this is how somebody else can play the game. And by definition, I believe, and I'm not trying to use it as like a slur, right? I'm trying to use it by definition. So,
he's not disparaging the differently able.
Let me just check. I will check the actual definition of it, and I will retract it if I am wrong.
Rick got away with it. You can get away with it.
Nah.
Yeah. Like, you can describe something as a retardant, and that means to, like, slow something. And if you were to say that someone is mentally retarded, it would mean that they have been either through developmental or various other reasons, their thinking has been slowed, or you could describe them as, or someone who is autistic could be described as mentally retarded in certain circumstances. Autistic people vary wildly.
Exactly.
But I would...
to delay or impede the development or progress of, to slow up especially by preventing or hindering advanced or accomplishment.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in which case I would say describing someone who is taking a stupid approach to something, describing that as retarded is what I would take issue with.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'll retract it because I guess that's not correct.
What do you call a guy named Tony who is wearing like a fireman's outfit?
Oh boy.
Aha. You know where I'm going with this.
No.
I actually don't.
Uh-huh.
I don't.
Uh-huh.
I just want to keep going.
So Tony, short for Anthony.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So he's flame retard ant.
Yeah. Nice.
Yep. It's pretty good.
Go. There you go.
Yep. Right, I'll take my point.
Well, I wouldn't give you a point for it.
But. I'm not sure it's a positive one, but you can have.
I'll take a negative point.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, there you go. I just
anyway, let's fucking keep going.
Yeah,
we're all so mad.
No, at this point, I'm actually drained. Like,
I'm just like, yeah, I know that
me
feeling. I had that a couple days ago.
Christ.
Who has the numerically superior build? I guess what I'm saying is, why are you even going through the motions? Just say, oh, okay, you win this encounter. Here's your loot.
That's stupid.
That style of play to me seems so ridiculous. And again,
yeah, it's ridiculous if you put it like that. Of course, it's gonna be ridiculous. Nobody does that. Nobody would do that. This is still gonna be a challenge because people balance their fucking encounters.
Even if it's not a challenge and it's practically a gimme combat, it can still be absolutely rewarding for the players to level 6 characters versus 4 overconfident level 4 goblins can still be very cathartic.
Right. Or, like, hey, guess what? Maybe they'll have some lucky shit in there or some really bad shit happen, and guess what? You can't determine whether or not they just win. The dice are there for that reason. Like, it's highly likely. Yeah, they will. But guess what? Sometimes the dice really don't care. And guess what? They get all 1s, and guess what? The goblins all get 20s. Wow. Oh no! They died of goblins. Like, it sucks, but... Yeah, it would suck really bad, but you couldn't fault the game master for it.
Yeah.
Be the dice. Like...
Well, you could. You could be like, why didn't you fudge?
Yeah.
But that's the only thing you could do.
I still have issues with fudging personally, so...
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I started here, right? Like, maybe if I would have started in 3rd edition or 4th edition, I might look at it differently, right? Like, I again, I'm not saying it's invalid. I'm saying rules don't need to define your character. Rules don't need to define your world.
Okay, let me ask you guys something.
Yeah, you know what? Rules don't need to define your character. I agree with that.
Let me ask you guys something. When you make a character, when you start with a character, how do you start?
I start with I start with a very, very vague concept, really.
Yeah.
Like, for my let me see here. I have a couple character things here.
Hell, on this podcast you've made characters just from what we've said.
Let's see. Yeah. You know what I have?
Mm-hmm.
I made a character straight up just from this is the only thing that I have, and then it's developed more and more as I've thought about it. Because I never see anybody make a Arc Fae Warlock.
Okay.
Or like a Fae Warlock. Sure. Everybody always wants to do Cthulhu, which is fun. Because Cthulhu's awesome. Because, it's Eldritch stuff. It's awesome.
It's cool.
And so I never really see anybody make an Arc Fae one. And I was like, you know what? I want to make an Arc Fae Warlock. And I was thinking it would be really interesting because you always hear these like fairy tales where children wander off into the woods and they get lost, and then they get kind of adopted into like a circle of like fairies.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And so I had this thing where I was going to make, it was either going to be a small race, like a goblin or a halfling, or just a young child.
Sure.
And it doesn't, not like 6 years old or anything like that. It was going to be something like they wandered off into the woods when they were like 4 or 5. And then when they left, they're like maybe 13, 14.
Yeah, sure.
And they spent their time in the woods being raised by these chaotic good fairies.
Sure.
And it was going to be a thing where it's like, okay, I've been raised by these fairies. I'm like 14, and my character is like naturally kind of a coward because they're a young child. It's like, oh, a giant orc is running at me. I'm going to make like a will save to see if I like cower in fear or whatever. It would be a huge flaw, and it could run into some serious fucking problems because of that.
Yeah.
But the whole thing with them is going to be like, since the fairies are chaotic good, they're going to be like, go into, like, we want to spread nature. Everybody loves nature, right? And so my character would be like, if we ever visit like some noble manor or whatever, they'd go out into like the garden or something. They'd like woodcraft, and they would like make these huge, beautiful plants. But it would be kind of dangerous because, you have these flowers that are like the size of a tree, and they could very easily fall over on someone or something like that.
Yeah.
It could cause problems. So all it took for all that was just Arc Fae Warlock.
Sure.
That's it.
Sure.
And hey, would you look at that? I came up with a character concept that's full of roleplay based solely on an archetype, a rule in the game. A rule facilitated roleplay.
That's honestly way more than I was like. Yeah, that's perfect for what I wanted.
So the way that I make characters varies. On occasion, I will literally just have a character pop into my head. Class, starting fee, like backstory. Just I'm walking along and then it appears.
Yeah.
Like unbidden.
Other wild character concept appeared. Yes.
Yeah. Other times the way that I get it is like, say, I like the idea of an obvious contrast. So for instance, my tortoise monk or turtle monk Mock. I was like, I want to be someone who would typically be seen as slow, but is actually ver fast.
Yeah.
And then started making him, and then realized I was making Master Oogway.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much everybody does that. They all reach that point with the turtle.
And then I realized I was like, oh no, Mach is like 50 years old, but he's essentially, for him, a teenager.
Right.
Oh no, he's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Right.
I
remember. It was good.
And then just going like, you know what? I've always wanted to play a character that seems like something else, seems like one thing, but is actually something else. So he grows lichen on his back and loves tea and has like a tea kettle that he clips into his shell because like and he's like found resting in like a glen and is always talking about Mother Nature, and you're like, oh, okay, this is a druid. And then like the inkling of a fight shows up and like eyes go black with bloodlust, and he's like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's something that was roleplay inspired, but only because I wanted mechanics to help me create that character.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm used in-game mechanics to create a role play.
I'm relying on the fact that monks get bonuses to speed to help me become fast boy.
Yes.
And for me, it depends, as you said, it varies, right? Like I will go either maybe just roll stats and just go, what kind of character would I want with this? Or I go, what's the class that I would want to play at some point, right? And like, or I go just personality, and then I build the class around that, right? Like it wildly varies. And so, and I have a folder full of characters like anybody does these days, right? Like, well, people that enjoy making characters at least. And like, I went in and I took one for when Brogan, he proposed to do a one shot at some point, and I did it with him for the fourth, and it was a fun little time, and I was just like, okay, I have this basic little character thing that I had, and I'll just level him up and all that shit, and you know, we use that, but like it doesn't take from the fact that I still had the idea of the characters, and I still could roleplay them, even if they were made from stats, if they were made for a specific class, if they were just literally just the personality. It doesn't matter what they were. They all could roleplay. Some better than others, sure, but it's still like there's nothing that you do not gain. You can still min-max or do any of that shit and just have a character to use. And whether or not the person playing them decides whether or not they roleplay, that's a whole different thing, right? Like, you still can roleplay. You still can do all this, but if the person behind it doesn't feel like doing that, then that's how the person is going to be in that particular instance. Like, you can't just do this blanket statement for all min-maxers when it's not that way.
Yeah.
Like, you don't understand it. I understand that. But guess what? We all do. And sometimes I like to have a character that's maybe a little better than my other characters. But I haven't, like, done the whole, like, deep dive into min-maxing yet. I just go, oh, there's a sorcerer, and oh, this guy gets plus charisma from this race. Okay, I'll do that. Like, that's probably the extent, basically.
Yeah. Playing a race that benefits your character can be nice.
Exactly. Like,
and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like fucking elves are good at archery.
Yeah.
So it makes logical sense in the world for elves to be good archers.
Yeah.
And for them to do that every now and then.
It's just like this guy.
Yeah. You don't have to be Kolungo to have a blast.
Right. Even Kolungo was fun.
Until
or at least I had fun.
We did. He didn't.
the most fun
I'm sure
about
he had some
Kalunga
fun.
was denying him the opportunity to die.
Yeah, it was
And then
keeping that
then the
motherfucker alive.
universe deciding, no, he must.
We
Yeah.
have kept him alive as a joke.
As a joke.
Oh god, it was so good.
Oh no, he fainted in the forest. I'll drag him out. Oh, what about my spears? What?
What stuff?
Dude, I said I dragged him out. I never said I grabbed his pack.
Did you now? I forget. Did you do that on purpose, or did you just
Oh, yeah.
forget?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, you did.
Oh, are you kidding me? Of course.
Because when it happened to me,
I
when I
took
was
his
there.
pack off and dragged him out.
I remember that, yeah.
Okay.
I remember that.
Because I
But
remember.
I didn't
because
let
I was-
him.
It had to do with my weight limit.
Right.
I could
Okay.
carry him, but I couldn't
Yeah.
carry his pack.
Yes.
So I abandoned his pack, and I'm like, well, time to save a friend.
Yep.
Okay.
I remember.
Because when you did that, I didn't remember if you were doing it specifically to fuck him over by not keeping his spears, or if it was a weight thing.
Oh no, dude! If I wanted him to have his spears, I would have handed you the spears.
Very true. Very
I
true.
did it to fuck him over.
Okay.
And then when he came back for the next session, I'm like, yeah, no, you're alive. And he's like, I survived. I'm like, yeah, but fucking Mock dragged you out, dude. Be grateful. And then he's like, okay. And then goes through the session as normal. He's like, I'll throw a spear. And we're all like, no, you don't.
Where are my spears?
I remember I gave him his javelins back just because, otherwise he would actually be able to do nothing.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't
Poor
want to do that.
Kalungo.
Fucking Kalungo.
We have kept him alive as a joke.
At what cost? At what cost?
I
mean,
was like, Mock will sacrifice his life to
yeah.
keep this guy alive.
I remember that, and
Yeah.
I was full for it. And then literally the dice, they just would not accept him being alive anymore.
Yeah, he was a fucking anomaly in the system.
It was amazing. I still, to this day, just marvel at the fact that it was 2 natural 20s on disadvantage. Just,
Yep. That was the
can't.
universe saying, fuck you, Kalungo.
I cannot believe it. And I hope to fuck that you all believe me, because god
I
damn.
believe it.
I believe
No,
it.
I know. I just it's one of those things where the more I say it, the more I can't believe it.
Dude, the other day actually when we were rolling the cannon encounter,
Yeah.
I removed my DM screen so I could show the players my
Oh, yeah,
process
yeah,
on
yeah.
how I calculated the cannonball's trajectory and stuff.
Yeah.
And I just after it I didn't put my
Your screen back.
my screen up.
Yep.
And there was a short bit of combat wherein I removed the screens, and one of my players is like, oh wow, Aiden's not gonna roll any more nat 20s, huh? And I looked at him and I smiled and I rolled, and my first roll, I shit you not, was a nat 20.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, dude, I don't need the screens.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
That's a fucking power move right there.
Yeah, it is, dude. Assert that big dick energy, dude.
Dude,
Yeah.
This is the same player that was like, oh, he can't steal my pencil, and I held up just a random
that's right. I
low
remember
mechanical
that
pencil
story.
I had. I'm like, are you sure? And then he looked under his box and it was gone. And I'm like, what do you think happened to it? And he's like, no!
Alright, let's
get back to this wonderful video.
Oh, do we have to?
Rules don't need to define your game. Your choices do that.
Yes, I agree.
You're supposed to define your character, not whatever your character class is, right? Like your class doesn't define your character.
Yes, that's obvious.
Your stat rolls don't define your character.
Well,
your feats.
well,
don't define
They
your
kind of
character.
do.
They can. You can use,
let's put it this way: if you roll a 3 strength,
Yeah.
probably pretty weak.
I was gonna say, they can absolutely, and they do more so than not. Your physical limitation, and even for the flaws and shit, that shit is a gift.
Yeah. And yet it does.
It's
I would absolutely adore to play in a game that he DM'd
Uh-huh.
and min-max for
Uh-huh.
the worst character I can create.
That would be great.
So
Yes.
Max Min then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just min.
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 Oh god, I hate that.
Oh, it's the name of an ARMS character. It's the newest Smash character.
I'm sure
Oh, that's
it
right.
is.
Yeah, I forgot. Min.
And
Yeah.
just like watch him implode as I'm like, I'm going to take this because it's bad, and I'm going to take this because it's bad, and this is going to be a great roleplay character.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I want to use mechanics to make my character bad.
Yeah,
I
but
want this. Give me
because
this.
I'm bad in the mechanics, that means I'm good in the roleplay, right?
Yes, exactly. That's
And yeah, he will be stupid, sullen, weak, a coward, and will be god awful in roleplay and god awful mechanically, and I'll contribute nothing.
Nothing.
Your imagination defines your character. You guys know that, right? I mean, like, you know that, right?
Who are you talking to?
You are supposed to define your character.
Everyone
not
fucking
a rule
knows
set.
this.
That's about as, I don't know. That's about as blunt as I can be. So
Everyone fucking knows.
But if you disagree, please do hit me up in the comments. Let me know. Let's talk about it.
Fourth time for call to action.
I guess
amazing.
Maybe I'm missing the point. Tell me how, I don't know, numerically.
Well, what else do you have to contribute here? We're 9 minutes in.
He's said the same loop 3 times.
Exactly. Like
Can we just assume that the other 8 minutes and 17 seconds that
we can see for the next 2 minutes or maybe 1 minute and see if he continues to go on the same loop, and if he does, then we will stop. But at this point, like, I don't know.
Superior builds are fun, or breaking the game is fun, or never having to worry about possibly dying in combat is fun. I want to know how that and why that's fun for you as a player. Again, this is not about DMing. This is about you as a player. It's not fun. To
Fourth
me, it
time
just seems boring and kind of
for
like
you.
number crunching. And I don't know. I don't
for you.
I don't want to number crunch ever, let alone
Glad you don't. Good for
my
you.
free time as fun. But again, that could be me, and I could certainly be wrong. Here's the thing, right? Like, I don't know that you'll pick up a set of this, but you can go to DM's Guild and pick up a PDF, right, of this rule set. I encourage you, if you've never played the basic rule set before.
Okay.
Let's see.
You know what?
Yeah,
I retract my earlier point of recommending that because it's super expensive. I did not know that a free version was available.
No, I'm gonna go check.
By all means, go check it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually gonna go check to see how much it is.
Oh shit.
Because that is important to know. I had no fucking idea. Let's see.
I would have figured they'd have delisted it.
Yeah, you would think, right? D&D basic. Try that.
Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell?
What's up?
Fucking I got this. I'm gluing my rat ogres while we're doing this.
Right.
And my fucking glue is coming out of this tiny little metal spigot, I guess.
Sure.
And I just put the cap back on it just to fucking do it, and the fucking thing is stuck in there.
Oh no, that's bad.
That's very bad. I have tweezers and I can try to pull it out, but it's not. I'm in danger.
Whoopsie.
Whoopsie.
Whoops.
Why is it? How? Really? The fucking cap is like. Come on, guys. And it's not like there was a ton of glue on there or anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this, but oh, okay. Here we go. I think.
There we go. Got it. Woo.
Hey.
Because I was nervous. The thing is, I was nervous about putting too much pressure onto the little metal thing because I didn't want to like smash it and crush it.
Yeah. Okay, so judging by this, because I haven't found it yet, but judging by the rest of the things, it seems to be varying from like 20 or maybe 15 at most to like 5. So yeah,
Okay.
absolutely affordable. Absolutely. If you think that seems like something, yeah, go for it. Absolutely.
I guarantee you'll have more fun first time playing 5e. But
no, that's not.
go for it.
No,
I wouldn't.
that's incorrect.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say.
You sure? You think? Because
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
5e is a lot more newcomer friendly than
Than the edition you haven't read.
Yeah, having no
No,
knowledge.
I've played basic.
Oh, did you? Okay.
You played basic with us. Remember?
No, I remember playing AD&D. That was the Muscle Wizard campaign.
No, that wasn't AD&D. That was basic.
Oh.
Yep. That what we were playing on basic rules.
Yeah, no, 5e is more newcomer friendly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's been a while since I played basic when I played with a few people.
Yeah, that was when I was playing the magic user Owen Saunders, and he got his fucking head exploded by a goddamn ice bolt. Remember that?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
I recall shoving your corpse into a metal tube.
Yep.
And marching for 3 days and 3 nights to get back to town, only for us to run out of time.
Oh.
Yep. Rip.
Okay, well then, with 2 first-hand accounts, then I will concede because I do not know, off the top of my head. So yeah.
Just try it and let me know what you think. It's a great rule set, right? Like, and again, I'm not kidding, right? Like, it's going to be completely different from anything that you know. You may not care for racist class, but I encourage you to just play this. Just try it and see what you think. This is a great rule set.
Okay.
And even if you don't want to play this rule set, think about trying to play a suboptimal character once in a while and just see what you think. Just honest to God, see what you think. Try.
Why don't you take a page out of your own book and play a min-maxed character and see what you think?
Yeah, exactly. It's so. Just spin the argument or the point right back around on them. Just
I can only assume, given that you've not mentioned in how long was the last video?
Like 16 minutes or so.
I can only assume, given that you've not mentioned in 26 minutes and 31 seconds, that given that you've not mentioned that you've played, like, I've played a min-max character and I had no more fun. I can only assume you've not given it a shot.
Yeah.
Both from mentality and the fact that you've not mentioned it.
Exactly.
It seems a reasonable assumption to make.
Yeah.
Dude, fucking take your own advice.
Yeah, really.
Yep.
I'm sorry, trying to swear less, but like, bud.
Not have the best ability scores ever, and just try playing it and see what you think. And I'm telling you, it's not going to be as bad as you think. You might actually enjoy it. It might actually make the game more fun. You have to at least try it. You have to try it once.
I'll concede that it might. There's a possibility.
You can tell me that I'm full of shit, but just try it. Try it and see what you think. Give it an honest try. And if you don't like
I'm going to give it a dishonest try.
Yeah, right? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to not honestly try something? Am I supposed to go in saying I'm going to hate it? Like, is that what I'm doing if I'm not trying it honestly? It's like the whole thing of like, you went into the movie wanting to hate it, right? Like, it's like you went into the game playing it and not wanting to like it. It's like, no, I just...
It might change the way that you look at D&D and RPGs altogether. I firmly
doubt
believe
that.
I think I'm almost talking myself into the fact that I might be an OSR guy. Like, I think I think in this video, and this is not, I'm going to be honest with you, this is not how I envisioned this video going. I really did not expect this to go this way. My whole idea for this series was like, I wanted to go through and review the products that I had played that led me to where I'm at now, right? Which is playing this, right? Like, which is playing 5e. I think that I'm talking myself into the fact that I'm actually an OSR guy. I think that I'm going through my evolution right here live on camera with
OSR?
you guys.
I don't know, because that's TSR. I know TSR was the original publisher of D&D. and then Wizards bought it, changed it to Wizards of the Coast. But
Yep.
OSR?
Yeah, what? I've never even heard of that.
OSR D&D. Old School Revival.
Oh,
Good for you. I'm glad for you.
a good old RPG and RPG guy.
Like older stuff is cool. That's fine.
Yep.
Like
Good
for you.
older stuff is better than new stuff because the old stuff is old and the new stuff is new.
That's I don't care. Like I'm glad you like it. I also like older things, but I don't think one I don't know if this is better.
I like old stuff, but I don't like old stuff more than new stuff just because one is old and one is new.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I am coming to the realization that I am truly an OSR guy. If
Good.
for no other reason, then man, it just seems more fun. I don't believe that rules heavy systems, and 5e isn't even rules heavy, right? Like it's not rules heavy, but it's rules heavier than I think I even prefer.
Okay.
Oh my god.
All right.
How do you play your game then? Okay, guys, let's just pretend. There's no rules. Just pretend.
As a child, running around with his friend Barney Flintstone, he must. I love how every time it gets older. He must have. Oh, sorry, Fred Flintstone. Did I say Barney Flintstone?
Yeah, you said Barney.
Oh, fucking Barney Rubble or Fred Flintstone. Take your pick. I don't care. Maybe he was friends with both.
They are both men from caves.
Yeah, he was the dinosaur. I know.
Maybe I get the distinct feeling that like when kids were like, well, I throw an ice beam at you. Well, I use a wall of fire to block it. He must have been an utter boss at that.
Yeah.
That seems like the sort of stuff that he would love.
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
yeah.
Get it. I don't get that style of play. And I think I've just convinced myself that I'm an OSR guy. I might be playing a lot more basic fantasy and white box. I think who knows? We'll see. I'll still play 5e because my group loves to play 5e, but I think when I'm playing, I'm probably playing basic fantasy or white box or I'm playing some.
What do you think his opinion on Call of Cthulhu is? Because Call of Cthulhu has a lot of rules.
Yeah, I don't know. 'Cause he has it there, full display, right? Like,
yeah, I'm honestly very scared.
Yeah.
I feel like that is one of the true eldritch horrors of this world, and I don't know if I am actually of the opinion that we should find out. I feel like that knowledge should stay buried. Some things are better off left in the ground.
We'll see.
Like his sex life.
Oh, hey.
Okay, that's
right.
That's a little bit.
Okay.
That's the shop a little.
As long as you
literally,
also, as long as you also understand that it's a little much.
Yeah. I apologize.
Okay.
I retract it.
There you go. Hey, we've all had one, I think.
Yeah.
You haven't.
Anything I've ever said.
You're good.
Aiden. Retract something.
No, he has retracted something though. He retracted before.
I retract my the school everyone's badass until what was his name?
Everybody gangsta until
collisionist shadow
that's right. Fuck. Yeah, I can't remember it, and we can't retract it if we don't remember.
Yeah, but whatever.
I mean, you can just say you retract.
I still think it was funny.
Yeah, it was fucking funny.
Say, I retract when I said a few sentences ago.
Yeah, no, don't retract anything.
Okay,
unless you mean it.
Like, or I might even give this more of a shot, right? Like
another edition of D&D, basically.
That would have been fucking hilarious. What is that?
I have
hope
no
he
idea.
Says, that says something core.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Hold on.
PG game, which is also rules light.
Sorry, he said it. Sorry.
Or white box or I'm playing some rules light. Or I might even I might even give this more of a shot, right? Like the ICRPG game, which is also rules light.
ICRPG, what?
It's the Insane Clown role-playing game.
Oh,
Oh.
Insane Clown Posse?
Yeah, dude. You get Fago are your health potions.
Really?
No.
Okay, I was gonna say that'd be great.
I mean,
I'd
you know
fucking
what?
play it.
I'd play that.
Yeah, I'd play the fucking Insane Clown Posse has been like pretty cool so far for a while. Like in the sense of like as people. Well, they sorry. What I will say is that I've seen them going, "Hey, we don't want any of our fans getting sick. Everybody wear your goddamn masks and shit." Right?
Oh,
like
that's cool.
yeah, that's what I mean.
They
Sorry.
had someone, I forget who it was. It was some woman or something
Okay.
show up at like a music festival of theirs.
Yeah.
And their fans threw literal shit at her.
Oh, that's not
And
great.
It was this big to do, and then like come to turn out like 8 months later is found out she was like a neo-Nazi.
Oh.
and it's like they could smell the scum.
ICP
because they threw
people.
it at her.
I mean, hey, there you go.
Rules light, guys, give it a shot. There are warts in every rule set. The difference for me is, do I want like 5 different editions to try to iron out those warts and let a game designer do it, or do I want do I just want a simple framework, right? And then if I see warts, then I can handle them myself. Personally, I think that I would rather just have the framework and define my fantasy world
so many
according
times.
to what I and my players are envisioning in our mind, as opposed to having a game designer.
No matter
design
how
for
many
me.
times
But
you say
hey,
it's
again,
just your
that's me.
opinion
By the way,
will not
if
stop
you guys
you
are
from
not
being wrong.
familiar with what this is ICRPG, Index Card RPG. Role
Index Card RPG. Thank you. Now I have something to look at.
Oh, that could
That
be
sounds
interesting.
Index Card RPG. Thank you.
That's fucking weird, actually.
Index Card RPG Home, 2nd edition. Oh, let's go 2 editions.
Oh.
Describe
Very strange.
role result. Okay, a role-playing game for everyone. Easy to learn, easy to play for all ages. Blah blah blah. Everything you need is in the book. Best reviewed, best selling. Okay, that doesn't tell me anything about this. There's a free quick start. Hey, in Drive-Thru RPG. There we go.
Hey.
So it'll download really quick here. It's actually
Is it
only...
like a print and play?
I don't know. I'm gonna see. This is a 12 meg file, PDF. Free quick start, Index Card RPG Core. Let's see what this is about. We're learning something today, fellows. And by learning, I mean looking at something for just a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything to not watch the video, right?
ICRPG in a nutshell. Follows the basic flow of attempts and effort. Players take turns to describe their action, and based on their loot, see page 110, and character stats, see page 25, roll dice to see if they beat the target of the room or challenge, see page 13. If they succeed, they put effort, see page 14, which I will actually, sorry, I'll show this on the screen as well. Sorry, forgot about that. If they succeed, they put effort, see page 14, towards their goal, to be it slaying a monster, casting a spell, or opening a locked chest. To house or convey the details and setting of the action, the game uses print and play miniatures, prop, and location cards to bring the game table to life. It's a hobby of making and storytelling, and laughter on a Friday night. The precepts, rules, innovations of ICRPG can also be used by the rules collector or homebrewer to enhance any tabletop game with smoother, faster play. Okay. So, quite literally, this is what do you do? Sorry, what do you want to do, because this is the situation you're in. I tell you what I do, I roll, and this index card says the GM will usually ask for a d20 roll, or maybe you'll dash across the battlefield. So you make an attempt, and then you just see if you do it. And then you get closer to the thing. There are a bunch of things in here, actually. Moving 3 kinds of actions, beat the target.
Sounds like a lot of rules to me.
I mean, well, it doesn't seem like a lot, honestly, as I'm looking at it.
Sounds like a lot of rules. It sounds like. It doesn't look. It doesn't have to look like. It
doesn't
sounds
look
like.
it.
Let him have the point.
I want my point.
Well, I'm sorry, but you're nowhere near winning today.
I know.
Yeah, no, there's distance, time, fucking scoring loot. Like, it looks like a whole thing that seems interesting, and maybe we'll look into it at some other point.
I would actually be down to play that.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. So at some point, maybe we'll see about it. But right now, I mean, sure, neat. I'm glad that you like it, person that I forget your name, and I hope you enjoy it.
Vincent.
Yeah, Vincent or whatever your actual name is.
Yeah, Hammer Games.
Vincent.
Oh, it's Vincent.
Tanker Infernale. He essentially created his own game, and the story behind that is kind of cool. I think that he sort of went through an evolution as well. Like, he was playing 5th edition, but he was playing 5th edition so radically differently than what the game designer had intended. I think he just created his own game, and this is sort of fair. This is Hank's version of 5e, the version that he was playing, and it.
Okay. I mean, you know what? I'm not even. That's fine. It's his version of 5e, so it's whatever it is for him. That's fine.
Yeah.
Good for him.
It's actually really, really, really cool. I have not been able to convince my group to play this yet, but I think that I will. So let's sum up. I'm going to leave a link to DM's Guild, the PDF, where you can pick this up below. You really, really should get.
Let me go see that, because I actually need to know how much it is specifically for people to have an informed decision.
Yeah.
Link. Oh god, it's so far down. Oh my god.
Zelda?
No,
how many times does he mention that this is just his opinion? And
that's a great question. Let's see.
Take a fucking shot every time he does. Die halfway through the
video. I'll take a shot of my tea.
So
he's
hey, he has a name for his followers. That's nice.
What is it?
Stat rollers. Because
Not
he's
bad.
roll stats.
Oh, okay.
It makes sense. It's good for him.
Although you shouldn't roll stats very high.
No, don't.
Because then you're min-maxing.
Maxus. Don't do it. It's just it's a big, like, this is part 2. Then he even says I edited it down into 2 parts. This one being the second. Which is why it starts a bit awkwardly. Boil it down to what I believe the core question. I tried to boil it down to what I believe at its core is a question: rules heavy versus rules light? Question mark. Which is better for role playing games? Question mark. Which do you prefer to play? Question mark. To run? Question mark. A rules heavy RPG? Question mark. Or a rules light RPG? Question mark. Okay.
Oh,
That's some grammar.
That's boomer grammar if I've ever heard it.
This is the question. Is all of these questions together?
To run?
To run? Question?
Right? To run,
like,
or not to run.
Right.
That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler to endure the slings and arrows of outrageous roleplay, or to die, to sleep. Aye, that is the rub.
For me, I know the answer. I'm losing my voice, dude. It's going. Stat rolls, if you found this video entertaining, blah blah.
We
blah.
didn't.
By the way, he said he left a link to it. Both of these links take you to the main page. Here, let me show it on screen so people don't know that I'm lying.
Fuck's sake.
So these are the links here. This one goes to his website. I'm not going there. This one goes to Shop D&D products on Amazon, and this is a partner link. I fucking know it. And this one leads to the main page of DriveThru RPG, and the last one leads to Shop DM's Guild to the main page of Dungeon Masters Guild. He has not left a link to the thing itself at all. What the fuck, dude? I don't know how much this is now. I can't give you an informed decision. I would love to, and I tried to find it. It's fucking annoying how, like, I can't find it through all the rest. But maybe I'm blind as well. Hold on. DM's Guild. D&D. Basic. try it again one more time, just so we don't have to watch this a little bit longer. Oh, okay, maybe. Hey, okay, there it is. It's $5. Perfectly fine. There you go. Here, I'll even show it on screen. There you go. It's $5. It's got an average rating from 91 ratings of 4.5 stars.
Oh my god.
Good for you.
Oh my fucking god.
I mean, I'm glad. Honestly, good. I'm glad people like it. Fucking whatever. All right, let's go.
Give it a try. I want you guys to all promise me that you're going to at least give it a try, and if you hate it, you can come back and call me an asshole, and that'll be fine. You know, tell me that you didn't like it, but you should.
Whoa!
Why are you telling people that they need to come back and call you an asshole or a piece of shit or any of these things? Like, why did? It's such a play the victim card.
Yeah,
I really don't like
really
it.
Is.
I do not like it. It's like, hey, I know you're gonna, maybe you might like fucking hate it and hate me for it and all this shit, and like I do that because I'm insecure, and I'm like, I know that like it's one of those things, right? Like I hate doing it, and I recognize that I do it, but like I don't know, man. Like I try to stop doing that, and I try to get it out of my videos and shit, and I've tried, and I've gotten better at like being more okay with that shit, right? But this guy, he has full editing power, my man. Like, maybe make a better thing. What'd you find?
Oh my god, this comment on this video.
Oh, are you looking through the comments?
I'm looking through the comments, man, because I looked to see the links.
Yeah.
So, okay, here's the comment. I think, Alejo, you're gonna fucking blow your brains out from this one, okay? So, I dislike most innovations of the newer versions of the game, and challenge ratings are one of the worst. It feels just so millennial to me. Sometimes you just need to run away. Balanced encounters are like participation trophies.
What?
I will post it.
Please.
Here you go.
What
Copy
the
text, paste the text, bam!
This comes from SunSin1592. Do not send hate to this person, obviously. But they have posted this on a public fucking video, so obviously
it's a matter of public record.
Exactly.
And here is the reply from Roll Stats.
Okay, so 4 months ago, he says that, and then Roll Stats says, indeed, the idea of game balance is not something I particularly care for as a player and as a DM, and to be honest, I don't believe it's needed. What in the actual fuck? What do you mean?
This is the level of actual game that you can expect.
So I know I said I was done earlier, and then I kind of hit a bit of a second wind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now I'm checking out, basically.
No, that's fair. That's totally fair. I don't know what else he has to say, and like he's not said anything of substance, and I highly doubt in the last fucking 3 minutes he'll say anything.
He's apologized a lot.
Exactly. Like I want to get to the end of this just to know if he says anything else of substance. Because if he just makes one more bold claim, man, I can't wait. But at this point, I have no fucking faith.
Yeah.
I just want to get it over with, honestly.
Fuck this video.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Fuck both of them.
Give it a try. I will leave a link to Runehammer Games and ICRPG below.
You didn't
pick that up on DM's Guild, I think, as well, or not DM's Guild. Drive Through
RPG.
Which
oh, okay, Drive.
Sort of the non-WotC, the non-D&D version. So, I'll leave a link to Drive Through RPG and the ICRPG gaming system, and I will also leave a link for Basic Fantasy, which you can actually get for free. If you like this, right, I would encourage you to play this. It's going to be hard for you to find
Basic Fantasy. Sorry, that's a whole different system. Basic Fantasy RPG?
Oh my god.
Basic Fantasy. Basic.
Yeah, he's mentioned it already a few times.
I just realized now that it's a completely different book. I thought it was just D&D Basic again. But
yeah,
no.
we thought it was just a different cover.
Let's not look into it.
Okay.
version of this without paying an arm and a leg. Believe me, you know, you can pick it up on eBay or you can pick it up on Amazon, but it's going to cost you a lot of money.
Okay.
But this is actually, it's the same rule set, but again, slightly different. But this is actually completely free. This wasn't. This is like $5, $7, I think. I don't know. I ordered this on Amazon. You can get the PDF version of the entire game. So all of this, right? You can get all of that for free, completely free. Just download the PDF.
Is it free?
Yeah, I'm on the page.
Again,
Guys, I don't know.
think that I'm becoming an OSR evangelist. Like, I'm a freaking grognard, guys. Like, I have just evolved. I have just evolved into a grognard.
Yes,
right here, right on camera, right in front of you guys. I am now an OSR advocate.
Right. It's not that funny.
I'm not opposed to trying it.
Right?
I was gonna say, like, I don't think he finds it funny. I think it's just more of an elation, right? A laughter of elation, right? Like, he's like, I've ascended, ha 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 ha, right? Like,
I think it's like, oh, I didn't see this coming, but this is happening on camera, I guess.
Sure.
Hee funny goof.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
And try this.
Yeah,
and tell me you're not an OSR advocate. You're gonna see
I'll
how
tell
much
you
fun
that
rules light systems actually are. So anyway, try rules light OSR games. I can't tell you how much fun rules light gaming systems are. So
You have.
if
You-
found
well,
it
you
valuable,
sure
then
fucking
give me a
tried.
thumbs up.
Yeah.
I do all of this for you guys, and I just want to know that you like what I'm putting out. Well, I'm not sure you 5e fans are going to like the way that this went down, but you know, hey,
it's not because I'm a 5e fan. Fuck off.
Yeah.
I'm done. He's just saying,
no, we're done.
shit. It's the
Thank you.
outro. That's the.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, God.
I
That was fucking miserable.
I was so ready to have somebody else that I was like, oh look, their content's good.
I
So
want
ready.
to like it.
I was so ready.
Honestly, I'll still probably check out a couple more of his videos. I hope this is just one.
Exactly, right? Like, just to see if it's an anomaly, but like
maybe like he has like storytelling videos or
maybe,
something.
right?
Maybe
You
those
can't
are
fuck
good.
that up. Unless you're
no,
RPG.
you can't. No,
Unless
you
you're
absolutely
RPG
can't.
pundit.
No, it is actually very easy to fuck
Well,
up storytelling.
Yeah, it's true. But still, like, I hope that most people don't.
No.
Yeah.
How rude.
I know. I'm sorry out there if I'm drained now.
Yep.
I don't like this. I don't
Read your 5th edition player's handbook.
read whatever
And-
handbook you have for whatever you're playing. Like,
Yeah, read what you want.
Most preferably your 3.5 handbook, but hey,
that would be cool.
or your Call of Cthulhu handbook.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
Or your fucking Delta Green.
yeah, read your Delta Green.
Or Traveler.
Yeah, or Pathfinder, or fucking Starfinder.
Fate,
Yeah.
Fate, yeah.
or Cyberpunk.
Yup.
Yeah. Or Shadowrun.
Shadowrun,
Shadowrun,
absolutely. Like whatever, just read it, man.
Yeah,
it's
and
not just
here's a hint for you.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter how many rules your game has.
No.
If
Matters how many your DM enforces.
Yeah.
and it also doesn't matter if you like to min-max.
No, it
If
doesn't.
everybody around the table is okay with it, then it's fine.
Even
If you're having fun with it, it's fine.
I don't see many people not being too okay with it. Like, I understand some people are like, min-maxing, I'm not so into that, right? Like,
Yeah, it's just a preference thing
it's
for
definitely
me.
a preference. It's just a
I
preference.
personally, like I said, am not a fan of min-maxing because I think it's usually indicative of a player who probably will have a toxic attitude.
Sure.
But there's nothing inherently wrong with it.
No,
Yeah.
exactly. Like, again, biases aside, all that shit, like, I don't think as long as you're willing to see if the player is a good fit or not, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing that you shouldn't just automatically assume, right? Like, that they're gonna be a shit player, right?
Mm.
Like, you can, sure, but obviously, you give them a chance and then you see, and then it's cool. Like,
Yeah.
it's fucking. Anyway, that's it. That's
Yeah.
it for today. That's it.
Our sponsor this week.
Mm-hmm. I'm not even. Mm-hmm. Yep. Go on.
No, that's it.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, sponsor, for this week. Thank you, Brand.
Yeah.
Brand.
Yes. Brand.
Always telling us what to do and what not to do, what is right and what is wrong. Please.
Where would we be without Brand?
Continue
Thank
to
you, Brand.
give
In
us
these
Brand.
troubling times, Brand has
That
really
are
stepped
troubled.
up.
that are trouble.
Yes.
Yeah, so please, and if you enjoyed this, I hope you did, because I had fun, even though I'm fucking drained. And hope you see the next one. You can catch these every Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on our YouTube channel, and again on Mondays around 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as audio only versions on whatever podcasting service you want. There's also our lovely little campaign that we've been doing of Devils and Dice.
yes.
That has been going on every Wednesday, which I gotta upload actually.
Yeah.
That's going on every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, you can send us a tweet at go on. You were gonna say?
What time does the campaign go up in what's the name of the center time? Mountain time?
Mountain Time? I don't fucking know.
Well, what about the people who live in the mountains? They should
can-
know what time it is.
They can Google the conversion like any normal
No.
person.
You should do the conversion for them.
Oh.
Much like how any TV or radio station announces what time they will be doing things in relation to Eastern Time.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well,
So
we're not TV. We're better than TV.
Yeah, but we're a podcast, which is like internet radio.
it's true.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't know. You can figure it out. I trust that if you're listening to this, you have a fucking brain. Anyway, you can tweet us at TableTalk D&D. Please follow that to get updates and such. Or you can join our Discord, which the link is in the description. It's also on the screen. It's been on the screen the whole time. In fact,
And we actually do talk to you guys.
we do. I've been
Yes.
having conversations with people most every
Yeah.
day. It's
We
been
actually
cool.
do shoot the shit.
Yeah, it's super cool.
I do need to get better at checking that.
Yeah, I just saw like at 10:30 somebody new came in, which was neat, and
Oh.
I
Yep.
made sure to welcome them
hold on.
around midnight. So
Let's give him a fucking shout out. Who the hell was it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Was it what enroll
it
announcement?
was sheep. Yeah, it's in new members. Look at new members.
Yeah.
New members.
Sheep something.
Sheepagami, welcome.
Sheepagami. Thank you. But yeah,
Yeah.
legit. We actually are, and if you've made it this far, we actually do fucking talk to you, which is cool.
Yeah.
We've been shooting the shit about basically whatever, and
Yep.
it's been great.
Yeah.
And yeah, so you can do that, and then there's the Instagram that we still haven't done too much with yet because I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck you do with Instagram. I haven't stooped to the butt pics yet, but we'll get there.
Yeah, I'm sure we will.
And
I can upload some deck pics
oh, there you go.
of my Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic.
Oh hell yeah, yeah, that sounds fun.
Save those for the OnlyFans.
Oh right, yeah.
We will take pictures and post our dice collections.
Oh!
Oh, that would be cool, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that actually would be kind of fun.
Yeah,
we
we'll
should
show you
people
right.
just that would be kind of fun to just have a
Indeed.
channel where you just post all the dice that you have.
That's our D picks.
Yeah. So you can also email us. Don't forget tabletalkdnd at gmail.com. Send us shit that way if you want. If you want some time to like compose a full email and think about it and all that stuff. Because it's cool. We read those. Or we've read one. Because only one has been sent. But send more.
Yes.
We're very sad and
Please.
lonely. Please send more.
Yeah, please. Other than that, I think that's everything.
Yep. So.
Yeah, I think we're gonna head out. I'm about to go get some nectarines and play some more Titanfall until I fall asleep.
Hell yeah.
Because
I was
Titanfall
about
is-
to ask you if you wanted to play a game or two.
Hell yeah, dude. I need
Hell
that stress relief. Boo, do you have it installed?
I do not.
Oh, that
Sorry.
sucks, man.
Oh.
All right.
But I'll still hang out because I want to. I started a new Warhammer campaign.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, sure.
Oh yeah, I started one the other day. Icket Claw.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm going as Eshin.
Yeah, I started as
because I got the do you know the guy who does the noobs guide too?
Oh yeah,
stuff?
yeah.
He's doing videos on mods and stuff.
Oh hell yeah.
And there was one where there's this one guy who's been making mods for a whole ton of like really big fuck off units.
Yeah.
And
was it the guy that made the rat hydra?
yes, the
Oh,
chimera, the
cool.
chimera
The
rat.
chimera rat.
Hell yeah, dude.
And so I have that, and I'm gonna get to that. So.
Yeah, I started one as
Yeah.
Norska to start doing that because
He's got one with I don't know who it is. It's like the Empire. There's a big fucking land ship.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
It's fucking weird. Cool.
I actually saw that same video. I didn't watch it, but yeah, he like interviewed him.
Yep.
Nice,
and he
nice.
also interviewed the guy who did Grimhammer, which is cool.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so
I
he's
really
just
want to see that.
interviewing modders and bringing light to their mods.
That's cool.
There's actually a video I should send to you, Boo. It was what happens when you have a full stack of assassins like on Eshin, and it was like 20 assassin rats versus whole armies.
Oh,
That
And,
sounds
like,
awesome.
They do better than you'd expect.
Oh, yeah.
I don't doubt it. Honestly, that sounds hilariously overpowered and fun.
But yeah, hey, we'll see you next time. We're gonna go have fun because fucking that thing was miserable. So
Yeah. Bye.
Goodbye.
I would just like to take this moment to recommend to all of our listeners. I'm sorry that you had to deal with 5 hours of that.
Oh yeah.
Go do something fun. Make
Please.
yourself
Yes.
a sandwich. Like
Buy yourself something pretty.
play
Toots.
play play a video game.
yeah.
Watch our Devils and Dice campain. Do something
Please.
fun. You
Do
deserve
something
it.
fun.
Yeah.
I hope that you enjoyed us being miserable. Because otherwise, you know.
This was all
Leave
in
a-
vain.
Leave a comment if you enjoyed Misery. Leave a like if you enjoyed Misery.
That was a
We'll
good
love
movie.
company.
Yeah, we do. Anyway, goodbye.
Bye.
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 Bye. Books.
Books. Books. Books. Books.
Okay.